Zhao Cuihua believes that as long as their family no longer has Zhou Lian, life will return to how it was before. They will have a house, money, grain, and meat. Now that they are divorced, she will never agree to Lu Yanzhou marrying again. She doesn't want another troublemaker like Zhou Lian in her home. In the future, Lu Yanzhou will return to the army to earn money and tickets for her, and he will also arrange a job for their third child. As for her, of course, she will stay at home to enjoy life. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her future days would be good. She couldn't wait to take Lu Yanzhou and Zhou Lian to handle the divorce papers. Because Lu Yanzhou is in the army, and when he married Zhou Lian, they went through many procedures. But paperwork takes time, so she wanted to bring him back first. Once back, he would be under her watch, and she worried he might change his mind. Thinking this, Zhao Cuihua said to Lu Yanzhou, "Mom will take you back now." Lu Yanzhou lowered his eyes. "Okay, I can't move right now, so please, Mom." Hearing this, Zhao Cuihua looked around and finally focused on Zhou Xuan. "Zhou family's second son, help me bring my Yanzhou back home." Zhou Xuan. He really has a thick skin. Now, not to mention bringing Lu Yanzhou back to the Lu family, he'd be lucky if he didn't get beaten to death. Zhou Xuan sneered, "It's not even evening yet, and you're already dreaming? I won't do anything bad to you too. If I make him get out of my car right now, do you think that's okay?" "You," Zhou Xuan glared. "What do you mean, you? Do you think I'm afraid to hit people? There's not a good person in your Lu family." He was speaking to Lu Yanzhou. Afterward, he said to Lu Yanzhou, "You still don't get out of here?" Lu Yanzhou's expression remained unchanged. "Mom, sorry to trouble you. My leg, doctor said I won't be able to stand anymore. I might need your help more in the future." Hearing Lu Yanzhou's difficult words, Zhao Cuihua's face immediately changed. She wondered, if he can't stand up, can he still go back to the army? Probably not. She had never heard of soldiers who couldn't stand. But since her second son hadn't come home yet, and for his job, Zhao Cuihua closed her eyes and made a firm decision to endure. She was about to go forward and help Lu Yanzhou out of the tricycle when she heard Lu Yanzhou speak in a dry, hoarse voice. "Doctor, they also said that my body is ruined. From now on, I have to take medicine costing over 70 yuan each month. Later, only my family can help me gather the money." Although rehabilitation requires talking, Lu Yanzhou had just come out of a coma, and speaking such a long sentence was undoubtedly painful for him. 70 yuan a month. Zhao Cuihua's eyes widened. Wasn't Lu Yanzhou's monthly salary more than that before? Next to her, Zhou Xuan looked strange. Why hadn't he heard the doctor say he needed medication? If Zhou Lian had only guessed that Lu Yanzhou was planning something before, now she was sure. With Zhao Cuihua's personality, would she really be willing to spend so much money on Lu Yanzhou? When she asked for money earlier, unless it threatened her beloved second son, or was a small amount for a deputy factory director's job, Zhao Cuihua wouldn't give her any. "Mom?" Lu Yanzhou seemed unaffected by Zhao Cuihua's shock over the 70 yuan and urged her. Zhao Cuihua barely recovered from her surprise about the money. She comforted Lu Yanzhou, saying, "Don't worry yet. The Zhou family has a car, but isn't willing to help. I alone can't get you out. I need to tell you something important first."
"Mom, go ahead."
"Well, you used to be an officer, right? Can you find a way to get your second brother out?" Zhao Cuihua looked at Lu Yanzhou hopefully. Zhou Xuan cut in before Lu Yanzhou could speak. "Do you believe I'll hit you? Why bother getting him out? Kill him instead." His sister finally managed to get him in, and he wouldn't let them get him out easily. Lu Yanzhou looked apologetic. "I'm afraid it might not work." "Why not?" Zhao Cuihua pressed. She was clearly anxious now. Zhao Cuihua said, "Officials know each other. If you ask them to release your brother, it's just a matter of a word. I also heard that someone can take the blame for him. So, you also know Lu Haiyang committed a crime?" Zhou Xuan thought that the Lu family existed just to give others a lesson. Look, there are still people like this in the world. Honestly, Zhou Xuan was starting to get a bit angry. Getting angry is tiring. If everything the Lu family did made you angry, you might get so mad you'd die. So, Zhou Xuan decided that he wouldn't get angry, just make sure their plans don't succeed. As long as things don't succeed, he won't be angry then. Lu Yanzhou lowered his eyelashes, looking somewhat ashamed. I know them, but they don't know me. Now, everyone cares about background. I come from the countryside. Even if I am a company commander and bring gifts, they won't pay attention to me. Zhou Lian noticed that Lu Yanzhou's voice was even more hoarse now. She frowned slightly. She wanted to stop him, but was afraid it would ruin his plan. Really? Zhao Cuihua was doubtful. I will still need my mom's help in the future, I won't lie to you, Lu Yanzhou said. This made Zhao Cuihua believe him a bit more. Besides, Lu Yanzhou has never liked lying since he was a child.
Mom, I'm tired.
Take me back. Lu Yanzhou looked very exhausted. Zhao Cuihua thought for a moment and realized she really couldn't take him back. All her efforts today seemed completely useless. Thinking of this, Zhao Cuihua felt annoyed and rolled her eyes at Lu Yanzhou. Go back? What use are you? I asked you to save your brother, but you couldn't do it. You thought you'd get better and go make money, but now you're disabled. I brought you back just to make sure you take 70 yuan worth of medicine every month?
Pa.
Zhao Cuihua looked at Lu Yanzhou with disdain, feeling that he was now truly useless. Zhou Xuan. Somehow, she felt strangely satisfied. It seems villains really need villains to sharpen them. Isn't Lu Yanzhou planning to divorce his sister? Just do it. But I am your son. Lu Yanzhou looked at Zhao Cuihua with a blank expression, seeming a bit sad. Zhou Lian. This shows some talent for acting. After hearing Lu Yanzhou, Zhao Cuihua immediately stepped back as if she was avoiding a plague. I don't have a son like you. But, according to law, in a situation like mine, you as a mother have the obligation to support me. Zhao Cuihua crossed her arms and looked coldly. I don't care. I don't want a son like you. What's the use of having a son like you? Whether or not I'm useful, you still have to support me. At this moment, Lu Yanzhou put on a shameless expression. Otherwise, I'll see the court. Take me back now. Zhao Cuihua. She didn't expect that she would get nothing from Lu Yanzhou today, and now might even be blackmailed. When did Lu Yanzhou become like this? When she was a child, she wouldn't feed Lu Yanzhou, and he almost starved to death. He had never been like this before. Hurry up, or I will find someone to help me sue you. At this moment, Lu Yanzhou's words sounded like a devil's whisper to Zhao Cuihua. Zhao Cuihua stepped back twice before stiffening her neck and saying, Sue what? You're not even my son. I don't have a disabled son like you. Finally hearing what she wanted to hear, even Lu Yanzhou, who is usually strong-willed, let out a sigh of relief. After all, talking all the time was really tiring for him now. I grew up here. Do you think the people in court will believe you? Do you have any proof? Lu Yanzhou used a provoking tone. Zhou Lian. She didn't know if the court people believed her, but she believed in herself. Someone like Zhao Cuihua couldn't possibly have a son like Lu Yanzhou unless it was a genetic mutation. If you don't have proof, then you can only take me back and raise me. Zhao Cuihua looked into Lu Yanzhou's icy eyes. This scene reminded her of when Zhou Lian came to ask for money before. They were all just money grubbers. There's proof. Zhao Cuihua couldn't hold it in anymore. Who knows if you're just making this up to avoid responsibility? Lu Yanzhou said this with no change in his face, but inside, his throat was almost burning. I found the longevity lock you were wearing when I picked you up. Zhao Cuihua originally wanted to hide the longevity lock and sell it later, when things got better. But to avoid being scammed by Lu Yanzhou, who is shameless, she had to take it out now. Anyway, she definitely wouldn't take Lu Yanzhou back. Her intuition told her that if she brought a Lu Yanzhou like this home today, their family would never be peaceful again. Lu Yanzhou had become a vegetable, and after waking up, he was disabled again. Now, he looked like he had lost his mind. I will go find the village chief to witness. You're not my son, I won't raise you. After saying this, Zhao Cuihua ran away quickly, apparently to find the village chief to solve the problem. After Zhao Cuihua left, the three people remaining were silent.
Zhou Xuan.
He was wondering what Lu Yanzhou would do next. Lu Yanzhou looked at Zhou Lian. I said the divorce is fake. I just want her to never. Zhou Lian interrupted in a hoarse voice, I know. Wait a moment. Zhou Xuan interrupted Zhou Lian. His younger sister knew something. Explain clearly. He spoke to Lu Yanzhou. Although Zhou Lian was worried about Lu Yanzhou's throat, Zhou Xuan was very kind to her. He looked like he wanted to stand up for her, so she naturally wouldn't be unkind and interrupt Zhou Lian. Some problems can't be solved immediately, and waiting might make things worse later. I pretended to agree to Zhao Cuihua's divorce and to go back with her, saying I needed money and wanted her to support me. It was all to cut ties with her. After all, if I didn't make things clear, she would keep coming to cause trouble. I want to solve the problem once and for all, so I won't give the little troublemaker a chance to bother us. Zhou Xuan thought Lu Yanzhou's words seemed somewhat reasonable. After all, the doctor didn't say he needed to take 70 yuan worth of medicine every month. But everyone said he was a little troublemaker, and troublemakers tend to bother others. How could he be sure she wouldn't come looking for him later? I forced her to show me proof that I am not her biological son. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan was surprised. Seeing how Lu Yanzhou acted, he suddenly realized, you knew a long time ago that you weren't her real son. Yes, I found out a year ago. Lu Yanzhou replied. At that time, he had returned home to arrange his wedding banquet and accidentally overheard something. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan felt a bit sympathetic toward Lu Yanzhou. He wondered, as children, why Zhao Cuihua treated the two children from the Lu family so differently from Lu Yanzhou. It turned out it was because he wasn't her biological son. Thinking about his previous attitude toward Lu Yanzhou, Zhou Xuan felt a bit guilty. So, you were acting just now? Lu Yanzhou interrupted Zhou Xuan. Second brother, you played along very well. Zhou Xuan. Was that acting? He was genuinely angry. Lian is so good. How could I bear to divorce her? Lu Yanzhou looked at Zhou Lian and said, Zhou Lian. This sentence inexplicably made her feel like Lu Yanzhou, a reserved person, was lying to her. After all, Lu Yanzhou, who is usually quiet about his feelings, shouldn't speak so straightforwardly. Your throat is hoarse. Go home and drink some water, Zhou Lian said uncomfortably. Lu Yanzhou, who rarely expressed his feelings, was misunderstood by his wife as a bad person. He listened to his wife and said, okay, Zhou Xuan. He felt a bit full. There was no mention of eating dog food at this moment, but it felt like the same thing. Zhou Xuan knew that Lu Yanzhou had interrupted him before because he didn't want him to be embarrassed and apologize. He appreciated Lu Yanzhou's kindness, but as the second brother-in-law, he didn't want to show weakness in front of his brother-in-law. So, Zhou Xuan got back on his tricycle, pedaling while saying, let's go home and drink water. Zhou Lian rode her bike to catch up. While riding, Zhou Xuan thought about how he wanted to take back the harsh words he had said about Lu Yanzhou and stop wishing him harm. After all, he was his brother-in-law, and he should be treated well. When they got home, Zhou Lian poured 2 bowls of water. One was for Zhou Xuan, to thank him for his help today. The other was for Lu Yanzhou because everyone gets dry mouth after talking for a long time, especially someone just waking up from a coma. Drink first, Zhou Lian said, noticing that Zhou Xuan hadn't drunk yet. You're the patient, you go first, Zhou Lian said, about to hand the bowl to Lu Yanzhou. Lu Yanzhou pursed his lips and firmly refused, you go first. Feeling helpless, Zhou Lian had no choice but to pour herself a glass of water. She had planned to finish her water quickly, so she could take care of Lu Yanzhou, who was in poor health. But just after taking a sip, she heard Lu Yanzhou say, drink slowly. So she slowed down. Despite this, Zhou Lian appreciated Lu Yanzhou's kindness. He didn't ignore his health and only care about himself, which was rare in close relationships. While she was gently feeding Lu Yanzhou water, Zhao Cuihua was rushing home to get a longevity lock, then hurried to find the village chief in the fields. Village chief. Village chief. She called loudly from afar. Hearing her voice, village chief Su Yud's forehead twitched. His instinct told him that the Lu family was up to something again. Village chief Su Yud silently prayed that this time it wouldn't be some kind of crime. Because Zhao Cuihua's loud voice attracted the attention of the workers in the fields. "What's the matter?" After calming himself, the village chief asked Zhao Cuihua. "Village chief, I need you to testify. Lu Yanzhou isn't my child. I found him," Zhao Cuihua shouted before patting her chest and catching her breath. Running all this way had exhausted her. Village chief Su Yud was speechless. How could he testify? Lu Yanzhou wasn't his child either. He remembered his previous worries about the Lu family committing crimes and couldn't help but ask, could Lu Yanzhou be the child you stole? It's important to know that stealing children is also illegal. Zhao Cuihua gasped for breath and immediately said, No. Lu Yanzhou was found by me at the station. Really? Village chief Su Yud was not entirely convinced by Zhao Cuihua's words, because deep down he thought Zhao Cuihua might be capable of stealing a child. Really? Zhao Cuihua hurriedly proved herself. She took out a delicate silver long-life lock and showed it to the village chief. "This is what I found on him when I picked him up." Showing such an important item as evidence made the village chief start to believe Zhao Cuihua a little more. "But everything was fine, and you didn't say anything all these years. Why are you bringing this up now?" Village chief Su Yud wondered if Zhao Cuihua had gone a bit crazy. Anyone could see that Lu Yanzhou was a promising kid. Now that he's waking up from being in a coma, things will only get better. Who would cut ties with someone so talented? "Village chief, I want you to witness this." Zhao Cuihua, as if holding a hot potato, shoved the long-life lock into the village chief's hand. "Lu Yanzhou is not my biological son, so he can't blackmail me." Others listening thought, maybe she's the one being blackmailed. But at this moment, everyone found it strange. Lin Xiangmei hurriedly asked, "What's really going on? Can you explain quickly? This is delaying everyone's work." "Lu Yanzhou is disabled. He said he can't stand up anymore, and he also needs 70 yuan every month. He came to ask me for it." "Where am I supposed to get so much money?" Zhao Cuihua said. Lin Xiangmei didn't believe her. "Someone like Lu Do wouldn't come to you."
Who would believe that?
Others quickly agreed. Exactly. You should go ask him yourself. Even if he asks you for money, shouldn't you give it to him? All the money in the Lu family belongs to Lu Yanzhou, right? Think about it. Before Lu Yanzhou joined the army, your family was so poor. When he asked for money, wasn't he just taking back what was his? And when you took his allowance or asked him to repair the house, why didn't you say he wasn't your biological son? I'm asking, why are you so cruel to Luda? I've never seen a kid more obedient than Luda. Turns out he's not even your own child. What's wrong with me not treating Lu Yanzhou well? Zhao Cuihua crossed her arms, standing tall despite her anger. If I hadn't picked him up, he would have died long ago. She seems to have a point. Ugh, if I were Luda and knew she would treat me like that after picking me up, I would rather die. That's true. Village chief Su Yud looked at the long-life lock in his hand with some disgust and glanced at Zhao Cuihua. Are you trying to cut ties? Did Lu Yanzhou agree? He's not the one who gave birth to her. Does he need to agree? Zhao Cuihua felt that this village chief's heart was completely biased. You're right. Su Yud weighed the silver long-life lock in his hand. It was quite heavy, probably solid. To give such a lock to his own child, the family must be quite well off. Why would they abandon the child?
Sigh.
Su Yud sighed inwardly, thinking that Lu Yanzhou really had a tough life. From Zhao Cuihua's words, it seemed he might never stand up again.
Fine.
Su Yud told Zhao Cuihua, for this kind of witness, both parties need to be present. I'll go with you. After saying this, Su Yud thought it might be better to cut ties with someone like Zhao Cuihua. He believed that, even after all the hardship Zhao Cuihua put Lu Yanzhou through, he was still so outstanding. If he can't stand, he can find other ways. Maybe it's for the best, so Zhao Cuihua won't keep leeching off him in the future. All right. Zhao Cuihua was eager for the village chief to go quickly and help her deal with Lu Yanzhou. I just saw them leave. Let's hurry, village chief. So, Su Yud and Zhao Cuihua led the way, followed by a large group of villagers who didn't want to work, but just wanted to see the show. In less than a day, a big crowd gathered again outside Zhou Lian's small courtyard. Zhou Lian and others had expected this scene and calmly let people into the yard. The village chief looked at Lu Yanzhou, who was seated on a chair, and asked, "Yanzhou, Zhao Cuihua said you can't stand on your legs anymore. Is that true?" "Yes, it's true," Lu Yanzhou replied. Hearing this, the village chief sighed inwardly and took out the long life lock. "Yanzhou, earlier Zhao Cuihua came to me with this lock and said you're not her biological child and asked me to testify and cut ties with you. What do you think?" "Sorry, village chief," Lu Yanzhou responded calmly and respectfully.
All right.
The village chief understood Lu Yanzhou's meaning, handed the long life lock to Zhou Lian, and noticed that Lu Yanzhou still couldn't move much. Zhou Lian took it, thinking he might not be able to find Lu Yanzhou's biological parents with this information. "Oh, right, biological parents." Zhou Lian asked Zhao Cuihua, "You said you found Lu Yanzhou, but where and how did you find him?" The more detailed the questions, the more clues he could gather. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Zhao Cuihua didn't want to stay here, afraid she might be falsely accused at any moment. She just wanted the village chief to finish the witness statement quickly, so she could leave. "Of course, to clear your name. If you can't specify the time and place, maybe it's because Lu Yanzhou wasn't found but stolen. Otherwise, a family with such a long-lasting lock wouldn't be unable to raise a child." "You're talking nonsense." Zhao Cuihua knew stealing a child meant going to jail. She didn't want that. "Lu Yanzhou was found 25 years ago when I passed through the county station. He was wrapped in a blue patterned blanket that looked like clouds." Zhou Lian and Zhao Cuihua looked at each other. Seeing that Zhao Cuihua showed no signs of hiding, he believed it was probably true. "Where is the blanket?" Zhou Lian asked again. Every item was a new clue. Zhou Lian had an inexplicable feeling that as long as these things existed, he could find Lu Yanzhou's family. His family might not have intentionally abandoned him. Something might have happened to them. After all, that's how it's written in stories. Zhou Lian felt a strange sense that Lu Yanzhou was the protagonist of a novel. His appearance, abilities, and tragic childhood all seemed to match perfectly. Could this mean that Lu Yanzhou's leg might heal eventually? Because stories always say so. Thinking of this, Zhou Lian felt unexpectedly passionate. His Lu Shan he was torn apart. Lu Yanzhou replied. He remembered the blanket. When he was young, he felt it didn't seem like something from his home. Zhou Lian. He felt a bit disappointed. But the protagonist's search for his family in stories never goes smoothly. Seeing that Zhou Lian was more emotionally involved than he was, Lu Yanzhou felt something stirring inside. Since neither side objects to the fact that they are not biological relatives, shouldn't we start dividing the property now? The village chief directly suggested the process of dividing the family assets. He was intentionally trying to get Lu Yanzhou some benefits. Dividing the property? Zhao Cuihua suddenly jumped in. She hadn't expected this issue to come up. Since she is not a biological relative, it's natural to be clear about this. Yanzhou, think carefully. How much money have you given to the family over the years? Even if you haven't given everything, you should at least give some. So, my caring for him doesn't count? Village head, don't be too biased. Zhao Cuihua doesn't want to give money, and she has no money to give. Lu Yanzhou knows this well. The Lu family spends money freely. The 600 yuan Zhou Lian asked for might be all their savings, maybe even borrowed. Village head Su Yud, facing Zhao Cuihua, directly retorts, I'm biased? If you hadn't gone too far, I wouldn't do this. Exactly. The onlookers agree. Seeing that the village head is determined to help Lu Yanzhou, Zhao Cuihua sits on the ground. Anyway, I have no money. No money, no life. If you have the ability, just kill me. The village head is most annoyed by Zhao Cuihua's stubborn attitude, but that's just how she is. There's nothing he can do about her. You have no money, and you still have a house. Just when others thought Lu Yanzhou was about to start asking for the house, he continued, The money I used to repair the house, I will pay back to the Liu family for raising me. From now on, we're even. If you come to bother my family again, don't blame me for being rude and knocking down the house. Zhao Cuihua doesn't have the house, and Liu Yanzhou isn't planning to force her. After all, when a dog is cornered, it might jump over the wall. If Zhao Cuihua gets angry and does something, it could be dangerous. It's better to be cautious. If she attacks Zhou Lian, he can't protect her in his current state. Plus, that house has been lived in by the Liu family, and he doesn't like it either. After hearing this, Zhao Cuihua immediately gets up from the ground. Deal.
She's happy about that.
With Liu Yanzhou being disabled and Zhou Lian taking care of him, Zhao Cuihua is sure she won't bother this family anymore. Liu Yanzhou is so unlucky. Who knows if he's cursed or the reincarnation of a bad luck ghost? She definitely doesn't want to get involved. After saying this, Zhao Cuihua quickly pushes through the crowd and runs away. She still has to find a way to save Lao Air. It's all Liu Yanzhou's fault for being useless and not saving her second brother. After Zhao Cuihua leaves, Lin Xiangmei looks at Liu Yanzhou and sighs. You're still too kind. She doesn't really owe you any kindness for raising you. Everyone in Cherry Blossom Village knows how Zhao Cuihua used to manipulate the person in front of her. Yes, but it's also good without a mother like Zhao Cuihua. Life can be a bit more peaceful. Taking some hardship is better than arguing constantly with such people. Others comfort Liu Yanzhou one after another. Village Chief Su Yud, after sending the others back to work, drank a bowl of water prepared by Zhou Lian, then prepared to leave. Before leaving, he patted Liu Yanzhou's shoulder and said, Zhou's girl is a good person. Treat her well in the future. I know, Liu Yanzhou answered seriously. Thank you, village chief, uncle, today. The people leaving Zhou Lian's house together felt mixed emotions. After leaving in the middle of the night, they were still talking about how Liu Yanzhou had woken up and Zhou Lian's good days were ahead. Originally, they were a bit jealous of Zhou Lian, who was eating well, drinking good wine, and had a new house and bicycle. The only imperfection was that her husband was in a coma. But then, her husband woke up. So Zhou Lian's life was no longer imperfect. But who would have thought, after half a day, they would start feeling sorry for Zhou Lian again. Her successful husband finally woke up, but he was now disabled, and Zhou Lian would have to take care of him. She would need 70 yuan each month for medicine. Who could afford that? When they heard Liu Yanzhou admit he couldn't stand on his legs, they automatically believed Zhao Cuihua's claim that the medical expenses were 70 yuan a month. Tian Miao Miao hadn't been home for 9 days, but today, she finally returned. She originally wanted her husband, who worked at the city machinery factory, to come back with her. But her husband refused, so Tian Miao Miao had to settle for riding her bicycle home. Her husband thought for a moment and agreed. So Tian Miao Miao changed into her best clothes, rode her husband's bicycle, and went home. On the way, she thought that villagers seeing her riding a bicycle and wearing rare new clothes would be jealous of her. But when she arrived in the village, she passed several people heading to work, and they only nodded perfunctorily at her, as if they hadn't noticed her bicycle or new clothes at all. They were so oblivious. Tian Miao Miao was furious. She didn't know that the new bicycle had been seen by villagers a few days earlier, and with everyone busy eating and gossiping at Zhou Lian's house in the middle of the night, no one had time to pay attention to her. So, Tian Miao Miao angrily returned home. Miao Miao is back. Auntie Tian glanced behind Tian Miao Miao and quietly asked, Is your husband not coming back with you? He's busy, Tian Miao Miao replied impatiently. Hearing this, Auntie Tian felt a bit upset, but not at Tian Miao Miao herself. She was upset with Tian Miao Miao's husband. She was unhappy that he was so late returning, and he still hadn't arrived. Her daughter was already married, so Auntie Tian could only hold back her dissatisfaction. Soon after arriving home, Tian Miao Miao's mood improved, because she heard that last night a thief went to Zhou Lian's house. Whether the theft was successful or not, Tian Miao Miao knew that Zhou Lian's reputation was ruined. However, her good mood only lasted a few seconds. She then heard that Liu Yanzhou had woken up. It was very coincidental. Just when the thief came, Lu Yanzhou had caught the thief. Tian Miao Miao felt that Lu Yanzhou waking up was really bad timing. Whenever she thought of Lu Yanzhou, she remembered something that happened over a year ago. A year and a half ago, Tian Miao Miao liked Lu Yanzhou. It was in 1973, right after the autumn harvest, when Lu Yanzhou first returned from the army. That was the first time Tian Miao Miao saw Lu Da after he became an adult. She heard he changed his name to Lu Yanzhou when he joined the army, and now he was a military officer. Tian Miao Miao thought that Lu Yanzhou, grown up, had deep, handsome features, a tall figure, and just standing there, he was very attractive without saying a word. He was dressed neatly, unlike other men in the countryside now. Just one look told Tian Miao Miao she no longer wanted to marry the son of the village chief next door. She went back to her mother, Auntie Tian, to cancel the engagement, but Auntie Tian refused many times. Just as Tian Miao Miao was about to go and cancel the engagement herself, she heard that Lu Yanzhou was engaged to Zhou Lian. Once Lu Yanzhou's marriage was approved, he and Zhou Lian would get married immediately. Hearing this, Tian Miao Miao was so jealous, she almost went crazy.
How could this be?
The person she liked at first sight was now going to marry someone she disliked at first sight? Tian Miao Miao clenched her teeth in anger, but still decided to find Lu Yanzhou to clarify things. She waited on a small hill until Lu Yanzhou, returning from hunting, passed by, holding several wild chickens he had caught. Tian Miao Miao blushed deeply and ran up to Lu Yanzhou, gathering her courage and saying, "Lu Yanzhou, I like you." She hadn't finished speaking when Lu Yanzhou, who had just confessed but showed no emotion, interrupted her. "Sorry, I can't." He then said, "I have a fiancé." Hearing this, Tian Miao Miao thought, "Of course I know. That's exactly why I came." She took a deep breath and looked at the tall Lu Yanzhou. "I can also be your fiancé. My father was a soldier too, so we are a good match." "Sorry, I don't think so. No other matter, I'll go now." After Lu Yanzhou finished speaking, she saw him turn away without hesitation and walk off. At that moment, Tian Miao Miao felt a bit sad. She gathered her courage to confess, but he seemed not to care at all. It was as if it was just an ordinary thing like eating or drinking. He didn't like her. Tian Miao Miao realized this. That day, she took her things and went to the neighboring village to break off the engagement. Although she was scolded by Auntie Tian when she returned, she didn't regret it. Tian Miao Miao was not going to give up. She kept looking for Lu Yanzhou. But ever since her confession failed, she hadn't been able to find a moment when Lu Yanzhou was alone. Finally, when Lu Yanzhou returned to the army, she managed to catch him at the county bus station and confessed again.
All she got was his reply, "Mind your own business." At that time, Tian Miao Miao felt both embarrassed and angry. When she saw Lu Yanzhou again, it was at his wedding with Zhou Lianen. Watching the couple together, she thought she would find someone better than Lu Yanzhou in the future. But even with that thought, she still felt jealous when she saw them standing together. However, not long after, all that jealousy turned into relief. Because Lu Yanzhou became a vegetable. No matter how handsome or capable he was, once he was in a coma, he was useless. Tian Miao Miao even felt glad that Lu Yanzhou hadn't accepted her confession back then. At the same time, she took a bit of malicious joy in Zhou Lianen's misfortune. Later, she would occasionally hear villagers say that Zhao Cuihua had been unkind to Zhou Lianen, which made Tian Miao Miao happy. But not long after, Auntie Tian started arranging a marriage for her again. To avoid marrying another rural man, Tian Miao Miao decided to find someone herself. She thought that nothing would be more satisfying than marrying well and having a happy marriage, especially since Zhou Lianen was now a vegetable and had to endure her mother-in-law's nagging every day. But now, that cold-hearted man Lu Yanzhou had actually woken up? The man she found, is he really better than the other? Tian Miao Miao thought of Lu Yanzhou's face, feeling upset and confused. Later that evening, she heard her family say that Lu Yanzhou was awake, but he couldn't stand up. Only then did Tian Miao Miao feel a bit relieved. She thought, it seems like heaven is on her side, not wanting Lu Yanzhou and Zhou Lian to be happy together. A disabled Lu Yanzhou could never compare to her well-off man in the city. Tian Miao felt quite happy about this. She thought maybe they had done bad things in their past lives, which is why they are so unlucky now. As for Lu Yanzhou, he was always nagged by Zhao Cuihua since he was young. He finally joined the army and had a few good days, but after getting married, he became a vegetable. Now that he is awake, his leg is broken again. Zhou Lian is doing better. Before Zhang Qiali came, her family loved and protected her. But so what? With Zhang Qiali around, she was still kicked out of the family. That alone isn't so bad, but what about the future? Her husband is disabled, and she has to spend so much money on medicine every month. Thinking of this, Tian Miao imagined Zhou Lian as someone worn down by life. Given Zhou Lian's current situation, Tian Miao felt that not only could Zhou Lian never catch up to her in her lifetime, but even in 2 lifetimes, she probably wouldn't catch up. But that's not enough. Tian Miao has disliked Zhou Lian since childhood, so how could she not interfere in Zhou Lian's miserable life? She doesn't like to help in times of need, but she loves to kick someone when they're down. Tian Miao still remembered what happened with Zhang Qiali. She planned to stay at her parents' house for a few days, watching Zhang Qiali closely. If Zhang Qiali gets into trouble, it will also affect the Zhou family. She can already imagine how the villagers will talk about Zhang Qiali's husband, Zhou Guan, after she finds out she's been unfaithful. Even though Zhang Qiali and Zhou Lian don't get along, if the Zhou family faces trouble, Zhou Lian probably won't be happy either. She also planned that after capturing Zhang Qiali and Yang Guanfu, she would go tell the embarrassed Zhou family. If Zhou Lian hadn't angered her, she might have quietly told the family about Zhang Qiali's affair earlier. That way, she wouldn't believe the Zhou family could still look at Zhou Lian kindly. After all, no matter how much they love their daughter, having a good reputation as the eldest son is more important. Anyway, if Zhou Lian is unhappy, she will be happy. Zhou Lian never really paid much attention to Tian Miao, so she naturally didn't know about her plans. At this moment, she was focused on planning her future. Lu Yanzhou had woken up from a coma, so many of her plans needed to be changed. First, she needed to prepare things for Lu Yanzhou at home. When her second brother left in the afternoon, Zhou Lian had already asked him to help make a wheelchair and crutches. But that wasn't enough. The wheelchair and crutches would allow Lu Yanzhou not to stay in bed all the time. Zhou Lian had heard an old saying that a healthy person who stays in bed too long will have problems. So, these 2 items were necessary. Besides the wheelchair and crutches, she also needed to prepare a toothbrush and cups. Since Lu Yanzhou was in a coma before, she hadn't prepared these. Also, since the countryside has many dirt roads, the wheelchair would get dirty easily outside. Zhou Lian considered herself lazy and thought she might not be able to clean the wheelchair every day, but she couldn't bear to see Lu Yanzhou sitting in a dirty wheelchair every day. So, she decided to pave the yard with cement. That way, when Lu Yanzhou moved around in the yard, his wheelchair wouldn't get so dirty. She also planned for Lu Yanzhou's rehabilitation. Before crossing over, Zhou Lian had seen some rehabilitation tools once. There was a hand grip ring to help restore hand strength, which she could make herself or replace with something else. There was also a balance bar for gait training, which she thought could be made from wood in the yard. As for the pedal machine to help restore leg strength, if Lu Yanzhou's right leg didn't recover, it couldn't be used. Instead, she could modify it to a leg press. Zhou Lian also had plans for Lu Yanzhou's right calf. She intended to start applying Lingquan herbal therapy to his right calf in the coming days, hoping it would help. Because Lingquan was often insufficient, she had been focusing on Lu Yanzhou's upper body, with only massages for his lower body and almost no herbal therapy. Now that she knew about his leg problem, her focus naturally shifted to his right leg. Before Lu Yanzhou woke up, Zhou Lian usually entered her space in the morning to prepare the vegetables for Fengyang Ridge that day. After that, she would start massaging Lu Yanzhou and then go wash up and cook. Now that Lu Yanzhou was awake, although they weren't sleeping in the same bed, they were in the same room. So, Zhou Lian didn't plan to go into her space immediately after waking up in the morning.
Regarding the vegetables that need to be delivered that day, she usually picks them with a mushroom screen, which doesn't take much time. After that, she just handles the rest. Therefore, Zhou plan is, wake up in the morning, wash up, and eat. After finishing, she will go deliver the vegetables. When she returns, she will give Lu Yanzhou a full-body massage, then wipe him down, and afterward, she will attend to her other plans. Currently, Lu Yanzhou can't move much besides his right leg, which has nerve damage. Zhou Lian didn't let brother Zhou come home to stay. Leaving brother Zhou at home allows her to leave for a while when he's there. Thinking of this, Zhou Lian prepares to make dinner. Stay here for a while, I'll go prepare the food. Okay. After Zhou Lian leaves, Lu Yanzhou lies on the bed, carefully observing the room. The walls are painted with lime, the floor is cemented, and the furniture is new, so the whole room looks very clean. At this moment, with nothing else occupying his mind, Lu Yanzhou notices there are 2 beds in the room. So, does that mean she doesn't want to sleep in the same bed as him? Thinking of this, Lu Yanzhou's eyelashes tremble, and a look of self-disgust flashes in his eyes. He is such a person. When Zhou Lian comes back with warm chicken soup, she sees Lu Yanzhou looking clearly downcast. She pauses and asks, "What's wrong?" Lu Yanzhou presses his lips together, and nothing. He is still struggling, whether to follow his selfish heart or to let go. In the past, when faced with such situations, he could always choose the right answer rationally. Now, he knows what the right answer is, but he doesn't really want to choose it. Seeing this, Zhou Lian sets the chicken soup aside and helps Lu Yanzhou sit up against the head of the bed. Couples should talk about things openly. Keeping them inside can hurt feelings. Although Zhou Lian had never been in a relationship before crossing over, she has some theoretical knowledge. Many misunderstandings or silences between partners happen because they don't communicate well. If I did something wrong, you must tell me because this is my first time caring for someone like this, and I might be a bit inattentive. If, before Zhou Lian could finish talking about his leg, Lu Yanzhou interrupted her. You're very good. Lu Yanzhou looks at Zhou Lian and says, It's his fault. What's that? Zhou Lian asks with a smile after hearing him. Curious. I am now like this, and I don't think I am suitable for you. If you are willing, wait until I get better, and then we can get a divorce. After saying this, Lu Yanzhou thought that Zhou Lian was a very good person and would definitely not leave him like that. He continued speaking. I have some savings. You can help me hold on to that money and find someone in the village to take care of me for a while. We haven't been together long, and we didn't have much feelings to begin with. Don't feel guilty. Your future is the most important thing. Although we only spent a short day together, Lu Yanzhou already felt that Zhou Lian was the best man in the world for him. He, being disabled, shouldn't hold him back. Zhou Lian. He didn't expect Lu Yanzhou to say that. Weren't they getting along fine before? Why are you suddenly talking about this?
Zhou Lian asked.
Hearing this question, Lu Yanzhou pursed his lips and hesitated to speak. He couldn't just say that he saw 2 beds and started overthinking. Although that was the truth, Lu Yanzhou felt that his own reaction was a bit petty. He was now somewhat anxious, eager to know Zhou Lian's answer to his earlier question. Without getting a reply, his heart felt like it was hanging in the air, unable to settle, which made him very uncomfortable. Seeing Lu Yanzhou silent, Zhou Lian began to express his stance. I don't want a divorce. As for why he didn't want one, Zhou Lian was too lazy to delve into it now. As for you saying you're not good enough for me, that's just how you see yourself. I don't think so. As for what you said about no feelings, feelings can be cultivated. I am currently working on building feelings with you. That is my attitude. Zhou Lian looked at Lu Yanzhou and changed the subject. Of course, if you insist on divorcing, I will respect your decision. But you must give me a reason. When Zhou Lian said he didn't want a divorce, many feelings of happiness arose in Lu Yanzhou's heart. He also didn't want a divorce. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yanzhou decided to be honest like Zhou Lian and share his thoughts openly. My leg is like that, and in the future, I will definitely be a burden to you. But I will try not to be so much of a burden. Lu Yanzhou looked at Zhou Lian and said, he still wanted to work hard to make Zhou Lian's life better. I don't think I am a burden. Husband and wife should support each other. Zhou Lian looked at Lu Yanzhou and responded to him. Then, when Lu Yanzhou let out a sigh of relief, she asked, "So, can you tell me why you looked a bit unhappy just now?" Lu Yanzhou heard Zhou Lian's question. "My wife is a bit difficult." He originally thought that after they confessed to each other, his wife had already forgotten about it. Lu Yanzhou heard his wife urging him. He closed his eyes, recalling her previous words. Husband and wife should talk about things openly, and said with his eyes closed, "I saw there are 2 beds in the room, and thought you didn't want to sleep with me." He kept his eyes closed after saying this, but Zhou Lian saw his ears turn red. "So that's why," Zhou Lian said calmly, shifting the blame, "this is your fault." "My fault?" Lu Yanzhou was surprised and opened his eyes. He didn't expect this to be the answer. He was just in a vegetative state before. What does it have to do with him? "Yes," Zhou Lian said firmly. "It's because of you. Look at yourself, how tall you are, how big your frame is. Since there's only one bed, I let you sleep inside. It's inconvenient for me to wipe your body, and you're quite heavy. I can't move you alone. If I let you sleep outside, and I get confused and step on you, what then? Also, I think the bed is small. The room is big, so I bought 2 beds so I wouldn't have to worry about stepping on you or dragging you around on the bed. What if I accidentally hurt your bones with the wrong move?" Lu Yanzhou. He thought it made sense. He could tell that recently when she helped him sit up against the headboard, she was holding her breath and exerting force. "Thank you for your hard work. You did very well today. Keep doing this in the future. Otherwise, if you don't tell me, we might have misunderstandings." "That's not good for our relationship," Zhou Lian said. "I understand." Lu Yanzhou's ears were noticeably a bit red. "Now, it's time for you to eat." Zhou Lian picked up the bowl of soup again, checked the temperature, it was still warm, and fed it to Lu Yanzhou's lips. Lu Yanzhou thought for a moment and cooperated, drinking it. But after drinking, he said, "Next time you eat first and then feed me. I don't want you to go hungry. If you're hungry, you should eat first. You can only have the soup. I'm the one eating the meal." Lu Yanzhou took the initiative to care for her, and Zhou Lian was very happy. "I don't want you to go hungry, so we might need to eat a few more meals each day. Eating more meals could lead to another problem. As for going to the bathroom," Zhou Lian said this and saw Lu Yanzhou's face turn red. "Our bedside chamber pot is very convenient to use. You don't need to be shy." After saying this, Zhou Lian poked Lu Yanzhou's reddening ear tip with her finger. "See, I'm not shy. We are married, so I will see everything in the future, right?" And she had already seen it. At that time, due to hygiene needs, she had convinced herself she was a caregiver. Now, she didn't need to do that anymore, since they had already confessed their feelings. "Can you ask second brother for help?" Lu Yanzhou still felt shy. If he asked Zhou Xuan, they were both men, and he would feel more comfortable. She was supposed to see this on their wedding night. "All right," Zhou Lian shrugged. "As long as you're happy." In this relaxed atmosphere, they solved the awkward problem for Lu Yanzhou. "I'm going to cook now. Do you want to lie down, or just lean against me for a while?" Zhou Lian asked. "Just lean for a while." Lu Yanzhou still wanted to wait until Zhou Lian finished her work, so he could lean on her and chat for a bit. "Okay then." Zhou Lian gently brought Xiao Zhouzhou closer to Lu Yanzhou and said, "Let Xiao Zhouzhou keep you company." There was nothing she could do now, as Lu Yanzhou couldn't move much, so this was the only option. After finishing these tasks, Zhou Lian took the empty bowls to the kitchen. For dinner, she planned to use the last bit of cured meat she hadn't finished eating earlier to make spicy stir-fried pork. Then she took some green beans and tomatoes from her space, planning to make dry-fried green beans and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. As for the soup, she still had the chicken soup she cooked in the morning. Although it was bought by Zhou's mother for her son-in-law, she also bought other ingredients today, so she could make different dishes tomorrow. Zhou Lian decided to drink the soup now. Finally, it was time to cook. She still made potato rice. Maybe because Zhou Lian was from a different time, she thought potato rice was very tasty, but she wasn't particularly fond of plain rice. Just as Zhou Lian was about to finish cooking, second brother Zhou Xuan returned.
He had gone earlier to visit his master, Tan Mujiang. Zhou Lian wanted to ask Tan Mujiang and second brother Zhou to help make a wheelchair and crutches, as two carpenters working together would be faster. When Zhou Xuan came back, he started to serve the dishes onto the table, but Zhou Lian interrupted him. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Seeing her second brother's confused look, Zhou Lian said, I'll ask him if he wants us to go eat next door. That way, he can see us and it will be more lively. Zhou Lian was a bit worried that Lu Yanzhou, being alone and inactive, might get bored. Second brother Zhou Xuan. He was already somewhat full before finishing his meal. Lu Yanzhou is in the military, so he naturally has good hearing. Being in a coma doesn't affect his hearing much, so he heard Zhou Lian's words. Since from the moment Zhou Lian left the room, all his attention had been focused on the kitchen next door. In his mind, Lu Yanzhou naturally wanted to watch Zhou Lian. Plus, it was Zhou Lian's kind gesture, so when she came to ask, Lu Yanzhou agreed to let them come over. This was the first time Zhou Lian ate in this room. Second brother Zhou Xuan helped move the dining table from the kitchen, and then Lu Yanzhou saw the delicious-looking food on the table. He thought her cooking skills are really good, her wife didn't lie. Would you like some more soup? Before eating, Zhou Lian asked. You eat first. Lu Yanzhou wanted to drink the soup. Now that the bathroom issue was resolved, he wanted to eat more and get better quickly. Okay. Zhou Lian agreed this time. Since Lu Yanzhou had already drunk some earlier, she wasn't worried about him being hungry now. But she still took a clean bowl, poured some soup into it, and placed it on the stove. Because she had cooked earlier, the stove still had some residual heat, so the soup cooled down more slowly than elsewhere. She could have put it in the fridge, but she was also worried her second brother might notice suddenly. After finishing these tasks, Zhou Lian sat down to eat. Once she started eating, her second brother Zhou Xuan also began to pick up his chopsticks. Although Zhou Xuan had been staying here for about a week due to the incident with Wang Daqian, he still felt a strong happiness whenever he ate his little sister's cooking. Delicious, delicious. Hearing Zhou Xuan's voice, little Zhou whined a little with a sad expression. Wait a moment, you need to keep company with the Zhou. Aren't you the one who likes him the most? After we finish eating, you won't need to keep him company. You can just eat.
Ugh.
After making that sound, little Zhou obediently snuggled back onto Lu Yanzhou's shoulder. Lu Yanzhou watched the interaction between Zhou Lian and little Zhou, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhou Lian's family was happy and harmonious, but Zhao Cuihua was almost exhausted. Zhao Cuihua is currently at her mother's home in Dashan Village. It is about 7 or 8 miles from Cherry Blossom Village. Usually, Zhao Cuihua only visits during festivals or special occasions because the journey is too long. She prefers not to walk and usually rents a car. Today, she rented an ox cart to come here. It wasn't too tiring, but after arriving, she had to visit all her relatives. She went to all the relatives' houses, talking nonstop, and finally managed to borrow 200 yuan. She also asked to pay it back double later. This was because she was going to help Lu Haiyang. Her relatives thought that Lu Haiyang, who was the eldest son of the Lu family, had become a deputy factory manager thanks to his connections. If he was released, he should be able to repay the money. That's why Zhao Cuihua didn't borrow money from Cherry Blossom Village. She already had a bad reputation, and everyone there knew her family's problems. Lu Yanzhou, who was promising, was injured and not even her real son, so they cut ties. Lu Haiyang, who was not promising but had a job, was caught. For the first time in 10 years, Zhao Cuihua felt that borrowing money was so difficult. As she walked back with heavy legs, she suddenly thought of Lu Yanzhou. Since Lu Yanzhou joined the army, he had been sending money home every month. At first, it was 5 yuan a month. Then it gradually increased. She had developed a habit of spending money freely and hadn't experienced such hard times in a long while. Zhao Cuihua even wished that Lu Yanzhou hadn't gotten into trouble. Because she borrowed money for so long and the ox cart couldn't wait, she had to walk home at night. First, her family didn't say she had to stay. Second, after getting the money, Zhao Cuihua wanted to find the person to get her second child out soon. Zhou Lian finished eating and went to prepare food for Xiao Zhou. They had chicken soup with rice and Xiao Zhou ate happily. After finishing, she started feeding Lu Yanzhou the soup she left on the stove. Her second brother finished eating and took the empty bowls and plates to the kitchen to wash. When Lu Yanzhou finished another bowl of chicken soup, Zhou Xuan had already finished washing the previous dishes. Seeing Zhou Lian go to the kitchen, Zhou Xuan instinctively reached to take the bowl from Zhou Lian to wash it. Zhou Lian didn't let him and quietly said, "Second brother, ask Yanzhou if he needs to go to the bathroom." Okay. Since there were other chores, Zhou Xuan didn't insist on helping his sister wash the dishes. Zhou Lian took the bowl to wash it himself, then cleaned the pot and started boiling water. This stove is next to the chimney and has a small pot for boiling water, but it can only heat 4 liters at a time, which is not enough. After boiling water, Zhou Lianen asked brother Zhou, who helped Lu Yanzhou with the bathroom issue, to wash up. She herself poured a basin of water to clean Lu Yanzhou's body. Although she had already done this during the day, since they had been to the hospital, she decided to do it again. Washing the upper body was easy, but when she reached the lower half, Lu Yanzhou started blushing again. Zhou Lianen thought for a moment and suggested, "Should I close my eyes while I wipe you?" She felt it was necessary to do it. They had already confirmed their feelings for each other before. Although Lu Yanzhou still felt shy, he agreed since Zhou Lianen said she would close her eyes. So, Zhou Lianen closed her eyes and wiped Lu Yanzhou by feel. Then she helped him change into clean clothes she had brought. While dressing him, she couldn't help but think again about making clothes for Lu Yanzhou. He didn't seem to care much about clothes, only a few pieces besides his military uniform, 2 pairs of pants and 3 shirts. She had previously taken 1 shirt to make a nest for Xiao Zhou, so now only 2 shirts remained. Zhou Lianen worried that with only 2 shirts, if the weather turned bad and they got wet, there would be nothing to change into. She estimated that making a set of clothes for Lu Yanzhou, with his tall legs, would require at least 12 feet of fabric. She didn't have enough fabric coupons, so she thought about going to the black market. Given how often she now went there, she felt she was about to forget how dangerous it was and how she had wanted to avoid going. But after experiencing the convenience and benefits of the black market, she felt that she probably needed to go again. It was a risky move, but sometimes you have to take risks for wealth. Also, their household supplies of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were running low, and they would need to buy more soon. After Zhou Lianen finished wiping Lu Yanzhou, she heard him ask little Zhou, "Zhou leg?" Lu Yanzhou had noticed earlier that Xiao Zhou's leg was problematic. Plus, with the wooden splint, it was obvious. He had only just asked now. He had a fracture before I carried him over. The doctor said that with this wooden splint fixed for a while it would heal, and then Xiao Zhou could be like other dogs. That's good. Lu Yanzhou sighed in relief. He's very obedient. If he's not allowed to move, he won't. I haven't finished my work yet, so I'll go out first. Let him keep you company. Zhou Lian picked up the basin used for wiping herself and also took away the clothes that Lu Yanzhou had changed out of. Lu Yanzhou watched Zhou Lian leave the room until she was completely out of sight. Then he withdrew his gaze. He looked at the obedient little boat lying beside him, but his thoughts were with Zhou Lian, who had just left. He felt that every time Zhou Lian left, she seemed worried he would be bored and would have the little boat keep him company. It was as if she treated him as a precious, fragile item. He had never felt this way anywhere else before. Lu Yanzhou thought that, facing such a kind Zhou Lian, his previous selfish wish not to get a divorce was perfectly understandable. After all, she was too good. When Zhou Lian went to the kitchen, she saw a pot of boiling water. She knew her second brother had boiled it for her to take a bath. Using a clean wooden bucket, she carried the hot water to the bathroom at the back and poured it into her large bathtub. Then she fetched water from outside to fill the tub with warm water. Finally, she relaxed and took a comfortable bath. After bathing, she started doing laundry. Every time she washed clothes, she missed having a washing machine very much. But now, without money or the means, she couldn't afford one. The laundry tub her second brother had helped her make before still wasn't finished. Her second brother,
who was a bit of a perfectionist in woodworking, hadn't yet found a way to add a stirrer inside the tub without leaking. Now he was busy making a wheelchair, so the laundry tub had to be put aside for the time being. After finishing everything, Zhou Lian returned to her room and found Lu Yanzhou already lying with his eyes closed, as if he was asleep. She stepped forward and helped him lie back on the bed. With such a loud movement, it was impossible not to wake Lu Yanzhou. Fortunately, he was so exhausted that after opening his eyes and looking at Zhou Lian for a moment, he couldn't resist and fell asleep again. Honestly, Zhou Lian also wanted to sleep now. Since Wang Daqian had visited her last night, she hadn't slept at all. But thinking she hadn't read any books all day, she mustered her willpower and read for an hour before finally falling asleep. Because she was tired, she woke up later than usual the next day. As soon as she woke, she instinctively wanted to go into her space. But at the last moment, Zhou Lian held back. She remembered that Lu Yanzhou had woken up and they had exchanged small confessions yesterday. Thinking this, Zhou Lian instinctively lifted the blanket to look toward Lu Yanzhou. Last night, Zhou Lian did not lower the cover on Lu Yanzhou's side. Except for the night Wang Daqian came, Zhou Lian usually doesn't lower the cover on the other side, so she can easily check on him. When Zhou Lian looked over, she saw Lu Yanzhou was awake with his eyes open. At this time, Lu Yanzhou couldn't turn his head. But he still knew exactly that Zhou Lian was awake. Good morning. Good morning. When replying to this greeting, Zhou Lian couldn't help but smile slightly. After all, there's nothing better than waking up early and seeing a handsome guy who makes her happy to say good morning. After washing up, Zhou Lian came back to wipe Lu Yanzhou's face. Breakfast was still chicken noodle soup, and Lu Yanzhou had chicken soup. After this meal, the chicken her mother brought earlier was finished. After eating, it wasn't yet time for her second brother to deliver vegetables to the textile factory, but only about an hour remained. It was also past the usual time Zhou Lian goes to Fengyang Ridge to deliver vegetables, but she still had time. Zhou Lian didn't feel comfortable leaving Lu Yanzhou alone at home after he just woke up. If she went to the county town to buy things, it would take 2 hours round trip, which was clearly past her second brother's work hours. So, Zhou Lian had no choice but to ask her second brother, Zhou Xuan, to help buy a toothbrush and a cup in the county. When she gave him the money, he didn't ask for it. As for why Zhou Lian didn't ask her second brother to help buy other things she had planned before. Don't ask. If you ask, it's because she's poor. She checked her money early and found she only had 208.58 yuan. And that was without counting the money for the toothbrush and cup her second brother didn't want to buy. But the next morning, she needed to pick up 6 pigs. 1 costs 45 yuan, and 6 cost 270 yuan. Even with the vegetables she planned to buy in the next 2 days, she still lacked 21.42 yuan. TSK. She was really broke. But she still needed the piglets. If it really couldn't be helped, she might ask Xie he to lend her some first. Doing business means you always have to deal with all sorts of things. Zhou Lian comforted herself like this. As for why she didn't ask her mother to lend her money, it was mainly because she was worried her mother would be concerned. Zhou Lian calculated that her house was small and only needed 3 bags of cement to pave it. But her yard was big, and paving the whole yard would require 6 bags, plus the workers' wages, which might total around 70 yuan. Her daily income was only 20 yuan from selling vegetables. It seemed she might have to wait a bit longer to pave the yard. Oh, if only she had more money. Second brother, I have to go out for a bit. Please watch over Yanzhou for me. Okay. Brother Zhou Xuan had stayed here for a week before, and he already knew that Zhou Lian's going out was related to delivering vegetables. So he didn't ask much and simply agreed. Zhou Lian thought for a moment and went to find Lu Yanzhou. I need to go out for a while, about 40 minutes. If there's anything, just call Brother Zhou. Okay. Then Zhou Lian pushed her bicycle and left the yard. While riding towards Fengyang Ridge, Zhou Lian thought that if she had money today, she could handle the cement and fabric work. It should only take 2 days to find Uncle Lao Chung and others to pave the yard. After that, let it dry for 3 or 4 days. Once the wheelchair is ready, it will be perfect.
Sigh.
poverty, can only let Lu Yanzhou endure a few more tough days. Zhou Lian felt a sense of guilt, thinking it was her fault that she couldn't give her man a better life. Zhou Lian estimated her time accurately. She was back in 40 minutes. When she returned, it was time for Brother Zhou to go deliver vegetables. After watching him leave, Zhou Lian went back to her room. As soon as she entered, she noticed the small beads of sweat on Lu Yanzhou's forehead. "You're back?" Lu Yanzhou couldn't smile at this moment, but Zhou Lian saw the gentle look in his eyes. "Rest for a bit. Have some water first?" As she said this, she naturally took out a handkerchief to wipe the light sweat on his forehead. "Okay." Then Zhou Lian fed Lu Yanzhou some diluted spiritual spring water. "Are you tired or not?" Zhou Lian heard Lu Yanzhou ask. "I'm fine." She returned within the estimated time, so she was definitely more tired than before. But riding a bicycle was still manageable. "Drink some water and rest for a bit." Hearing this, Zhou Lian obediently drank water and rested. After a while, she suggested, "Shall I help you with rehab? While you move your arms yourself, I can also help lift them slowly. I think this way you'll get more exercise." Otherwise, Lu Yanzhou could only move within his limited range. It will be very tiring. His arms weren't as heavy as his, but over time, it would still tire him out. "I know, but I want to see you recover sooner," Zhou Lian said with a smile. She knew Lu Yanzhou was proud, and he probably didn't like his current state. That's why he found the chance to do rehab himself. That's hard work. Next, with Zhou Lian's help, Lu Yanzhou lifted his right arm. After intermittently lifting her arm 100 times, Zhou Lian said, "It's time for the left arm. Too much is not good." Lu Yanzhou understood this and prepared to move his left arm. However, since Lu Yanzhou's left hand was inside the bed and Zhou Lian was standing at the edge, she couldn't help him directly. She thought for a moment and decided to get on the bed, crossing over Lu Yanzhou to reach the inside. Although she was doing a very proper rehabilitation exercise, the moment Zhou Lian got on the bed, Lu Yanzhou's heartbeat skipped a beat. Next, with Zhou Lian's help, Lu Yanzhou lifted his left arm 100 times. "Should I move your neck a bit?" Zhou Lian asked. "Yes," Lu Yanzhou replied. So, Zhou Lian slightly sat up on the bed, her hands near Lu Yanzhou's neck, helping him lift and lower his head. After doing this twice, Zhou Lian noticed a problem. Because she was on Lu Yanzhou's left side, her left hand was closer to him, and her right hand was farther away. This caused Lu Yanzhou's head to tilt slightly to the left when he lifted it. "This won't do," Zhou Lian said. Although she didn't know if tilting the head was necessarily bad for Lu Yanzhou, she couldn't risk it. "I might need to go to the other side." "Okay." When Zhou Lian moved to the opposite side of Lu Yanzhou properly, she found the position somewhat awkward. She was sitting astride him. There was a man in front of her. Although she had only wanted to help with his rehabilitation, she felt a bit embarrassed. Cough. Zhou Lian gently cleared her throat, deciding to ignore it because proper rehab was more important. She placed her hands back on Lu Yanzhou's neck. "All right, lift your head, lower your head." After completing 100 repetitions, both Lu Yanzhou and Zhou Lian were sweating. Moreover, her legs went numb from kneeling too long. Zhou Lian wanted to get off the bed to move around, but she underestimated how numb her legs were. As she tried to lift her right leg, she fell. At that moment, only one thing could happen. She fell onto him. Zhou Lian's nose touched something hard, his Adam's apple. That was a vital spot. Noses also have bones, and as Zhou Lian looked up to check on Lu Yanzhou, he slightly lowered his head, and their soft parts brushed against each other.
Zhou Lian.
Lu Yanzhou. Both faces showed shock. Zhou Lian blinked rapidly, realized what had happened, and quickly backed away. After they parted, the only feeling they had about the recent accidental touch was that it was very soft. For a moment, both of them felt a bit awkward. Zhou Lian saw Lu Yanzhou's neck and ears turn red and felt her own face flush too. But maybe it's time to break the ice? Zhou Lian thought for a moment, realizing that since she was a modern person who had traveled here, she should act naturally in such situations. After all, they were both married, so what's wrong with a little kiss? Does your Adam's apple hurt?
Zhou Lian asked.
No, it doesn't. Lu Yanzhou replied, his senses all focused on one thing. Seeing the lingering redness on Lu Yanzhou's neck, Zhou Lian thought for a moment and said, I just marked you. From now on, you belong to me. Do you understand? Lu Yanzhou was momentarily confused, but he quickly understood what Zhou Lian meant. Okay, so kissing is called marking? That's the first time she heard of it. Seeing Lu Yanzhou's neck turn even redder, Zhou Lian felt a bit amused. She had a strange feeling that Lu Yanzhou was truly her little wife. But she liked this version of Lu Yanzhou quite a lot. Zhou Lian always felt there was a special connection between her and Lu Yanzhou. Otherwise, how could she be playing a game and suddenly find herself in the 1970s becoming Lu Yanzhou's wife, and him fitting her ideal type perfectly? In modern times, she had met many guys, but none like Lu Yanzhou. Even when he was in a coma, just lying there, she was willing to take care of him. Now that he was awake, she still thought he was very cute. All right, let's continue, Zhou Lian said. Her attention had been diverted earlier, so her legs no longer felt numb. She got into bed to help Lu Yanzhou move his left leg. Lu Yanzhou's legs were long and straight. Although he had been in a coma for a year and lacked muscle, his legs still seemed heavier than his arms. She lifted his left leg 100 times, looking at his sweaty little face, and felt sorry for him.
Take a rest, she said.
Okay, he replied. She lay back down and poured herself a glass of water. Just as she was about to drink quickly, she heard Lu Yanzhou remind her, drink slowly. So she had to slow down. After finishing the water, she wiped her face with a cloth, then helped Lu Yanzhou wipe his sweat, and finally poured a bowl of water with spiritual spring water to feed him. Lu Yanzhou was now used to Zhou Lian feeding him water. Are you hungry?
She asked. Still.
Okay. After exercising her right leg, she went to make soup. Today she was drinking bone and corn soup. Is that okay? Is there corn now? Lu Yanzhou wanted to say yes, but he thought, how could there be tender corn in May? I bought it this morning when I went out. I don't know where they got it, Zhou Lian said calmly, shifting the blame. Seeing her say that, Lu Yanzhou didn't ask further. He just said, be sure to be careful. I know. Don't worry. Zhou Lian placed Lu Yanzhou's empty water cup aside and touched his right leg, saying, now, let's move the right leg. Lu Yanzhou's nerve damage was only in his lower leg, but his thigh could still move. Since he could move, he needed to exercise. When moving his right leg, Lu Yanzhou would lift it 25 times, then stop for a rest. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. He just didn't want Zhou Lian to get tired because his right calf was weak. So, they did 100 lifts in 4 sets. Let's stop here for today. Zhou Lian patted Lu Yanzhou and said, we need to relax the muscles that were tense earlier.
Okay.
I'll go make the bone broth now and come back later to give you a massage, Zhou Lian continued. Lu Yanzhou felt that his wife had been busy all morning without stopping. Take a break first, then go again later. A year ago, when they got married, they didn't spend much time together. Her image in Lu Yanzhou's mind was always a little blurry. But he was sure that his wife was delicate and fragile. He still remembered what Zhou's mother said when she came to find him. This time, waking up, Lu Yanzhou didn't really change his thoughts much. After all, Zhou Lian looked small and thin, and indeed fragile. But as they spent time together, Lu Yanzhou found that his little wife had great inner strength. Then I'll go get some things to put on your leg, Zhou Lian said, then went to the kitchen. She used diluted spiritual spring water to barely moisten a cloth, then took it over to Lu Yanzhou and placed it on his right calf.
What are you putting on it?
Lu Yanzhou asked as he looked at her. My special remedy, Zhou Lian said proudly, lifting her chin. Isn't spiritual spring water her secret remedy? It's just a small amount, meant for both internal and external use, so it had to be diluted.
Sigh.
Lu Yanzhou looked at her and smiled. Other things aside, being looked at so gently, Zhou Lian really couldn't handle it. She gently pushed aside the obedient little boat that was sitting quietly nearby, then placed it into Lu Yanzhou's arms and said, "I'm leaving now." Bone broth tastes better when cooked longer. Lu Yanzhou naturally noticed that Zhou Lian was feeling shy, but he still said, "You said you needed to rest for a while." "I'll rest after I finish this," Zhou Lian replied. "I'm not tired right now." Turning her back to Lu Yanzhou, Zhou Lian waved goodbye and left the room. Now out of sight, Lu Yanzhou could only look at the little boat in his arms. Then he imitated Zhou Lian's way, carefully touching the boat. He moved it about a centimeter, which was the best he could do at the moment. The little boat sensed Lu Yanzhou's intention and carefully lifted its still unfinished back leg, like a little pig, and nudged it in Lu Yanzhou's palm. Woof. Lu Yanzhou thought that all the dogs Zhou Lian raised were as adorable as she was. At this moment, Zhou Lian was boiling water for the big bones. To avoid wasting the marrow inside the bones, she boiled them first, then carefully chopped them into pieces. Next, she put the bones back into the pot, added slices, garlic, and a little wine, then took tender corn from her space, peeled and chopped it, and added it to the stew. After finishing these steps and adding some firewood, Zhou Lian washed her hands and went to the next room. As soon as she entered, she noticed Lu Yanzhou's gaze on her. Whenever she moved, his gaze followed her. Zhou Lian felt a bit uncomfortable under his stare. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair, small forearms, and said, "I'm here to give you a massage." "Wait a moment," Lu Yanzhou interrupted her as she moved closer. "What's wrong?" Zhou Lian asked, confused. "Is my military uniform still here?" Lu Yanzhou asked. Nowadays, whether it's men's or women's military uniforms, they are quite rare. Lu Yanzhou didn't know if, given the habits of the Lu family, his uniform was still safe. "It's still here," Zhou Lian replied, then went to find Lu Yanzhou's uniform. "But only this one remains." She spoke based on the original owner's memory. Originally, when Lu Yanzhou was brought back, there was more than one uniform. There were 3 sets. At that time, Lu Haiyang and Lu Shanhua were more interested in the set she now held. That set was newer and more formal. However, the original owner was not willing. He believed that whether Lu Yanzhou could wake up again or not, the best uniform should be kept for Lu Yanzhou, who had served 9 years in the army. At first, the 2 brothers from the Lu family were naturally unwilling, but the original owner insisted, or else they would go find their family. Everyone in Cherry Village knew that the Zhou family loved their daughter very much. If the original owner really returned, the Zhou family might come knocking on their door. Plus, there were 2 sets of clothes. Each could have one, so they finally agreed. As a result, this military uniform was kept. Fortunately, Lu Yanzhou only wanted this uniform. "Lian, please help me check if the thing I sewed on the back of my pants is still there," Lu Yanzhou asked. Zhou Lian followed his instructions and felt through the fabric. She really found something that felt like stiff paper. "Is this it?" "There's something here," she said, holding the pants up to Lu Yanzhou. "Please get some scissors and take out the thing inside," Lu Yanzhou continued. Zhou Lian had no choice but to do as he asked. She was very careful, just picking at the thread without damaging the pants. After opening the stitches, Zhou Lian saw what was inside and was surprised. "A passbook?" "It's for you," Lu Yanzhou said, looking at her. When she heard that, Zhou Lian opened the passbook and saw there was more than 500 yuan inside. "Is this your secret savings?" "Yes," Lu Yanzhou replied. This was his backup plan. He had served in the army for 9 years. At first, he sent most of his money home because he didn't really need it himself. But gradually, he noticed that the more money he sent, the more his family, especially Zhao Cuihua, wanted. So he started saving some for himself. He knew very well that life without money was hard. If something happened to him, the Lu family couldn't rely on him. "It's not much, but you can use it first," Lu Yanzhou said. At this moment, Lu Yanzhou regretted not saving a little more money initially. "It's not a lot." Zhou Lian looked at him. "I even asked Zhao Cuihua for over 600 yuan before. Together, that's more than 1,000. Since she arrived here, she had never seen so much money before." "You're doing very well," Lu Yanzhou said.
Before, he didn't mind giving money to the Liu family because, even though they didn't treat him well, they were still his family. Also, he didn't need much money while in the army. Over a year ago, he accidentally found out he wasn't Zhao Cuihua's biological son. Everything Zhao Cuihua had done for him before made sense then. But because he was so disappointed with Zhao Cuihua from childhood, he didn't feel much about it. Treat the money given to him before as a way to give Zhao Cuihua a place to stay. After that, there was nothing left. But now, he regrets it. He should have saved the money so his wife could use it. Seeing his wife happily holding the passbook, Liu Yanzhou knew she liked it. At this moment, looking at Zhou Lian, Liu Yanzhou thought from now on, all his money would be for his wife to spend. This money, you can take it and go to the bank with our marriage certificate to withdraw, and use it, Liu Yanzhou said to Zhou Lian. Then I won't refuse. Thank you, Zhou Lian said happily, holding the passbook with a big smile. This money came just in time. She really needed money now. This is our treasure. I will keep it safe, she said. After saying that, she took out the marriage certificate, put the passbook and the certificate together, and put them in her pocket. Liu Yanzhou watched her move the whole time, feeling happy for the first time about giving money.
All right, now I will give you a massage, she said.
Then she stepped forward to give Liu Yanzhou a massage. Although he couldn't move much, Liu Yanzhou did his best to cooperate with her. After the massage, both of them drank some water, and Zhou Lian started reading her book for the day. Studying, of course, had to be done whenever there was a chance. Lunch was eaten after second brother Zhou Xuan returned. Besides the pork bone corn soup, Zhou Lian also made stir-fried mushrooms and garlic eggplant. Today, they had sweet potato rice instead of regular rice. After eating, Zhou Lian asked second brother Zhou Xuan to help take care of Liu Yanzhou. She took some things from home and rode her bike to the county town. Now that she had some money, she wanted to buy everything she had been thinking about. In the county town, Zhou Lian first went to the bank. She withdrew 200 yuan from the marriage certificate and the passbook given by Liu Yanzhou. Although she hadn't spent the money yet, she suddenly felt a little sad. Because after withdrawing, there was only 328 yuan left in Liu Yanzhou's bank card. Zhou Lian decided that once this emergency was over, she would work hard to save the money back. Adding the 600 yuan she had before, she wanted the passbook to have more and more money. Thinking this, Zhou Lian first went to the brick factory next to the cement plant. In the security booth, she saw the old man reading the newspaper again. Hello, Grandpa. Long time no see. Zhou Lian greeted him. I heard some familiar voices, and the old man immediately put down his newspaper and looked toward the sound. Then he saw Zhou Lian standing there with a gentle smile. It's been a long time, the old man said with a smile. Why does the young girl have time to visit me today? I brought you some dried bamboo shoots and mushrooms. They make great soup, Zhou Lian said, handing over the items. Well, I won't refuse then, the old man said happily as he took the things. How is your daughter doing lately? Zhou Lian asked politely. Thanks to the vegetables your brother brings every day, she's eating much better now. Thinking of his daughter, who seems to be feeling much better, the old man felt happy. He also shared some news. A few days ago, I bought some good rice, 50 pounds in a bag. It's really tasty. You know your husband isn't in the best health, right? Would you like me to take you to buy some for him? Is the rice you're talking about the kind packed in a white cloth bag? Yes. The old man looked at Zhou Lian. Does your girl know? Zhou Lian thought to herself. That's the rice she sold. I found out by chance. I bought a bag with someone and shared it. The rice is really good. I knew it, the old man said happily. With that rice, my daughter can eat an extra bowl. It's nourishing. If you get a chance, buy some for your husband. Maybe it will help him get better. Zhou Lian smiled and said, Old man, you have a great memory. I'll take your good wishes to heart. She naturally hoped Liu Yanzhou would get better. Did you come to the city for something special this time? The old man asked. He knew that Zhou Lian had given up her city job to stay home and take care of her husband. Since she rarely came to the city, she must have a reason. I'm here to buy cement, Zhou Lian replied. Before she finished, The old man stood up and interrupted her.
Let me take you there, he said.
So Zhou Lian had no choice but to follow. When they arrived at the cement factory, she heard the old man ask, "How much do you need this time?" 300 pounds, Zhou Lian answered. That wasn't a lot, about 6 bags of 50 pounds each. This time, she didn't buy bricks or anything from the brick factory that was nearby. The old man paused and thought for a moment. You see, I can find a car to take you there, or your second brother can come tomorrow and bring you back. You, as a young girl, can't go alone. Zhou Lian replied, Sir, I will pay. Can you find a bullock cart to help me get back? Concrete and such are too obvious. It's not convenient to use the space warehouse for transport. As for the second brother's tricycle, it can carry 6 bags of cement, but Zhou Lian is reluctant to make him go such a long way. That works. Although Zhou Lian didn't say it outright, the old man understood that he was choosing not to use the second option because he cared about his second brother. In the old man's view, it's nothing for a man to suffer a little, but the fact that Zhou Lian is willing to spend money to avoid burdening her brother is rare and precious. I'll go quietly to our factory later and ask. Thank you, sir. The old man waved his hand and quickly bought 6 bags of cement with Zhou Lian, costing 60 yuan. Just like last time, the old man borrowed a cart to help her transport the cement to the neighboring brick factory. Coincidentally, the bullock cart driver who helped Zhou Lian move tiles last time was passing by this afternoon, so Zhou Lian paid 50 cents to ask him to help with this trip. Since the driver still needed to deliver other items elsewhere, Zhou Lian agreed on a meeting point with him, so she wouldn't go along. After arranging the cement, Zhou Lian thanked the old man again before leaving. She went to the meat processing factory and bought a pig's head, 11 jin in weight, costing 7 yuan and 70 cents. This time, there was pig intestine available, but Zhou Lian didn't buy any. 2 days of cement work was enough, and 1 pig's head was enough to eat. Then she went to the supply and marketing cooperative and spent 5 yuan and 40 cents on salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. When she left the cooperative, her attention was caught by the milk powder and malted milk drinks inside. In the end, Zhou Lian bought a bag of the most expensive milk powder for 7 yuan. She thought about giving some to Lu Yanzhou when she got home. Sometimes, if there's no time for soup, she could just prepare a bowl of milk powder for him. After finishing her shopping in the county town, she went to the black market. She wanted to see if she could buy fabric directly. If not, she could exchange some coupons to buy some at the supply and marketing cooperative. Now that she had money, she also needed to plan for Lu Yanzhou's clothes. At the gate, the guard was still Huang Hu, so Zhou Lian didn't pay the entry fee. Comrade Zhou, our boss wants to see you, Huang Hu said the first thing when he saw her. So, Zhou Lian had no choice but to follow Huang Hu to meet Xie. He was wearing a black corduroy dress today. When she saw Zhou Lian, she glared at her and then signaled to her from the corner of the wall. Here, ancestor, the lamb and calf haven't been found yet, but I got you the clay pot and stove you on it. They're all new, and I also give you 100 pounds of coal. No need to thank me. Zhou Lian. Where does this proud and beautiful person come from? Thanks. I'll bring you a gift next time I see you, Zhou Lian said happily. You're serious about giving a gift, but next time is too long? He rolled her eyes at Zhou Lian. Those are good things, and I can get them quickly, she said, mainly because her current spiritual spring water was still needed for Lu Yanzhou's leg. All right then. He reluctantly accepted Zhou Lian's words. But don't think that just because you give me a gift, you don't need to pay. Of course I will pay. How much? Let's consider the coal as my gift to you. The clay pot costs 18, and the stove costs 38, totaling 56. Thanks. Zhou Lian counted out 56 coins and handed them to Xie, who quickly accepted them. Please help me send these 2 items to the place where we last made the delivery. I'll have someone pick them up later, Zhou Lian said with a smile. Xie rolled her eyes again. You just keep bossing me around. When will you deliver them? Seeing Xie like this, Zhou Lian couldn't help but say something insincere.
Right now.
My people should arrive soon. Okay. Xie agreed and quickly found someone to help. Zhou Lian thanked her again and was about to leave.
as she still had Lu Yanzhou waiting at home. Use it up and throw it away. Woman, don't you know how to sit down and chat with me for a while? He still wanted to find out from Zhou Lian how she made money. Her instincts told her that Zhou Lian had the answer, and she genuinely wanted to sit down and have a good talk with Zhou Lian. After all, Zhou Lian was her first female friend. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so quick to handle things. Before Zhou Lian even stepped out the door, she heard Xie complain. Next time. I have something to do this time. After some contact, Zhou Lian actually liked Xie quite a bit, so she was willing to keep in touch. You're busy as usual. Despite saying this, Xie still sent Zhou Lian outside. Then Zhou Lian went to the black market trading spot again. Seeing some cured meat, she bought some more. Delicious cured meat is one thing, but the key is that it can be stored easily. You can take it out anytime to eat without anyone suspecting. This time, I only bought 4 jin, which costs 6 yuan and 4 jiao. After buying the cured meat, Zhou Lian saw a nearby apple stand. 1 yuan per jin, do you want some? The vendor asked her. Only then did Zhou Lian remember she hadn't eaten the apples she bought earlier. She had stored the apples in her space and forgotten about them. Luckily, nothing inside the space can spoil, but Zhou Lian still reminded herself to take them out to eat this time. Today, Zhou Lian was lucky to find someone selling fabric. Since she didn't need a receipt, it was a bit more expensive, 60 cents per foot. She bought 24 feet, enough to make 2 outfits for Lu Yanzhou, costing 14 yuan and 4 jiao. After buying the fabric, Zhou Lian saw some brown sugar. She thought for a moment and decided to spend 3 yuan to buy 3 jin. She kept 1 jin for herself, gave 1 jin to Ro Jia to help make 2 sets of clothes, and sent the last jin to Zhou's mother. Once she finished shopping, Zhou Lian truly stopped. If she kept buying, she was afraid she wouldn't have enough money. She felt she was being a bit extravagant with her spending, but she didn't want to change. Making money was for enjoying life. Thinking this way, Zhou Lian took her purchases and left the black market. She found a quiet place to store everything in her space. Then she went to the agreed spot with Xie to get the stove, coal, and clay pot. All of these were stored in her 1 cubic meter space warehouse, which quickly filled up. It was because she hadn't stored anything there before, otherwise it wouldn't fit. Near the village, Zhou Lian took the items out of her space. Mostly the pig's head. Since the cement had arrived, she would need to ask someone to lay the cement, and the pig's head would be used for cooking, so she couldn't hide it. She planned to take out the clay pot and stove later, once she reached the back mountain. She wanted to have a clear reason to use them in front of her family first. Coal and other items could be taken out gradually later, no rush. Today, many village women were working by the roadside. When Zhou Lian rode her bike over, many people saw her from afar. In this day and age, bicycles were rare in the countryside, and Zhou Lian's striking appearance made her easy to recognize. The women started whispering. That's from Lu's family, buying a pig's head. Obviously. A month after Lu Da, she needs over 70 yuan for medicine. How does she not realize she should save some money? Come on, you're talking. Lu Da just woke up. Doesn't he need to eat something good to recover? You're right. I keep thinking about the delicious food from the meal at Zhou's house earlier. This was said by the aunt who, along with Uncle Lao Cheng, went to help Zhou Lian fix his house. Later, Zhou Lian also attended the banquet. Stop talking, I'm already hungry again, she said. I even want to repair his house again. The aunt from Uncle Lao Cheng's family was also there, thinking about Zhou Lian's food. Seeing Zhou Lian riding by, she called out, Shaoen, are you back from the county town? Zhou Lian looked over and recognized the aunt from Uncle Lao Cheng's family. Her eyes lit up immediately. She was about to go to Uncle Lao Cheng's house, so meeting her here saved a trip. Yes, Auntie. Did you buy that pig's head for little Lu to help him recover? Another aunt asked. No, not really, Zhou Lian replied with a smile, looking at the aunt from Uncle Lao Cheng's family. Annie, I plan to pave my yard with cement in the next couple of days. If Uncle Lao Cheng has free time, maybe he can gather a few people to help me out. The pay will be the same as before, including lunch.
We need 5 or 6 people, and it should take about 2 days to finish, no problem. All right, said the aunt, who had the authority to decide. I'll tell him to come tomorrow. Thanks, Auntie. That way, I won't have to make another trip. I'll head back now, Jolien said with a smile.
Okay.
As Jolien left, the aunts who had been eyeing her family's food immediately signed up to help Uncle Lao Cheng's family. They wouldn't be having a feast just for paving the yard. But since their men were going with Uncle Lao Cheng's family, they could still enjoy a good meal. Didn't they see the pig's head was gone? Uncle Lao Cheng's wife agreed to everything she could. One aunt, who saw no benefit for herself, sneered, "This is why you don't know how to manage your life. Instead of saving money for your man's medicine, you're spending it on paving the yard. I get worried just thinking about it," she added. Uncle Lao Cheng's wife rolled her eyes at her. Other people can spend their money however they want. It's not your money, so why are you worried? Mind your own business. Her words were rough but straightforward. Indeed, no matter how hard life was for Jolien's family later, they wouldn't be involved with them. But after being publicly criticized by Uncle Lao Cheng's wife, she couldn't accept it easily. The aunt snorted and said, "It's none of my business. I'm just here to watch the jokes. This couple has no strength left. Even if they only have 200 yuan remaining, how long can they survive like this?" Although others didn't say it aloud, most of them thought that Zhou Lian and Lu Yanzhou's future days would be tough. Zhou Lian didn't know this, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. There weren't many people on the back hill at this time. When they were about to arrive, Zhou Lian took out the stove and clay pot, along with the cloth and brown sugar she bought. Although they weren't far from home, it took a lot of effort for Zhou Lian to bring these things back on her bicycle. When she returned, the first thing she saw was 3 buckets of honey outside the yard. As she entered, she saw her second brother, Zhou Xuan, sanding 2 pieces of wood with sandpaper in the yard. Second brother. Hearing Zhou Lian's voice and seeing her pulling a lot of things on her bike, Zhou Xuan hurried over to help. "Where did you get the stove and the pot?" he asked as he helped move the items into the kitchen. These things weren't easy to buy. Not every family in the city had them. "I asked a friend to help me buy them," Zhou Lian replied, then asked, "Yanzhou is okay this afternoon?" "He just went to the bathroom and did some exercises. He just fell asleep not long ago." Hearing this, Zhou Lian didn't bother the neighbor. "Second brother, I bought some cement. I plan to pave the yard. If you're free today, can you help me make a balance bar in the yard? Putting the wood into the ground and then adding cement would make it more sturdy. If the cement was laid first, it would be harder to do this." That's why Zhou Lian asked her second brother to help today. What is a balance bar? Zhou Xuan had never heard of it and wasn't sure if he could make it. "I'll get some paper and draw it for you." Sometimes, words aren't enough to explain. So, Zhou Lian went next door. Seeing Lu Yanzhou sleeping again, Xiao Zhou was lying beside him, also asleep. When she entered, Xiao Zhou moved her ears, saw it was her, and after a little whimper like a spoiled child, she continued sleeping. Zhou Lian quietly took out her things and drew a rough sketch of the balance bar for her second brother. With a picture, Zhou Xuan understood immediately and agreed, without hesitation. "Second brother will go make it for you right away. It's just a few pieces of wood." "Thanks, second brother." Before leaving, Zhou Xuan handed Zhou Lian 20 yuan, which was for tomorrow's groceries. Zhou Lian put the money away, counted it, and found she now had 268.18 yuan. The distance is 270 blocks, nearly 2 blocks apart. But after adding the 20 yuan for the vegetables the day after tomorrow, it's not a big difference. So Zhou Lian didn't think much about it and went to the kitchen to braise the pig's head. Zhou Xuan went up the mountain to cut down 2 trees of similar size. After carrying them back twice, he started peeling and making a balance bar in the yard. The brick and tile factory's cart driver delivered Zhou Lian's cement after work in the village. Many people saw him along the way. Mom Zhou heard from others that her daughter was going to use cement to pave the yard. She also scolded a few aunts who said Zhou Lian wouldn't be able to manage her life. "My daughter's own money. She can spend it however she wants. If my daughter has no money and can't afford food, how can she eat at your house?
Mind your own business. After scolding others, Mom Zhou took out 100 yuan and headed toward her daughter. When she arrived, the cart driver had already left, and she saw the cement piled in the yard. Mom, you came just in time. I have something for you, Zhou Lian said when she saw her mom. But Mom Zhou was too busy to think about what her daughter was giving her. She grabbed her daughter and quietly led her to the vegetable plot behind the house. Why suddenly want to pave the yard with cement? In the countryside, that's a very luxurious thing. Mom, you know I love cleanliness. Now Yan Zhou needs to stand up, which will take some time. I thought making the yard clean and flat would help, and he could also use a wheelchair to go out and get some sun. With a wheelchair, the ground will be clean, and he can push himself around a bit. Mom Zhou thought about her son-in-law, who might never walk like a normal person. Even if he could walk with crutches, it would be better on flat, clean ground. Although her daughter spent money, she did a good job of planning. Last night, we heard what happened here. Your dad and I didn't come to see you because we were discussing something. What is it? Zhou Lian asked curiously. We decided that once your son-in-law gets better, your second brother should keep working, or you should do it, Mom Zhou said. She then took out the 100 yuan she brought and handed it to Zhou Lian. Keep this money and spend it. It will last for a while. Zhou Lian looked confused. Hadn't they already agreed on the work situation? Previously, Mother Zhou had already given her 100 yuan. When they divided the family assets, she saw that Mother Zhou and Father Zhou had only a total of 300 yuan. So, are they going to give her 2/3 of that now? Mom, why are you suddenly talking about work again? Didn't we agree before? And I don't want this money, said Zhou Lian, quickly returning the money without saying more. You're a girl, and now is the time you need money.
Take it.
Mom and Dad can't do much for you, and there's still 100 yuan left to help your second brother get married. Is this really the time to use money? How did that happen? Yan Zhou needs 70 yuan a month for medicine, doesn't he? Seeing her daughter look confused, Mother Zhou explained plainly. If you help sell vegetables, you can earn about 1 yuan a day. Plus, your second brother's job, you work a bit harder, and you can make nearly 50 yuan a month. We'll think of more ways to get extra money later. Last night, her second brother didn't come home, and her parents didn't visit either, so they forgot to share information.
Mom.
That was a lie to Zhao Cuihua. There's no need for 70 yuan a month, and how could they fake that Yan Zhou isn't her biological son? Yan Zhou is healthy now. Besides a small problem with his calf, he doesn't need medicine at all. Really? Mother Zhou was a bit disbelief. Of course, it's true. Zhou Lian put the money back into her mother's pocket. I'm your daughter. Why would I lie to you? Mother Zhou felt like she was hit by a surprise. Not needing 70 yuan for medicine each month, her daughter helping sell vegetables, earning about 30 yuan a month, life wouldn't be too hard. But even after taking out the money, Mother Zhou still wanted to give her daughter some. Keep this money. It's from me and your dad's hearts. Zhou Lian frowned. I don't want it. Isn't this your and Dad's savings for your funeral? Besides, I have money. Today, Yan Zhou gave me a passbook with over 500 yuan. She still carried the passbook with her, waving it in front of her mother to make it more believable. Of course, she didn't open it. Because if she did, her mother would see that it only had 300 yuan now. Seeing the passbook, Mother Zhou didn't insist on giving Zhou Lian the 100 yuan she brought. Her daughter's family was quite wealthy. Not just the 200 yuan she had taken out earlier, plus the current 500, totals 700 yuan. All from her daughter and son-in-law. Her son-in-law's appearance clearly shows he's not someone who spends much money. So, doesn't that mean all the money belongs to her daughter? And her daughter still receives money every month. Also, when her son-in-law was in a coma, even the military department took care of him. Now that he's awake, it doesn't make sense for the military department to stop caring. Although his leg was injured, his mind is still sharp. Mother Zhou thinks her son-in-law is more than capable of replacing Lu Haiyang as deputy director of the machinery factory.
Pa.
What do you mean replacing? It should have always been his right. She heard that, with her son-in-law's position in the army, after transferring, he would be at least a factory director. Her son-in-law is only a deputy director because he lacks ability and can't lead others. Thinking of this, Mother Zhou feels that apart from her son-in-law's bad leg, her daughter and son-in-law have a bright future ahead. Those jealous people who think her daughter's cement yard is too much? Her daughter has that money, and she can spend it however she wants. Mother Zhou pulls her daughter to the vegetable plot. She feels anxious and worried when they go in. But when they come out, she feels refreshed and happy. Mom, do you want to eat here today?
Sure.
Mother Zhou agrees. Anyway, she can eat a little without overdoing it, and it won't hurt her daughter and son-in-law. You said you wanted to give me something before? Mother Zhou clearly remembers what her daughter said when she first came in. Zhao Lianen hesitates. Thinking about the 100 yuan her mother insisted on giving her earlier, and the red sugar worth only a yuan a jean, she feels a bit embarrassed. After all, without comparison, there's no harm. In the end, Zhao Lianen gives her mother a jean of red sugar and also takes 2 jean of apples from her space. These are good things. Why are you giving them to me? Keep them for yourself. Mother Zhou doesn't want to accept them. I still have some myself. Zhao Lianen pouts and says, You're allowed to spoil me and give me money, but you won't let me show filial piety? Hearing this, Mother Zhou has no choice but to accept. In the kitchen, she sees the stove and clay pot her daughter bought. She says, This was a good purchase. The son-in-law can only drink soup now. With this stove, as long as you control the fire well, he can have soup anytime. I also want to buy coal. Mother Zhou waves her hand. Buy it. In her memory of the original owner, she was very kind to her. But she also spent money very carefully, splitting every penny. Now that she knows her daughter has money, everything is different. So, Zhao Lianen makes her decision. I also want to learn from Mother Zhou. As for what to learn, of course, when something happens, just give money. Zhou thought that next time she sells grain, she also wants to give money to Mother Zhou. She wants Mother Zhou to enjoy a life of shopping and buying things. But before living such a shopping-filled life, she should first enjoy the simple days ahead. Lu Yanzhou woke up to the smell of roasted pig's head. Zhou often checked in on Lu Yanzhou to see if he had woken up, so she noticed immediately when he did. Are you awake? Do you want some water? Still a bit dry after waking, Lu Yanzhou replied yes. So Zhou helped him sit up and leaned him against her, then went to pour a bowl of water to feed him. After giving him water, Zhou started talking. I went to the county town today and bought cement to pave the yard. If all goes well tomorrow, someone will come to work on it. It might be a little noisy, but it should be done in 2 days. Then we can hang out for a few days, and I think we can leave after that. I guess by then, second brother and the others will have finished making the wheelchair. When that happens, I'll push you outside in the wheelchair to enjoy the sun. Okay. Lu Yanzhou responded after listening to Zhou talk on and on. I also asked second brother to make a balance bar in the yard. When you're feeling better, you can practice leg strength on it, Zhou added. You've worried too much, Lu Yanzhou said seriously. Even though he knew Zhou cared a lot about him, she seemed to do much more than he realized. This was only the second day, after he woke up. That's only natural, Zhou said proudly, slightly lifting her chin. Then she leaned in a little and said softly, But I spent your money. That is also yours, Lu Yanzhou said solemnly. From now on, everything I have will be yours, he added. Zhou was surprised. Was she hearing sweet words? She felt she couldn't lose her momentum, so she proudly lifted her chin again and said, Of course, you belong to me now, so your things are also mine. After saying that, she saw Lu Yanzhou's ears turn red quickly. He might feel shy hearing sweet words, but he said them naturally himself. Zhou diverted Lu Yanzhou's attention. I also bought some milk powder. You should drink a little every day to boost your nutrition. After speaking, Zhou stood up, opened the package of milk powder she had placed on the desk, and scooped out 2 spoonfuls. She mixed it with hot water from the thermos bottle. Once the temperature was right, she offered it to Lu Yanzhou, saying, Try drinking this? Okay. So, for the first time in his life, Lu Yanzhou drank milk powder and finished it. Watching Zhou carefully feed him, Lu Yanzhou felt that the milk was very sweet, so sweet it touched his heart. Seeing Lu Yanzhou obediently finish a bowl of milk, Zhou Lian felt a bit satisfied. It's getting late. You and Xiao Zhozhou stay here for a while. I'll go cook dinner.
Okay.
Then Zhou Lian left the room. As soon as she stepped out, she met her second brother, Zhou Xuan. Zhou Xuan pointed to the horizontal bar standing in the left part of the yard and asked, "Little sister, second brother has finished. Can you check if anything is wrong?" Zhou Lian looked in the direction he pointed, but didn't see anything unusual. "Thanks, second brother. Would you like some water?"
Yes.
After Zhou Xuan finished drinking, his sister said, "Second brother, could you help me ask Lu Yanzhou if he needs to go to the bathroom? I gave him quite a bit to drink earlier." This was mainly Zhou Xuan's task during his stay here, so he readily agreed, okay. After arranging Lu Yanzhou, Zhou Lian went to the kitchen. Together with her mother, she pulled out the pig's head and quickly removed the bones while it was still hot. Since they would be eating these dishes in the next couple of days, Zhou Lian asked her mother to help cut the meat from the whole pig's head. For dinner, there was pork bone corn soup, spicy pig's mouth, hot and sour potato strips, and stir-fried cured meat with garlic sprouts. During cooking, Zhou Lian also took the opportunity to start the new clay pot she had bought. After helping Lu Yanzhou solve his issues, her second brother Zhou Xuan was sent by their mother to call their father over for dinner. Dinner was served in Lu Yanzhou's room. Since Zhou Lian had fed him milk powder earlier, Lu Yanzhou asked her to eat first and then feed him the bone soup afterward. When their father arrived, he first looked at his wife. Seeing her relaxed expression and even a hint of happiness on her face, although he didn't know what made her so happy, his mood eased. At the table, he noticed the dishes for the day. He couldn't help but comment, "It feels like New Year's is coming soon, doesn't it?" Zhou Lian replied, "When the New Year comes, I'll cook even better for you. Just this is already good enough." Their father happily finished his meal and then asked about Lu Yanzhou. "How does my son-in-law feel today?" Lan Yanzhou felt a little nervous when facing his father-in-law. "Lian, thank you for taking good care of me." "Thank you, Dad, for your concern." Hearing this, Mr. Zhou knew that Lan Yanzhou appreciated his daughter's kindness and said some other words. Indeed, since the Zhou family was dining here, even though Lan Yanzhou couldn't eat certain foods, he didn't feel bored. After dinner, Zhou's mother asked Zhou Lian to feed Lan Yanzhou some soup, while she and Zhou Xuan went to wash the dishes. By the time Zhou's parents left, it was almost dark. On the way back, Zhou's mother took Zhou Lian's red sugar and apples and told Zhou's father about the 70 yuan medicine money and the mix-up. Zhou's father sighed helplessly. "Our two younger ones at home still aren't as reliable as the older one. If it were Zhou Goen, he would have come to tell them about this early on. They wouldn't have worried all day." Hearing Zhou's father mention his eldest son, Zhou's mother's face changed slightly. "I think Anan and the second one are good. Although they are a bit careless in personality, look how happy they are. The eldest used to be like that too." Hearing this, Zhou's father was silent for a long time before saying, "It's all fate." After saying this, perhaps feeling the topic was too heavy, Zhou's father changed the subject. "Tomorrow and the day after, we don't need to work. Come help your daughter with some chores."
Of course I will.
Old Zhou and I will go gather some firewood for both sides. During holidays, hardworking villagers usually don't stay idle. Most men go to the mountains to collect firewood, while women tend to their personal plots or go to the county town to buy what they need. After Zhou's parents left, Zhou Lian didn't immediately pull Lan Yanzhou close like yesterday. She took out the clean clothes she had washed for him. "I plan to find someone to make 2 sets of clothes for you. Take this one to measure the size, and I'll be back soon." "Okay." Lan Yanzhou felt that in the past 2 days since waking up, his life was like being soaked in honey. It was a life he had never imagined he could have before. Zhou Lian didn't know that Lan Yanzhou was moved again by her small act. She packed his clothes and the fabric she bought, along with a pound of red sugar and half a pound of pork head meat, and then went to Zhang Ruru's house. Zhang Ruru opened the door, saw Zhou Lian, and immediately smiled brightly. "Anan is here." Zhou Lian also smiled and handed over the things she was holding. Uru, I came to ask you to help me make some clothes. In the original owner's memory, she also knew how to make clothes. Nowadays, ready-made clothes are expensive, so most rural people buy fabric and sew their own. As for sewing skills, she hadn't learned professionally. She could only make clothes that were wearable. If she wanted to make them look really good, that was impossible. Jolien didn't sew her own clothes mainly because she didn't have much time in the next few days, and because if she was going to make clothes, she wanted to do a good job. Zhang Ru's mother is a tailor, and since Zhang Ru grew up around sewing, Jolien thought she probably did better than her. Just make clothes. Why do you need so many materials? Take them back. Jolien also heard about Zhang Ru's mother, who had to take medicine costing 70 yuan every month. Back in school, Sister Ru took care of me so much. Now she's helping me make clothes, and I can't even give her a little something? Jolien blinked at Zhang Ru.
But
although the materials were good, Zhang Ru was reluctant to accept them. The original owner had spent time with Zhang Ru, so Jolien probably understood what she was thinking. It was probably because she heard about Lu Yenzhou. Knowing that Zhang Ru was discreet with her words, Jolien said, "My husband's situation is a lie to Zhao Cuihua. His leg has some issues, but he doesn't need medication. Besides, I can't just ask Sister Ru for help without giving something in return." Hearing this, Zhang Ru had no choice but to accept. Now that Wang Daqian is gone, it's just the two of us here. We need to get out more, Jolien said as she followed Zhang Ru into the house. Okay. Zhang Ru invited Jolien to sit down and poured her a glass of water. Seeing Jolien glance at her table, she shyly said, "I'm reading now." Jolien thought that Sister Ru was very quick in getting things done. "I'm also reading. Maybe we can discuss together sometime. Without a teacher now, we can't just work in isolation."
okay.
I brought a piece of Lu Yenzhou's clothing. Sister Ru, let's take some measurements now. Zhang Ru took out a ruler and paper to record the measurements. Just looking at her, Jolien thought, no wonder she's the daughter of a tailor. She was very professional. After recording all the measurements, Zhang Ru said to Jolien, "I can probably have a set ready for you in about 3 days." Without a sewing machine and with her daytime work, this was the fastest she could manage now. Sister Ru, you should rest more. I'm not in a rush. You still have to work. Hearing Jolien care about her, Zhang Ru smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." "I heard you're planning to pour cement in the yard tomorrow?" Zhang Ru asked. "Yes, pouring cement will make the yard cleaner," Jolien replied. Zhang Ru thought for a moment and said, "I don't have much here to give you. If you don't mind, would you like to go to my private vegetable plot and pick some vegetables to take home?" Vegetables are something Jolien has space for, so she wasn't lacking in them. But she also didn't want to refuse Zhang Ru's kindness. After all, good relationships are built on giving and receiving. So, she followed Zhang Ru to her backyard vegetable plot. Then, Jolien felt she had made the right choice. She wasn't lacking vegetables, but her own garden didn't have many varieties. Zhang Ru's plot, however, had many vegetables she didn't have. Celery and chives. Although they weren't very big yet, Zhang Ru picked a good amount for Jolien. "Ru's sister, I don't have these 2 vegetables at home. Can I take some with roots to plant at my place?" Jolien asked. "Of course," Zhang Ru replied. Hearing this, Zhang Ru gave Jolien some vegetables with roots. Jolien also helped out. "Ru's sister, is this a tomato?" she asked. The reason for her question wasn't that she didn't recognize tomato seedlings, but because Zhang Ru had 2 types of tomato seedlings, and Jolien's garden didn't have the same kind, she pointed out. "This is a cherry tomato, but it's just starting to bloom and hasn't fruit yet. It's quite tasty. I have several plants here. Would you like some?" "I'll give you a few," Zhang Ru said. Jolien immediately replied, "Yes." So, Zhang Ru gave her 3 tomato seedlings. "What is this?" Jolien pointed at a bunch of small seedlings and asked. "This is water spinach. My mom got it when she was young, helping others make clothes in another village. Someone from there gave her the seeds, saying they brought them back from outside. When you eat this vegetable, you only pick the tender top part. After that, it will grow back quickly, and you can harvest it every 2 or 3 days. Ruru's sister, can I have a little of this vegetable?
Zhou Lian asked.
I can definitely give you some, Zhang Ruru replied. With water spinach, Zhou Lian continued to explore. What's this, Ruru's sister?
She asked.
Zhang Ruru's vegetable plot was full of many plants Zhou Lian had never seen before. Now, Zhou Lian pointed at a plant that looked a bit like small reeds and asked Zhang Ruru. This is sugarcane, Zhang Ruru replied. Zhou Lian exclaimed. She was worried she couldn't find this thing. When she asked Zhou's mother before, she hadn't heard of anyone growing it. With sugarcane, Zhou Lian could set up a sugar factory in her space. Ruru, where did you get this sugarcane? I tasted it once when I was a child and liked it. When my mom found out, she kept some seeds for me to plant, Zhang Ruru said nostalgically. Ruru, your mom is so kind to you. Even the water spinach and sugarcane, which Zhou Lian thought wouldn't be here, could be found. Want some? Zhang Ruru looked at Zhou Lian, who was a bit excited, and asked. That would be great. Thank you, Ruru. You're welcome. After saying that, Zhang Ruru went to get sugarcane seedlings for Zhou Lian. After planting the seedlings, Zhang Ruru thought for a moment and asked, I also have watermelon seedlings and aloe vera. Do you want some, Manin? Zhou Lian exclaimed. She suddenly hugged Zhang Ruru and shook her gently. You're like a treasure to me. These are not worth much, Zhang Ruru chuckled. Seeing Zhou Lian so happy, her mood naturally improved. After walking around Zhang Ruru's private garden, Zhou Lian returned home carrying a big bag of things. When she went back, she first had to go inside to get Lu Yanzhou's clothes she brought earlier. There was no choice. Lu Yanzhou only had 2 suitable outfits to change into. After grabbing the clothes, Zhou Lian was about to leave when Zhang Ruru handed her a bag of green beans. Take this back for your husband to make soup. Earlier, when they were in the garden picking vegetables, they chatted a bit. So, Zhang Ruru knew that Lu Yanzhou could only drink soup at the moment. In Zhang Ruru's memory, dishes made with green beans always tasted good, but since her mother left, she hadn't eaten any for a long time. But as if holding on to a memory, Zhang Ruru still plants some green beans every year. When she delivered her to the gate, Zhou Lian's hands were already full, so she said, Ruru, no need to see me off. I'll go back by myself. It's very close. All right. Zhang Ruru saw Zhou Lian off to the door. As Zhou Lian was leaving, she reminded her, remember to drink the brown sugar every day, Ruru. You don't look very well. I know. Zhang Ruru watched Zhou Lian leave. She thought, since her mother left, today she finally gained another family member in this world. Zhang Ruru actually has a family and could be a mother, but she doesn't want her child to be born and suffer abuse with her, so she hasn't had a baby yet. When Zhou Lian was heading back, she thought about coming here and found another way to earn money. Although she hasn't earned more than she has spent so far, she still has hope for the future. When Zhou Lian returned home, her second brother, Zhou Xuan, had already finished washing up and was working on carving wood at the door of the kitchen. Zhou Xuan heard his little sister's footsteps and looked up, saying, I've boiled some hot water for you. Thanks, second brother. Zhou Xuan noticed that Zhou Lian was holding many things and paused to try to take them from her. Where did you go robbing? Not at all, Sister Ru gave me these, Zhou Lian replied. Did you just go to her house? He had just turned his head and didn't see his sister anymore. Yes, I asked Sister Ru to help me make 2 sets of clothes. Zhou Xuan knew that Zhang Ruru's mother used to be a tailor. After all, 2 people around him often mentioned Zhang Ruru. So, even though he wasn't very familiar with her, he knew quite a bit about her. But after the incident with Zhang Qiali, his family stopped talking about her. Thinking about Zhang Ruru and his older brother, Zhou Xuan couldn't help but sigh and said, if only Zhang Qiali hadn't caused trouble, my older brother and Zhang Ruru wouldn't be so pitiful. After learning from his little sister that Wang Daqian's family was abusive, Zhou Xuan felt sorry for Zhang Ruru. Zhou Lian also thought Zhang Ruru and his older brother were quite unfortunate. Just bad luck, really. Zhou Lian changed the subject. Speaking of being pitiful, most people in the village probably think I'm pitiful too. Not only pitiful, but also wasteful. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan wasn't convinced. Anyone who says you're pitiful or wasteful, second brother will beat them up. Well, second brother, you might not be able to beat me, Zhou Lian laughed. That's because there are too many of you, but life is your own. I think as long as I'm happy, that's enough. Zhang Ruru also believed that as long as she worked hard and kept her inner world rich, she wouldn't be pitiful. Plus, life circumstances are never fixed. What seems pitiful now might be something you'll look up to in the future. She had heard of many such stories. Second brother, finish up and go to bed early. Okay. Zhou Xuan placed the items brought back by Zhou Lian carefully, then sat down again to work on carving wood. Zhou Lian happily looked around at the things she had brought back. Since her second brother was here, she couldn't go into the space to plant them, so she went to the next room to wash some water. Time to wash up. Are you very happy? Lu Yanzhou heard the excitement in Zhou Lian's voice.
Yes.
Zhou Lian nodded, quickly unbuttoning Lu Yanzhou's shirt while sharing her joy. I brought back a lot of things we don't have at home today. Lu Yanzhou liked that Zhou Lian called this place her home. What kind of things? He asked curiously. Water spinach, celery, chives, sugarcane, watermelon seedlings, aloe vera. After Zhou Lian finished speaking, Lu Yanzhou realized they were all plants. Even such small things could make her so happy. Also, Sister Ro gave me a bag of beans. She said to cook them in soup for you. I'll see if I can buy pig's trotters later. If I can, I'll use them to make soup for you.
Okay.
Lu Yanzhou responded, and then asked proactively, do you like these things very much? Yes, I like vegetables and fruits. Hearing this, Lu Yanzhou silently remembered it in his heart. After Zhou Lian finished wiping and changing Lu Yanzhou into clean clothes, she asked, shall I help you lie down? Do you want to rest early? Lu Yanzhou's current body still needed a lot of sleep. Actually, he didn't really want to rest. He wanted to wait until Zhou Lian came back so they could talk again. But he didn't dare say that. So, he could only lie down as Zhou Lian arranged. After Lu Yanzhou fell asleep, Zhou Lian carried water and took the clothes he had changed out to the kitchen. When she arrived, she found her second brother already asleep. Seeing the things brought back from Zhang Ruru, Zhou Lian couldn't hold back and entered the space. The ground inside was all cultivated. But clearly, in recent days, Zhou Lian couldn't afford the 20 yuan per acre land in the space. Fortunately, with some squeezing, she could still plant the things she brought back today. She planted everything in the field where the corn was growing. After finishing, she started washing herself and doing laundry. When Zhou Lian came back into the house again, Lu Yanzhou was already asleep. Girls take a long time to shower after all. Plus, doing laundry and entering the space took even more time. Zhou Lian read a little before falling asleep, just like before. The next day, Zhou Lian and her helpers had just finished breakfast when Uncle Chung and his team arrived. This was earlier than Zhou Lian expected, but arriving early meant they could start working sooner and finish earlier. Uncle Chung and his team also liked coming early so they could eat more during mealtime. They missed the delicious food made by Zhou's daughter. After Zhou Lian prepared some sweet drinks for the visitors, Zhou's mother came over to help. Then, after a quick greeting to Lu Yanzhou, Zhou Lian began her usual routine of delivering dishes. She entered the backyard, through the vegetable plot. Lately, they planned to stay in the vegetable plot because the front was under construction and not convenient. At home, since Zhou's mother was there, she helped with many chores, like preparing food and adding syrup for the workers. Since it was still early, Zhou Lian went to find Lu Yanzhou. Lu Yanzhou was busy doing physical therapy. When he saw Zhou Lian come in, he smiled and asked, "You're back." "Yes," Zhou Lian replied. She asked, "Can I help you?" "Yes," he answered. So she helped him with his rehab exercises and massage. Finally, she applied spiritual spring water to his right calf, completing her daily routine. "Time's almost up. I need to start cooking." "Little Yanzhou, stay with him," Zhou Lian said. "Okay," he replied. Little Yanzhou barked softly. Today's lunch did not disappoint Uncle Chung and his team. Using the pork ribs she bought earlier, Zhou Lian cooked a dry pot ribs dish with potato strips, onions, and chili. She also made a spicy stir-fried pork head with green peppers, which was a must-have. Using sweet potato starch brought by Zhou's mother, she made a fragrant stir-fried skin dish. For cold dishes, Zhou Lian prepared a spicy pig ear salad with lots of cilantro and a cucumber salad. Finally, she made tomato and egg soup. When making the tomato and egg soup, Zhou Lian felt a bit nostalgic for seaweed, since seaweed egg drop soup is also very tasty. She planned to see if she could buy some. Others envied Zhou Lian's family for eating well, but she knew they still lacked many ingredients. After the meal was ready, Zhou's mother and father started calling Uncle Chung and his team to eat. During the day, Zhou's father brought a lot of firewood over from the other side. Zhou Lian thought that her older brother's family was eating here. Big brother Zhou Guan knew that his sister wanted him to come over and enjoy some good food, but he thought about Zhang Qiali, who often had disagreements with his family. He didn't want Zhang Qiali to ruin the mood, so he simply went back home to eat. Although he disliked Zhang Qiali, Zhou Lian couldn't bear to see his older brother leave empty-handed, so he gave him a bowl of dry pot ribs. When big brother Zhou returned home, only 2 children were there. Zhang Qiali had gone somewhere else. Zhou Guan wasn't really concerned about Zhang Qiali's whereabouts. He handed the bowl of ribs given by his sister to his younger sister Xiao Hui. "This is from your little aunt. Wash your hands and eat quickly." The 2 children had already smelled the delicious aroma when their father entered the yard. Hearing their father say this, they felt happy. After quickly washing their hands, they returned and took the bowl from their father's hands. Each of the siblings ate a piece of rib, then went to the kitchen to feed their father a piece. "Eat, Dad," they said. Zhou Guan, who was cooking, looked at the 2 children who seemed reluctant to eat, but still wanted to share the ribs with him. A warm feeling appeared in his eyes. "I don't like this food, but you can eat it." Dad is lying. These ribs are so delicious. How could Dad not like them? The children didn't believe him. "If Dad doesn't eat, we won't either," they insisted. Hearing this, Zhou Guan helplessly took a bite. Seeing their father eat, the children happily ate another piece. Just then, Zhang Qiali returned from outside. To be fair, Zhang Qiali had a keen sense of smell. She followed the scent to the kitchen and saw Xiao Hui holding a bowl with more than half of the ribs. Xiao Hui noticed her mother's gaze and couldn't help but frown. She thought that she, her brother, and their father should eat quickly, or else their mother might take their share. Sure enough, Zhang Qiali came over and snatched the bowl from Xiao Hui's hands. She didn't wash her hands and quickly ate a piece of rib. After finishing, she hurriedly stuffed another piece into her mouth, mumbling, "Did that hypocritical Zhou Lian give this?" Zhou Guan looked at his 2 children, who seemed about to cry, and surprisingly reached out to take the food from Zhang Qiali's hands. He took the bowl back and handed it to Xiao Hui, saying, "This is from my little sister for the children. It's not for you. She only knows how to pretend. I heard from the villagers that she made a lot of good food at home today, but she only gives you a little?" Zhang Qiali sneered and said, "You, the big brother, are so eager to bring her firewood today. She feeds outsiders better than she feeds you all, right?" Zhang Qiali continued to stir trouble. "Does she ever call your parents over for a nice meal? Or just you, big brother?" After asking Zhou Guan, Zhang Qiali didn't wait for his answer. She looked at the 2 children carefully eating and said, "Does she ever call you too, her nephews and nieces, for good food? Last time my little aunt brought us red braised fish, but she criticized it," Little Tsong said. Zhou Guan knew that Xiao Tsong and Xiao Hui were good kids and wouldn't be easily influenced by Zhang Qiali. But as a father, no matter how patient he was, he couldn't stand Zhang Qiali's words. Zhou Guan didn't hit people or scold them much, but he could be sarcastic. "You just ate the ribs she gave you. I've grown up and never seen someone like you who eats others' food and then talks badly about them. It's annoying and disgusting." "Say that again." Zhang Qiali was angered by Zhou Guan calling her disgusting. She always knew he disliked her. "It's disgusting." Zhou Guan repeated himself, unwilling to indulge Zhang Qiali. Zhang Qiali lost her temper and started hitting Zhou Guan wildly. Big brother Zhou Guan had long lost patience with Zhang Qiali. Although he didn't hit women, he wouldn't let her hit him either. He pushed her out of the kitchen in a few quick moves.
Fine.
Zhang Qiaoli stood at the kitchen door for a moment, looked at Zhou Guan, who was continuing to cook, and coldly said, "You think I'm disgusting, right? But there are others who don't mind me." After saying that, she left.
Xiao lui grabait Zhuguan sleeve.
Dad, Mom left.
Don't worry about her.
Zhou Guan looked at the two frightened children and comforted them. Eat quickly. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. While sharing a bowl of ribs with the children at home, Zhou Guan didn't eat and went to find Yang Yi, who didn't mind her. Meanwhile, in the county town, Zhao Cuihua was detained after causing a scene at the police station. After borrowing 200 yuan from her family, Zhao Cuihua managed to gather another 300 yuan, totaling 500 yuan. She handed the 500 yuan to the person who claimed to have connections at the police station. That person said with the money, they could get Lu Haiyang out in a day. But nearly 2 days have passed, and Zhao Cuihua hasn't seen Lu Haiyang, whom she wanted to see. Zhao Cuihua had a faint feeling that she had been tricked and went to find that person. But when she arrived, the place was already empty. Without money and unable to rescue her son, Zhao Cuihua felt hopeless and decided to go to the police station to cause trouble. Anyway, everyone who lent her money knew she was borrowing it to pay the police to free her son. Now she had the money, but her son was still not out. She just needed to insist that the police had taken the money. The police care about their reputation, so maybe if she caused enough trouble, they would secretly compromise with her to avoid embarrassment. For a moment, Zhao Cuihua seemed to be possessed, causing a scene at the police station. She didn't realize that there is a crime called obstructing official duties. Zhao Cuihua indeed caused a lot of noise outside the police station, which led to her being taken inside. Once inside, she successfully saw her son, Lu Haiyang, in the detention center. People who haven't been sentenced yet are kept in the detention center. The detention center at the county police station isn't big and can only keep men and women separate. Coincidentally, Zhao Cuihua was kept in the cell opposite Lu Haiyang. After mother and son met, they started crying and claiming they were wronged. But the guards had seen such scenes many times and didn't pay much attention. At lunchtime, Zhou took a small portion for herself and ate in her room. When she entered, she saw Lu Yanzhou looking at her with a smile on his face. "Why are you smiling?" "They're praising you," Lu Yanzhou answered Zhou question. From the moment she started eating, she heard people outside praising her wife for being capable. Zhou,
What's so funny about that?
"I am your husband, and I am proud of you," Lu Yanzhou replied. Zhou. She thought that Lu Yanzhou's personality didn't quite match his appearance. With his handsome and upright look, he should have a straightforward personality. But surprisingly, Lu Yanzhou was very good at sweet talk. "Drink the soup." Today, Zhou prepared 2 types of soup for Lu Yanzhou. One was a hot bone broth in a clay pot, specially made for him at noon. The other was tomato and egg soup made that noon. Zhou didn't want tomato soup, only egg drop soup. She thought she had been drinking soup for 2 days, and since the egg drop soup was so plain, Lu Yanzhou should be able to drink it too. Lu Yanzhou was finally able to drink egg drop soup. Zhou felt that in a few days, Lu Yanzhou should be able to eat porridge. After solving Lu Yanzhou's eating problem, Zhou began to take care of her own needs. After dinner, the weather in May had already started to warm up. Zhou soaked some mung beans, preparing to make mung bean soup with Uncle Chung and the others. With Zhou's mother present, the person responsible for cooking the mung bean soup was taken care of by her. Zhou was sent by Zhou's mother to the next room to look after Lu Yanzhou. So, through the joint efforts of Zhou and Lu Yanzhou completed his afternoon rehabilitation. After feeding him milk powder, Zhou said, "Tomorrow morning, I might be out for a longer time." It was time for her to go pick up the piglets. "Okay, I understand," Lu Yanzhou replied. Afterward, he reminded her, "Be careful and stay safe." He vaguely sensed that his little wife was doing something, but since she didn't tell him voluntarily, Lu Yanzhou didn't ask further. The day passed quickly. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhou prepared sugar water for Uncle Chung and the others, then rode her bicycle and left. First, She went to Fenjiangling to deliver vegetables, then headed to the black market. She spent 270 yuan to buy 6 piglets she had been thinking about. After buying the piglets, excluding the money from Liu Yanzhou's bankbook, Zhou Lian only had 18 yuan and 18 cents left. Fortunately, that was enough to pay Uncle Chung and the others. Plus, today her second brother was coming back and would give her money for tomorrow's textile factory expenses. For now, Zhou Lian's funds were stable. The piglets weighed about 20 jin, around 10 kilograms, roughly a month old. Zhou Lian decided to castrate only 2 of them for now, 1 male and 1 female. The others would be left to mate freely. Uncastrated pigs, when they reach 7 or 8 months, can mate freely. In the space, that only takes 2 or 3 months. Castrated piglets, if well-fed, can grow to over 200 jin, around 100 kilograms, in about 5 months outside. In the space, that only takes about a month. This means that in just over a month, the pork in Zhou Lian's space will likely be more than she can eat. Don't ask. Ask and it's delicious. However, at this time, Zhou Lian didn't know that she wouldn't be able to enjoy her bounty for long. On the way back, when they were almost to the village, Zhou Lian took out 2 fish from her space, 1 large and 1 small. The large one was about 10 jin, around 5 kilograms, a big head carp. The small one was a crucian carp, about 1 jin, around 0.5 kilograms. Zhou Lian planned to make fish soup for Liu Yanzhou with the smaller fish. A large silver carp was prepared. Its head was to be chopped off to make spicy fish head, and the body was used to make sliced fish and hot broth. For Uncle Chung and others, lunch included garlic sprouts stir-fried with cured meat and spicy pork head. Additionally, there was mung bean soup. Uncle Chung and the others ate well and felt energized. Before 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Lian finished the work in her yard. She came out to pay the workers. They earned 7 mao per day. 2 days' work for 1 person totals 1 yuan 4 mao. There were 6 workers in total. When paying, something unexpected happened. The workers all said they only wanted their daily wages. Since we've been eating so well these past 2 days and didn't work the whole day today, we feel bad taking so much, they said. Uncle Chung spoke up, explaining that they had agreed yesterday that they would be paid for 2 days' work. But since the work isn't finished in 2 days, and you all come early every morning, you should still get paid for those days. Zhou Lian sincerely wanted to pay them. No, Uncle Chung waved his hand. How about this? 1 yuan each, so you won't delay anymore, Zhou Lian insisted. Although she often didn't have much money, she had space and earned more easily than Uncle Chung and the others. She guessed that the people coming with Uncle Chung probably only wanted 1 day's pay this time, likely to ask for less, since her husband needed 70 yuan a month for medicine, and she wanted to keep some cash handy. But to prevent Zhao Zuihua from hearing and causing trouble later, she couldn't tell Uncle Chung and others that her family wasn't in trouble. In the end, each person received 1 yuan. Zhou Lian also divided her own 1 jin of brown sugar into 6 parts and gave some leftover pork head meat to each person to take home, so it wouldn't seem like she was taking advantage. After Uncle Chung and the others left, the yard suddenly became much quieter. Mom Zhou was helping Zhou Lian in her vegetable garden, her second brother Zhou Xuan was working on polishing wood for his carpentry, and Liu Yanzhou was probably secretly recovering from injury. Looking at the empty, peaceful yard, Zhou Lian felt a bit satisfied, having completed another big task. But the yard didn't stay quiet for long. Aunt Li, who was friendly with Mom Zhou, ran over shouting, "Oh no! Oh no! Meiying, something's happened to your eldest." Aunt Li had almost rushed in without thinking, nearly stepping on unfinished cement. Fortunately, she stopped just in time. When Zhou Xuan heard that his older brother was in trouble, he immediately stood up and said to Aunt Li, my mom is behind. I'll call her out right away." "All right, I will go around to the back and talk to her." After saying this, Aunt Li went to the back. Zhou Lian also heard Aunt Li's voice. She was currently helping Liu Yanzhou with his rehabilitation. Noticing Zhou Lian was distracted, Liu Yanzhou kindly said, "Go ahead, check on how Big Brother is doing." "Okay, I'll go out first. Remember to take good care of yourself," Zhou Lian replied, then quickly ran off. Among the Zhou family members, except for Zhang Qiali, Zhou Lian cares quite a lot about everyone. In her impression, her eldest brother Zhou Goen is a steady person who rarely gets into trouble. People like that either never have problems or cause big ones.
So, Zhou Lian was quite worried about him.
She moved quickly and reached the vegetable plot just as Aunt Li had just come in through the back door. "Annie, what happened to my big brother?" As soon as Zhou Lian arrived, she heard second brother Zhou Xuan ask anxiously. Aunt Li had run all the way here, breathing hard from running so fast. She gasped, cough, 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 and started coughing. Seeing Aunt Li coughing so badly, Zhou Lian was worried about her brother's situation but quickly ran back to pour a bowl of water for Aunt Li. After drinking the water, Aunt Li's sore throat finally felt a bit better. Knowing the Zhou family was anxious, she immediately said, "Your eldest brother and that son-in-law from the Luo family, who married the woman from the other village, were caught in the small woods by the villagers. Right now, the militia is about to take them for some education. You should go check on them." Aunt Li was also worried. She thought, after the incident with old Zhou's daughter-in-law, the Zhou family might not be able to hold their heads up in the village for a while. Her old sister's life was really tough. A few days ago, her son-in-law, who had been unconscious for a year, finally woke up but was now disabled. Today, the eldest brother's family had another problem. Nowadays, if a husband is doing well, but the wife goes into the small woods with another man, if you can accept that, at most, the village will look down on them. But if you can't, then things could get serious. No one in Dashan village had heard of a wife running into the cornfield with another man, and then, upon discovering her actions, the husband got so angry he killed her. That anger was understandable, but killing someone was not something to be taken lightly. That very night, the police came. Aunt Li didn't want her old sister's family to experience such things. So, as soon as she heard about it, she quickly ran to the back mountain to find someone. Aunt Li thought the eldest son of the Zhou family has his own parents watching over him, so he probably wouldn't do anything too extreme. After she finished explaining what happened, she noticed that the three people from the Zhou family all sighed in relief at the same time. "Only? What's wrong with them? Are they all so shocked that they can't think straight?" Aunt Li didn't know that she had hurriedly called out that something was wrong with the Zhou family head, Zhou Lian, and others, thinking Zhou Goen might be in danger. Now that she heard it was Zhang Qiali who had a problem, they probably felt relieved. Although what happened to Zhang Qiali wasn't very honorable, it was still better than Zhou Goen getting hurt or bleeding. As for the embarrassing thing Zhang Qiali did, the incident had already happened. No matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't change anything. "Mom, second brother, let's go take a look first," Zhou Lian suggested. "Okay," Zhou's mother agreed. Then, the group was led away from the back mountain by Aunt Li. When they arrived, Yang Yi, the son-in-law of the Luo family who was married to their deceased daughter-in-law, and Zhang Qiali were kneeling on the ground. Both looked dirty, with clothes covered in mud, leaves, and rotten vegetables thrown by villagers. Zhou's father and older brother Zhou Goen had already arrived. They stood among the noisy crowd, looking somewhat silent. The two children naturally also heard the news. They had tears in their eyes but stubbornly bit their lips to stop crying, though their eyes kept drifting toward their parents. They were still young and only knew that their mother had done something very bad. When Zhou Lian arrived, she noticed an uncomfortable gaze falling on her. She slightly frowned, looked in the direction of the gaze, and saw Tian Miao Miao standing there with a proud expression. Zhou Lian. Her face's expression of glee and pride was too obvious. Zhou Lian originally didn't want to pay attention to Tian Miao Miao. If she had known Tian Miao Miao was watching her earlier, she might not have even bothered to look at her. Village head Su Yid looked a bit unhappy. He didn't expect that a peaceful village holiday would turn into such a mess. This holiday might have been better not to have. Everyone was exhausted working in the fields like dogs. He wondered if Zhang Qiali and Yang Yi still had the energy to do such dirty things. Everyone from the Zhou family had gathered. Village Chief Su Yid explained what had happened, confirming that it matched what Aunt Li had told earlier. After explaining, Chief Su summarized, "Such an incident requires a serious warning. how to handle it afterward. He looked at both families and said, "You two decide yourselves." Yes, it was both families. Besides the Zhou family, the Luo family also arrived. The Luo family was not large. Their only daughter had died early, leaving only 2 elderly members. After the village chief's words, almost everyone focused on the 2 families, eager to see how they would handle the situation. It was clear that everyone thought the Luo couple looked much older now, especially since their daughter had passed away. But the Luo family had no choice. They only had one daughter, who was gone now. They had bought a son-in-law, but he was irresponsible and caused this trouble. If their daughter were still alive, they might have fought to keep her and rejected this son-in-law. But now, with no daughter, the Luo couple had no one to care for them in old age. Yang Yi, the son-in-law, although responsible for the incident, was usually kind to the couple at home. Right now, it seemed they still wanted to protect him a little. Children sometimes make mistakes by accident. Hearing this from the Luo couple, many others present were dissatisfied and made disapproving sounds. Their gazes toward the Luo family also showed disappointment and frustration. They thought that if it were their own family, they would definitely throw out this reckless son-in-law, Yang Yi. But, to be honest, the Zhou family was unlucky. They had paid for their daughter-in-law, and now she had done something so shameful. Would they even want her anymore? That was uncomfortable for everyone. The Luo family had made their stance clear, so almost everyone's attention was now on the Zhou family. Everyone was waiting for Zhou's family, especially Zhou Go, who was somewhat the main character, to give an answer. Zhou's mother probably guessed why the Luo couple said those things. Every family has its own troubles. She looked at her silent eldest son and said, "Whatever you decide, I'll support you, son." Although Zhou's mother personally didn't want Aunt Zhang Qiali to be her daughter-in-law anymore, she knew her eldest son had to handle it himself. Zhou Gowen didn't have any real feelings for Aunt Zhang Qiali. Even after a series of actions before Zhang Qiali, Zhou Gowen didn't hate her to the point of death. That was already a good thing. Zhou Gowen looked at his 2 children. He was very sure he could do without Zhang Qiali as his wife. But he didn't know if the 2 kids could accept not having a mother. Although Zhang Qiali was a very bad mother, she was still their biological mother. At such a critical moment as a father, he seemed to have to consider the feelings of his children. Noticing Zhou Gowen looking at them, the 2 children felt a bit nervous. "Dad," they whispered. After calling out, they carefully pulled at their father's clothes. Zhang Qiali, kneeling on the ground, watched the interaction between Zhou Gowen and the children. She knew very well what Zhou Gowen was hesitating about. Suddenly, Zhang Qiali sneered and looked at Yang Yi, who was kneeling nearby with his head lowered, and asked, "Yang Yi, do you want me?" Yang Yi was clearly stunned by the question. Not only him, but everyone present didn't expect that Zhang Qiali, who should be kneeling and waiting to be judged, would speak up at this moment. And she even asked such shameless words in front of everyone. Yang Yi was used to flattering women. Recently, he had been sweet-talking Zhang Qiali. Since things had already happened and he was about to be taken away for discipline, Zhang Qiali was the one who would stay behind to help him. Yang Yi felt a strong sense of camaraderie. After realizing this, he firmly replied, "Yes, I want to." This sentence seemed to give Zhang Qiali some confidence. At this moment, her posture was straight and proud. She looked up and cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Gowen. "Zhou Gowen, I want a divorce," she said almost decisively. Many people present gasped, clearly surprised that Zhang Qiali could say such words. Having done such things and still boldly demanding a divorce, who gave her the right? Seeing that Zhou Gowen didn't speak immediately, Zhang Qiali's gaze was filled with hatred. "I don't care about someone like you." Seeing Zhang Qiali so confident, many people looked at each other in confusion, seeing suspicion in each other's eyes. They were very curious, what kind of man was Zhou Gowen? To make Zhang Qiali so confident? Could it be that Zhou Gowen was not capable? If that were true, how did the 2 children of the Zhou family come about? Could they also have been secretly taken like today's situation? No way, no way. At first, someone thought they had guessed the answer. But looking at the two children next to Zhou Goen, if Zhang Qiali really stole them, could the Zhou family really help raise other people's children? Could the two children be so dependent on Zhou Goen? If the children are Zhou Goen's and he hasn't been hurt, then there shouldn't be any problem with him in that area. The onlookers were anxious, and finally someone couldn't hold back and asked Zhang Qiali, "What kind of man is Zhou Goen? Why don't you care about him? He made my mother live a lonely life." This matter made Zhang Qiali very resentful. "It's not my mother who wronged him, it's him who wronged my mother." She almost shouted this sentence. It shows how she truly felt inside. The two children were startled by Zhang Qiali's shout and looked confused and a little scared, calling out, "Mom? Mom?" Zhang Qiali looked coldly at the two children, then turned her gaze away and looked back at Zhou Goen with a hateful look. "You don't care about my mother, do you? Some people do care about her. Today, Zhang Qiali, am making this clear. We are getting a divorce." Zhang Qiali couldn't stand living a lonely life, even for a day. Since being with Yang Yi, she finally understood what happiness and joy were. At this time, most rural people didn't bother to get marriage certificates. So divorce was really just a matter of words. "Okay," Zhou Goen responded calmly, almost contrasting sharply with Zhang Qiali's shouting. Her decision actually made Zhou Goen breathe a sigh of relief. When Zhang Qiali said she wanted a divorce, Zhou Goen agreed. Only others around looked confused. Many people exchanged glances, their eyes implying, "This wife who is bought with money is just gone." Not only Zhou Goen felt relieved because of Zhang Qiali's were divorcing, but Zhou's mother also felt relieved. She had tolerated Zhang Qiali for a long time. She had been eager to send Zhang Qiali, who was causing trouble, away from the house. But now, Zhang Qiali's attitude, acting like her daughter had wronged her, made Zhou's mother very unhappy. Zhou's mother was unhappy, so she naturally wouldn't let Zhang Qiali be happy either. Otherwise, the villagers would really think her son had wronged Zhang Qiali. Why doesn't her son care about Zhang Qiali? Others knew this well, and didn't Zhang Qiali herself know it? "Stop acting like your son has wronged you." Mrs. Zhou spat at Zhang Qiali, who was still kneeling on the ground. "Back then, my son clearly came to propose to your cousin. If you weren't so shameless, took off your clothes and threw yourself at my son, and even teamed up with outsiders to say that if my son didn't marry you, he'd be sued, do you think my son would marry you? At that time, my son was willing to go to jail rather than marry you. Don't think too highly of yourself. If I didn't care about my good son going to jail, how could you have married into our Zhou family? All day long, so lazy. Kids, no fuss. And also, you know how those two children came about and how you drugged my son. Today, divorce is fine. If you have the guts to say you want a divorce, can you also take the money and belongings from our Zhou family back to your mother's house?" Hearing that Mrs. Zhou wanted money and items, Zhang Qiali couldn't stand it anymore.
"Why?"
"I've been your daughter-in-law for so long. I took some things to my mother's house. Why can't I?" The aunts present. They thought Mrs. Zhou was really capable. Having a daughter-in-law like Zhang Qiali, she hadn't even been driven crazy.
"Why?"
"Because you were bought into our Zhou family for 150 yuan. And with your attitude, working just 2 points a day, you can't even support yourself. If what you took was earned by your own efforts, I wouldn't say a word. You even did things like your younger brother in your hometown couldn't afford a wife, couldn't build a house, and shamelessly asked for 80 yuan from the in-laws to go back. Those things you did." Now that they were heading for divorce, Mrs. Zhou naturally wouldn't give Zhang Qiali any more face. The aunts acting as mothers-in-law present sighed a little. It was common for daughters-in-law to take some things back to their own families. Some supported their families with money, others exchanged gifts out of courtesy. But asking for so much money from the in-laws, this was the first time Zhang Qiali had done that. "Are you trying to say you don't want me and your son to divorce?" Zhang Qiali looked at Mrs. Zhou, thinking that her current insistence was just because she didn't want the divorce. Thinking this, Zhang Qiali knelt back a few steps, gritting her teeth. "Anyway, my marriage is definitely over. If your family has the guts, go ask the Zhang family for those things." Mrs. Zhou sneered and looked at Zhang Qiali. You're just determined that everyone in the Zhang family is as shameless as you. If I didn't come, would that be it?
Zhang Qiali said nothing.
Mrs. Zhou also didn't want to argue with Zhang Qiali. Anyway, she had said everything she needed to today. Finally, Mrs. Zhou summed up. Today, you and the older brother are getting a divorce. From now on, you won't have any connection with the Zhou family. I hope you won't come back to bother our children.
Who cares?
Zhang Qiali sneered. Mrs. Zhou didn't respond to her. After all, Mrs. Zhou had lived longer than Zhang Qiali and knew what kind of person she was. Most likely, she wouldn't have a good ending in the future. Village chief, everything is settled, Mrs. Zhou said to the village chief. Hearing this, village chief Su Yud waved his hand and said, "Take her away." They were going to the commune to be educated by the committee members. Zhou Lianen watched Zhang Qiali being taken away and had an idea. The others present also started talking. Look at Zhang Qiali. She doesn't seem like someone going for education. She looks like someone who has escaped from hardship. By the way, is she the first woman here to get a divorce voluntarily? Yes, Zhang Qiali is the first. I think her days ahead won't be easy. A kind-hearted family like the Zhou family, if she says no, then no.
Exactly.
How many daughters-in-law can take so much money from their mother-in-law? Even if she throws a tantrum, it wouldn't work. Didn't the Zhou family say that she even dared to and throw herself at a man? And she even tried to drug him. It's no surprise she decided to divorce. By the way, from the tone of the Zhou family, did Zhang Qiali steal her cousin's man? Not surprising. Her cousin must be really pitiful. Although we all know Zhang Qiali isn't a good person, what she did today is still shameful for the Zhou family. I don't see anyone else looking upset except for Zhou himself. The aunt who said this lowered her voice when mentioning the last part. This aunt, who had been paying close attention to the Zhou family's Tian Miao Miao, also noticed it. Today, she came to see the Zhou family's joke. But she watched the joke, and the villagers didn't say the things she wanted to hear. This made Tian Miao Miao, who had planned everything, feel very uncomfortable. It must be forced, a sympathetic aunt whispered. It's not good to show it outside. Hearing this, Tian Miao Miao finally felt a bit better. Mrs. Zhou saw that Zhang Qiali and the visiting son-in-law had been taken away, but the villagers hadn't left yet. She spoke up, saying, "Today's events really made everyone look silly." Mrs. Zhou was confident and calm, which made many people turn around to comfort her. We're fine, and it's getting late. Everyone go home. Hearing this, the lively gathering ended, and most people left in small groups, leaving only Tian Miao Miao who hadn't gone yet. Mrs. Zhou didn't pay much attention to a few people and told her eldest son, "I'll find a good girl for you someday." Zhou Goen quickly replied, "No need, Mom. I just want to raise the two kids well. Besides, after today, some people might laugh at us behind our backs," she said. They might even say that the men of the Zhou family can't control their wives. Zhou Goen didn't say anything about this last part. Although there was no real evidence, in the countryside, such rumors often spread without basis. It also affects my younger brother, Zhou Goen added, looking somewhat apologetic at Zhou Xuan, who wasn't married yet. Zhou Xuan was indifferent, saying, "It's okay, big brother. I don't want to get married, anyway." Seeing the family comforting each other, Tian Miao Miao felt annoyed. Although today didn't turn out as she planned, with many unkind words about the Zhou family, she decided to go ahead with her plan to finish what she started so she could return to the city and enjoy her life sooner. "Zhou aunt," Tian Miao Miao called out to Mrs. Zhou. She knew Mrs. Zhou was the main supporter of Zhou Lianen. Mrs. Zhou saw Tian Miao Miao and was aware that she didn't get along with her daughter. She didn't want to pay attention, but then Tian Miao Miao said, "Today, I took people to catch someone cheating." Mrs. Zhou. What was she trying to do? Did she want her to thank her? Tian Miao Miao certainly wouldn't be so kind. And then, Zhou Lianen raised an eyebrow and asked Tian Miao Miao, feeling that she was coming for him. He was curious about what she wanted to do. Well, Tian Miao Miao looked at Zhou Lianen briefly, then turned her gaze back to Mrs.
Zhou.
"I found out that your daughter-in-law is cheating on her husband. Sorry to interrupt." The former daughter-in-law, Mrs. Zhou said expressionlessly. My son finally divorced Zhang Qiali, and he has no desire to associate with her anymore. Just hearing about it is enough. Tian Miao Miao. Is the main point that Zhou Lian's mother is so annoying? Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that she hasn't finished speaking? But since Zhou Lian's mother doesn't want to get involved with Zhang Qiali, she must be very angry or embarrassed, right? To enjoy the drama involving Zhou Lian, Tian Miao Miao tells herself to be patient and continues speaking. To avoid being interrupted again by Zhou's mother, Tian Miao Miao carefully says, "Actually, I could have talked to your family privately about Zhang Qiali's affair." Tian Miao Miao glances at Zhou Lian, but Zhou Lian keeps making me unhappy. My unhappiness was impulsive, and I didn't mean for it to cause such a big problem or embarrass the Zhou family.
I didn't want that.
Zhou's mother. She knew this person had bad intentions. All this scheming and stirring trouble, now they're involving the Zhou family. Then I'll thank you first. Zhou Lian smiles and says, "You did a good deed with bad intentions. I never liked Zhang Qiali, and now that she's gone, my parents and brother can treat me as they did before. I don't have to worry about family conflicts anymore. I'm so happy." Second brother, don't you also dislike Zhang Qiali? Now that Tian Miao Miao has taken her away, come thank her. She probably just wanted to see us make a fool of ourselves, but since she did something, we should thank her politely. Zhou Xuanan naturally agrees with his younger sister's words. But Tian Miao Miao clearly wants to cause trouble for her sister. Thanks. Zhou Xuanan sincerely thanks her. What could be more hurtful than someone who plans to do bad things, but ends up thanking the person they targeted? Tian Miao Miao's face darkened visibly because of her brother and sister's words. Tian Miao Miao looks at everyone in the Zhou family and says to Zhou Lian, "You're just stubborn." After saying that, Tian Miao Miao leaves. She doesn't believe that after hearing her words, the Zhou family members will have no resentment toward Zhou Lian. After all, if it weren't for Zhou Lian, their family wouldn't have lost face today. Tian Miao Miao brainwashes herself, thinking that the Zhou family's silence in front of her is just about saving face and that they're holding back their anger. So, she figures she can leave now. Although leaving means she can't see Zhou Lian being rejected and blamed, as long as Zhou Lian is happy, it's okay even if she can't see it. Zhou Lian looked at Tian Miao Miao's back and thought this was the second time Tian Miao Miao had caused trouble for her. She hoped Tian Miao Miao wouldn't let her catch her again, or she would definitely return the favor. It's unfair to always be schemed against. That person is sick, Zhou Xuan summarized. Yeah, jealous sickness, Zhou Lian pointed out the type of illness. Be careful of her in the future, little sister, Zhou Goen advised Zhou Lian. Big brother, are you okay? Zhou Goen was a man, and Zhou Lian still worried that he might feel upset because of today's events. I'm fine, big brother. Zhou Goen smiled at Zhou Lian and gently ruffled her head. Seeing that he still had the mood to do that, Zhou Lian knew the situation wasn't serious. Big brother, come eat at my place tonight. I'll cook something delicious for the kids, Zhou Lian said. Okay, without Zhang Qiali, Zhou Goen agreed quickly.
Yay.
Now we can all eat together again. I'm so happy. Second brother, right? Of course, Annie. What are we eating? Big brother's 3-year-old son, Xiao Tsong, looked at Zhou Lian and said, from now on I and my sister won't have a mom. We want good food. Mom Zhou. She remembered her little grandson crying when Zhang Qiali first talked about divorce. Now he only cared about eating. What do you want to eat? Annie will see if I have it. Zhou Lian asked Xiao Kong. Can I have the ribs from last time? Xiao Tsong ordered. Sure, come over tonight. Auntie will make enough for you, Zhou Lian replied. She still had some ribs stored in her space that she hadn't eaten much of. She planned to find a reason to take them out later.
Yay!
Xiao Tsong also mimicked Zhou Lian's earlier expression of happiness. After feeling happy, he took his visibly upset sister's hand and said, Big sister, don't be sad. No, mom is okay. No one hits you, no one steps on you at night, and auntie makes delicious food. Besides, without mom, we still have dad. Xiao Tsong pretended to comfort his sister with an old-sounding tone. Besides, she doesn't want us anymore, and she's not sorry for dad. Okay, little Hui was somewhat persuaded by her brother and said, from now on, we'll be good to dad. After all, he was their closest family member. The Zhou family looked at the two children, feeling both heartache and happiness. As for Zhang Qiali's actions, making her unable to lift her head, it's okay, I guess. At first, Dad Zhou felt pretty embarrassed, but then he thought about his wife, who always believes that life is what you make of it, not what others say. Losing Zhang Qiali means their family will have fewer conflicts in the future. As for the two kids, his wife can now help take care of them. Life for the eldest son will also get better. Regarding the reputation of the Zhou family men, will it affect the second son's chance to get married? He is a good son, has a job in the city, and is respectful. If others still look down on him, it's their bad luck. And having someone like Zhang Qiali wouldn't help anyway. Dad and Mom Zhou agree. They definitely can't have the second son marry someone like Zhang Qiali again. Dad, we haven't even finished chopping the firewood. Once the problem was solved, hardworking big brother Zhou Goen thought about his work today. Let's go get it now. When it comes to work, Dad Zhou also got anxious. Second brother Zhou Xuan immediately said, I'll go too. He's a man of the family, and he needs to do this kind of work. Big brother Zhou Goen, however, refused. Hurry up and finish making the wheelchair for your brother-in-law. Your sister's yard is already done.
Zhou Xuan,
Rarely being diligent, and he has no chance to show his effort.
fine.
Zhou Xuan agreed, knowing that his brother-in-law's wheelchair was important. Mom Zhou said, I'm going back to tidy up. She plans to throw away Zhang Qiali's things because she finds them unlucky. Make sure to come over for dinner tonight. Zhou Lianen emphasized. Don't worry. Seeing her daughter act like she's afraid they won't come, Mom Zhou said, we're not fools. If there's good food, of course we'll eat. All right, I'm going back now. The problem was solved, and Zhou Lianen had other things to do. Thus, the Zhou family parted ways. Tian Miao Miao didn't know that her attempt to stir trouble had no effect on the Zhou family. In front of a daughter and sister who are completely devoted, any scheming or manipulation is useless. Zhou Lianen returned to her room and was surprised to find Lu Yanzhou wasn't doing rehab. She had just started rehab before leaving, so he shouldn't have finished so quickly. Unbeknownst to her, after she left, Lu Yanzhou stopped rehab altogether. When she heard about her brother-in-law's accident and that her wife went to see him, she thought if he were a good person, he would go visit. But now, he looks like he can't help at all. Although I try not to feel negative, when things happen, Lu Yanzhou can't help but feel a little down. Finished rehab so quickly? Seeing that Lu Yanzhou hadn't spoken for a while, Zhou Lianen spoke up. Rest for a bit. Why are you back so soon? Brother, are you okay? Lu Yanzhou originally thought that since his older brother-in-law had an accident, his wife might not come back until it was dark.
Brother is fine.
The person who had an accident is Zhang Qiali. You know her, right? She was my brother's ex-wife. But today, they decided to divorce. Zhou Lianen simply explained what had happened earlier and told Lu Yanzhou. They also talked about the family coming over for dinner tonight and about Tian Miao Miao. She had already become used to talking a lot in front of Lu Yanzhou. Seeing that his brother-in-law was safe, Lu Yanzhou didn't worry about that anymore. He noticed Tian Miao Miao. Is this person suddenly causing you trouble? Not at all. Zhou Lianen also told Lu Yanzhou about Tian Miao Miao's recent situation. Lu Yanzhou silently remembered everything. Are you doing rehab now? Zhou Lianen still remembered that before she left, Lu Yanzhou hadn't finished rehab yet. Take a rest for a bit, Lu Yanzhou said. Since his wife had come back and talked so much, she hadn't even had a glass of water. Lu Yanzhou didn't want his wife to be tired. Seeing Lu Yanzhou say that, Zhou Lianen didn't rush to help him. She sat down at her desk, and after a short while, she took out paper and pen and started writing. Lu Yanzhou watched Zhou Lianen not be idle, feeling a bit helpless. At the same time, he was curious. He was curious about everything about Zhou Lianen. What's writing about? Letter. Zhou Lianen was focused on writing and still took time to answer Lu Yanzhou's question. Lu Yanzhou had hardly ever written letters. In his mind, letters always carried some kind of emotion, like expressing feelings or something similar. Lu Yanzhou looked down, his eyes complicated. He still didn't know her well enough. He didn't know who she was writing to. After holding back for a long time, Lu Yanzhou asked casually, "To whom?"
Huh.
From his voice, it was clear Zhou Lianen was confused. She was focused on writing and didn't immediately understand what Lu Yanzhou was asking. Fortunately, Lu Yanzhou was very patient. To whom? He seemed like a hunter carefully learning about the habits of his prey. To the commune. After clarifying the issue, Zhou Lian habitually started muttering to Lu Yanzhou, clearly still treating him as the previous vegetable patient. Today's matter has a really bad impact. To prevent this from happening again, and to help our commune achieve progress, these two people must be strictly educated today. I hope the leaders can find a way to use this lesson to set an example for the whole commune. As Zhou Lian spoke at length, Lu Yanzhou's expression became a bit complicated. He thought she was sharing feelings with someone close, but it turned out she was plotting something mischievous. It was totally not on the same page. Seeing Lu Yanzhou's strange expression, Zhou Lian raised 4 fingers on her right hand, held them to her ear, and said, "I swear, this letter has no selfish motives. It's all out of deep love for the group." Lu Yanzhou. No one would believe that. But seeing this clever little wife, Lu Yanzhou felt he didn't need to worry too much about her being tricked by that person named Tian Miao Miao. After all, his wife was not easy to bully. I believe you," Lu Yanzhou replied, swearing to Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian felt a bit embarrassed by his serious response and turned around to continue writing quickly. 10 minutes later, she finished a long, detailed letter of advice. Zhou Lian didn't have an envelope, so she folded a piece of paper into one, put the letter inside, and stored it in her drawer, planning to send it to the commune tomorrow. After finishing, Zhou Lian stepped closer to Lu Yanzhou, opened her arms, and said, "Come on, let's do our rehab." Lu Yanzhou. He felt that this scene didn't look like rehab at all, but more like an invitation to hug. But he couldn't lift his hand on his own now, so he couldn't naturally give his wife a hug. After a session of rehab and massage, both of them were sweaty. Zhou Lian first wiped Lu Yanzhou's sweat, then fed him a cup of milk mixed with powder, and finally applied spiritual spring ointment to his right calf, ending her care for him. After finishing, Zhou Lian said to Lu Yanzhou, "Tonight, my parents and older brother will come over for dinner. How about I make chicken soup for you?" "Okay," Lu Yanzhou replied. To keep talking with Zhou Lian, he asked again, "What else are you planning to do?" "Make dry pot ribs that the kids like and also spicy chicken." Li Yanzhou. Aren't ribs and chicken the things she specifically bought for him? As he grew up, Li Yanzhou, who could feed himself, usually didn't care much about food. Now he strangely felt a bit jealous. So, Zhou Lian received a look from Li Yanzhou that was full of mild resentment. Zhou Lian. She rarely understood what Li Yanzhou meant. Feeling a little awkward, she said, "I'll buy some for you later. You can't eat so fast, and if you don't eat, it will spoil."
Don't ask.
"If you ask, guilty JPG don't forget," Li Yanzhou reminded Zhou Lian. She made a vow, "I will never forget." "Okay, go now," Li Yanzhou said. Although he wanted to talk more with her, it was getting late, and she still had to cook. "Xiao Zhou, I'll keep you company," Zhou Lian said before running off. Honestly, she felt a bit shy. She also inexplicably found Li Yanzhou a little childish and cute. Patting her rapidly beating chest, Zhou Lian went to the kitchen to boil water. When the water was about to boil, she went to the chicken coop to catch a chicken. The chicken was bought from the black market and had been raised in the coop ever since. Zhou Lian recalled her mother Zhou's teaching from a few days ago on how to slaughter a chicken. She was quite skillful at bleeding the chicken and scalding off the feathers with hot water. By the time the rest of the Zhou family arrived, Zhou Lian's dishes were almost ready. She chopped the chicken into 2 parts. One was boiled into chicken soup for Li Yanzhou, and the other was made into spicy chicken. This time, she used the chicken blood to make spicy chicken blood. Besides that, she also made dry-fried green beans and smashed cucumbers for the 2 kids to eat until they were full. For soup, she cooked mung bean soup with some sand and added rock sugar. The meal was eaten in Li Yanzhou's room. All the Zhou family members had arrived that day, making it more lively than before.
The two kids also met their little uncle. The lively Xiao Tsong, after seeing the fragrant dishes served, said to Li Yanzhou, "Little uncle, the food my aunt makes is so delicious. You need to get better soon so she can cook for you." Zhou Lian pretended to be unhappy. "So, your aunt only has the skill of cooking?" Xiao Tsong asked back. "Then what else can your aunt do?" Zhou Lian. That was a real. She indeed didn't have many skills. But this did not stop her from saving face and saying, "I can still read. Don't believe me? Ask your dad." Xiao Tsong heard this and went to ask Zhou Guan, "Dad, is what little aunt said true?" "Yes," Zhou Guan nodded and patted his child's head. "Our family is only you and your little uncle who can't read." Zhou Xuan, and I'm just eating peacefully. Who did I offend? Second brother, where are your books? Since the topic came up, Zhou Lian still wanted to check his progress. Zhou Xuan, I haven't looked at them in a while. It's been a long time since I last read them, okay? I haven't read much. I will definitely read more when I go back. Promise to do so, Mom Zhou said. Lately, she had forgotten to supervise this kid. The family was happy and harmonious, seemingly unaffected by what happened today. This kind of family atmosphere was what Lu Yanzhou had always wished for. Now, it seemed like he also had it. After all, husband and wife are one. What belongs to his wife is also his. It should be fine, right? After dinner, Zhou Lian fed Lu Yanzhou chicken soup, then went to help Mom Zhou wash the dishes, leaving the three men, two kids, and Lu Yanzhou to chat. When it was almost completely dark, Mom Zhou and her eldest son prepared to go home. Zhou Lian packed the leftover ribs for Mom Zhou. Mom Zhou originally didn't plan to take them, but Zhou Lian said, "Xiao Tsong and Xiao Hui are eating here for the first time. I don't even have a piece of candy here, so I should take some things back." Zhou Lian had more than just no candy. When she was making chicken soup, she also wanted some goji berries but had none. Despite moving here and spending money, many things at home were still missing. Zhou Lian decided she would buy some later. "Come visit your little aunt when you have free time." Zhou Lian naturally liked her nephew's children.
"Okay, little aunt," the two kids replied.
Mom Zhou said, "You don't lack things here. When I have time, I'll get you some pickled vegetables and salted vegetables. It'll be convenient for you to eat whatever you want." "Thank you, Mom." Honestly, Zhou Lian had been wanting to eat stir-fried salted pork with preserved vegetables, but her family only had pork, no preserved vegetables. Not long after Mom Zhou and the others left, Zhang Ruru came over, carrying not only a kerosene lamp but also a big bag of things. "I brought you some vegetables, and your clothes are ready. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days?" Zhou Lian took the things Zhang Ruru brought and said, "Ruru, come in and sit." Zhang Ruru thought about Zhou Lian's earlier words about staying in touch. She nodded and followed Zhou Lian inside, saying, "Aren't these days supposed to be holidays? I forgot I was on break before. I thought I was working." "Is that so?" Zhou Lian took Zhang Ruru to the kitchen, poured a glass of water with rock sugar into it. Unfortunately, that's all the sugar they had at home now, so she added enough to make it sweet. "Jeru, your clothes are really nice. The stitches are so neat," Zhou Lian said, carefully examining the clothes Zhang Ruru brought. "My mom taught me how to do it before," Zhang Ruru said shyly, happy to be praised. "This time, I have to trouble Jia, but I guess it won't be the last time," Zhou Lian continued. Zhang Ruru initially thought Zhou Lian's first comment was just polite talk, but she didn't expect the next part to be a bit blunt. But since they are good friends, it's okay to be straightforward. Zhang Ruru felt a bit happy. Zhou Lian then asked about Zhang Ruru's studies and found out she was only reading books, with no exercises or questions to do. Zhou Lian went next door and brought back her practice book, handing it to Zhang Ruru. "Jia, just reading isn't enough. Here, take this and remember to do the exercises. This one I wrote some notes in. I think the questions are good. Jia, don't mind if I say so." "Not at all." Zhang Ruru actually enjoyed doing exercises. "I'll copy it back home, then bring it back to you later?" "No need, Jia.
"Keep it."
I bought it at the scrapyard. Next time, I'll bring some more. Then I'll pay you?" Zhang Ruru offered. She didn't have much money, but it should be enough to buy books. "No need."
Jiaruru, I've already accepted everything you brought, Zhou Lian said.
All right.
Zhang Ruru accepted it. If you need any help in the future, just tell me. It's getting late, I should head back now. Okay. Zhou Lian stood up, saw Zhang Ruru out to the yard, then went back to tidy up the things she had received. Most of it was chives and celery. This time, there were no roots, probably sent for her to eat. Zhou Lian already imagined making celery pork dumplings and chive pockets. She just needed pork and vermicelli. She planned to buy some later. While Zhou Lian was quickly tidying up, Zhou Xuan returned. He had gone back earlier with Zhou's mother, and now he brought over a forgotten book from the corner. Noticing what his little sister was holding, Zhou Xuan asked, "Where did you get this?" "Soft sister sent it over." Zhou Lian finished speaking and started boiling water. While waiting for the water to boil, she helped Zhou Xuan wash up and then carried water to the next room. Before leaving, she also took the clothes she had prepared for Lu Yanzhou. "The new clothes I had someone make for you are ready. Wash up tonight, and then you can wear them." Even after arriving here, Zhou Lian still kept the habit of washing the new clothes first. After quickly helping Lu Yanzhou clean himself, she took the clothes and left. Having taken care of her own hygiene, Zhou Xuan came over to help his brother-in-law with the bathroom. "My little sister made you some clothes." Zhou Xuan was not a man of many words. Usually, when doing serious things, he would speak to Lu Yanzhou. "I know.
She told me.
My little sister treats you well. You shouldn't let her down." "Second brother, don't worry," Lu Yanzhou replied back and forth with Zhou Xuan. "Humph. If you treat her badly, our whole family will come after you," Zhou Xuan threatened as he left after finishing his business. Today, after finishing his washing and laundry, Zhou Lian saw her second brother reading a book. She was about to leave without disturbing him when she heard him ask, "Little sister, now that the eldest brother is divorced and Zhang Ruru's husband is definitely in jail, do you think they might get back together?" Zhou Lian was surprised. As expected of someone who reads books, her second brother could use words like get back together. But this question, "I don't know," Zhou Lian replied. Actually, she had thought about this too. When she thought about it, she wondered if her eldest brother and sister Ruru were like the main characters in a tragic story. Both of them had suffered a bit. Not knowing the answer, Zhou Xuan shared his own thoughts. "I hope they are together. Besides, the most important thing is that Big Brother is happy." Zhou Xuan still remembered how gentle her eldest brother looked when he liked Zhang Ruru, like he could melt into water. Maybe it's fate. If it's meant to be, they will find their way. Zhou Lian could only say this because she didn't want to interfere in Sister Ruru and her eldest brother's situation. After speaking, Zhou Lian went to hang the clothes. Honestly, Sister Ruru's cooking skills are good. Even in simple clothes, Zhou Lian could see many fine details. Thinking of the cotton she grew in her space, Zhou Lian wished she could start a clothing business. Then she and Sister Ruru could work together. This way, she can earn money and Sister Ruru can also have an income. But at this time, the clothing business seems really hard to do. She will think of a way later, maybe selling in the county's department stores. The next day, after breakfast, Zhou Lian went to deliver vegetables. After delivering the vegetables, she also took the written letter of advice to the commune. When she returned, she asked her second brother Zhou Er to help buy some vermicelli, goji berries, and 3 jars. Since she didn't know the prices, Zhou Lian gave her second brother 10 yuan directly. She could have bought the first 2 herself, but because she asked Zhou Er to help buy the jars, she decided to buy everything together. Before noon, Zhou Xuan had bought everything back. He now helps Zhou Lian take care of Lu Yanzhou, so he just delivers the vegetables to the factory and then comes back. The total cost of those items was 4 yuan. Zhou Xuan gave Zhou Lian the remaining 6 yuan, along with the money for tomorrow's vegetables. "Little sister, what are we eating for lunch today? Vermicelli?" Since her little sister asked him to buy vermicelli, Zhou Xuan naturally thought of that. "Yes, kind of." Zhou Lian smiled and said, "Today we'll make chive pockets." "What are chive pockets?" "They are made by mixing chopped chives, fried eggs, and vermicelli, seasoning it, then wrapping it in dough and frying it," Zhou Lian explained briefly. Although Zhou Xuan had never eaten it before, he already thought it would taste good.
Little sister, you make it, I'll go see brother-in-law. Okay. So Zhou Lian started preparing. First, she soaked the vermicelli in hot water until soft. While the vermicelli soaked, she took out the washed chives and chopped them. Then she fried 8 eggs, scrambling them. She had also cut the chives from her space, leaving the roots to grow more, so today there was plenty of chives, and she needed so many eggs. Next, she chopped the soaked vermicelli. Finally, she mixed everything together and wrapped it in the dough she had prepared earlier. After all the pockets were filled, she started frying them. Not long after they went into the pan, Zhou Xuan, who had finished his work, was so hungry he almost fainted. Lunch was chive pockets with porridge. Second brother, these chive pockets are delicious. Can you help me send some to Mom and Dad?
Sure.
This will take some time, and the chive pockets will get cold and not taste good. Why don't you eat with Mom and Dad over there? No problem. When my younger sister was making chive pockets, Zhou Xuan could smell the delicious aroma. Seeing Zhou Xuan agree, Zhou Lian put his share into the basket and handed it to him to carry away. After finishing, Zhou Lian divided the remaining chive pockets and porridge into 2 portions, giving one to Zhang Ruru and keeping the other for herself. As for Lu Yanzhou's lunch, it was still chicken soup and milk powder. Zhou Xuan, holding the tasty food, quickly returned to the Zhou family home. When he arrived, only the 2 younger children were there, eating eggs at the table. Xiao Hui, Xiao Tsong, where are Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad? Zhou Xuan asked quickly, worried the chive pockets might get cold and not taste good. Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad aren't coming back for lunch today. Is that so? He hurriedly divided some of the chive pockets and porridge from the basket for the 2 children, then went to find the adults in the field. When he found Zhou Dad and Zhou Mom, they were munching on corn cakes. Dad, Mom, little sister asked me to bring you some food, Zhou Xuan called out. Last night we just ate so much. Why are you bringing more today? Zhou Mom replied. Hearing this, some ants nearby, who also weren't planning to eat, immediately said, Oh, Mang, it's because the kids think of you. That's why they bring you food every day. Exactly. We all envy that. No wonder Mang cares for her daughter, like her eyes. How many daughters who marry out think of their family, like she does? These words sounded a bit off. Zhou Mom looked over and saw it was a usually distant aunt speaking. Because of this comment, her daughter stopped bringing things. Was she that naive?
What are you talking about?
Mine just married nearby. If your daughter married nearby, she'd do the same, Zhou Mom said calmly. Then she looked at Zhou Xuan. What did your sister bring you? Chive pockets. Zhou Xuan opened a basket to show Zhou Mom. As he lifted the lid, the fragrant aroma of the chive pockets filled the air. So fragrant. One of the ants nearby said, Mom, Dad, little sister, they say these chive pockets taste best when hot. Hurry and eat, Zhou Xuan urged.
All right.
So, the Zhou family started eating. It smells so good. Did you add a lot of oil? The nearby ants whispered among themselves. It looks like there's also some flour. It really smells amazing. If Zhao Cuihua hadn't caused trouble, she might also have been able to enjoy such delicious cakes.
This is just talk.
I heard Zhao Cuihua hasn't come back for several days. Really? Can that be true? Did her family go looking for her? The ants didn't expect that. Just this noon they were talking about Zhao Cuihua, and by the afternoon, they heard she had been taken away. She was caught for causing a scene at the police station and interfering with official work. I heard she might get a long sentence. It's really satisfying to hear that. She thought everyone was as useless as us, and she could do whatever she wanted without consequences. Zhao Cuihua is really brave. She thought she could cause trouble at the police station. After Zhou Lian learned about this, he immediately shared it with Lu Yanzhou. Zhao Cuihua caused a fuss at the police station and got taken away. Lu Yanzhou wasn't surprised that Zhao Cuihua caused such trouble. Maybe he's already lost interest, so he didn't feel much about it. But Zhou Lian was happy. Not to mention how Zhao Cuihua used to bother the main person, just thinking about what she did to Lu Yanzhou when he was young. Zhou Lian feels she got what she deserved.
He used to regret not writing a letter of advice when he sent Zhao Zuehua for education, and he even thought about how to get back at her. Now, he doesn't need to bother anymore. But that's okay. He'd rather save that time for Liu Yanzhou's recovery. 3 more days passed. The weather was nice, and the cement yard was now walkable. Little sister, the wheelchair is ready. At this moment, Zhou Xuan carried in a wooden wheelchair. Zhou Lian pushed the wheelchair on the cement, and it moved smoothly. Every piece of wood was polished, very shiny. Are you satisfied? Seeing her younger sister try out the wheelchair, Zhou Xuan asked. Very satisfied. Zhou Lian smiled and asked, how much did the second brother spend on the wheelchair and crutches? The crutches aren't finished yet, Zhou Xuan replied. Add it all up. 12. That includes the cost of the wood and the carpenter's fee. Zhou Xuan didn't ask for his own pay. He was making something for his sister-in-law. Why would he ask for money? Zhou Lian quickly counted out 12 coins for Zhou Xuan. Second brother, can you help me carry Yanzhou out in the wheelchair to get some sun? Since the hospital visit, Liu Yanzhou hasn't left the room. Sure. Zhou Xuan knew that his sister was fixing up the yard so her brother-in-law could move around more easily. I must say, Zhou Xuan is a bit jealous. He feels that there are not many wives in the world who treat their husbands as well as his younger sister treats Liu Yanzhou. So, with the joint effort of Zhou Lian and Zhou Xuan, Liu Yanzhou finally enjoyed some sunshine. Soon, Zhou Lian noticed a problem. Today, the sun seems a little too hot. It's only May 10th, but the sun will only get hotter from now on. However, in her yard, there is no shaded spot except inside the house. Zhou Lian. She realized she made a mistake. What's wrong? Liu Yanzhou noticed that Zhou Lian's mood wasn't as high as before. There's no shaded place in the yard. Aren't you the one who specifically took me outside to enjoy the sun? Liu Yanzhou chuckled. Yes, but the sun can't shine all the time, right? She firmly defended her right to enjoy the sun. But the air outside is more breathable than inside the house, and Zhou Lian thought it was better to stay outside with more people around. So, she needed to find a way to stay outside without getting sunburned. Zhou Lian looked around and said, it would be great if there was a grapevine in the yard. Not only can we eat grapes, but it can also block the sun. Second brother, do you know anyone who has grapevines? She thought if there were grapevines, she could take a cutting to grow her own. Zhou Xuan shook his head. I haven't heard of any. I've only eaten wild grapes, and they make your teeth sour. The kind of sourness that makes your teeth ache just thinking about it made Zhou Lian shiver. She still prefers sweet food, so she considered whether she could buy grapes from the black market later and plant the seeds. But that would take time, so she decided to think about it later. For now, she needed to create some shade. Since there are no grapes, I can only plant cucumbers first. Cucumber leaves are quite large, and they can provide some cool shade in summer. She decided to get started right away. Zhou Lian took the small boat she had left inside and placed it on Liu Yanzhou's lap. She then called her second brother to start building a frame. Because Zhou Lian still had to cook and help Liu Yanzhou with rehabilitation, it took a whole day to finish the wooden frame. As for the cucumbers, she planted them outside the yard, planning to let them climb in from outside. There was no way around it. The ground was covered with cement, except for a few spots where she could see the soil after removing the balancing bar for Liu Yanzhou. Most other areas could only be seen after breaking the cement that had been laid down. Now, neither removing the balancing bar nor breaking the cement was practical. Several days passed again. During these days, Zhou Lian watched the soybeans and green beans she planted in the space ripen. The second batch of chili peppers and the first batch of chicks started laying eggs. All 3 chicks were hens. 1 hen in the space could lay 3 eggs a day. With 3 hens, that made 9 eggs daily. Zhou Lian had been here for over 50 days and finally was living a life where she couldn't even finish eating all the eggs. Just thinking about it made her feel a little touched. She believed it wouldn't be long before she could sell the eggs and make some money. The egg bank was helping her get rich. But Zhou Lian hadn't become wealthy yet. That night, after taking a shower, she took the opportunity to enter the space in the shower room. As soon as she entered, she was told her chicks and piglets were about to die from starvation. The reason was, her small chicks and piglets hadn't eaten proper feed for a long time. What kind of explanation was that? Is that scientific?
She was someone with a space.
Jolien opened the Feed Factory app and found that her chicks and piglets had been eating vegetables for a week. As for grain, there was no more grain suitable for pigs and chicks. The previous feed factory still mixed vegetables and corn, along with rice bran left over from rice milling, which had kept them going for a while. But clearly, pigs and chickens couldn't survive on rice bran and vegetables alone. Jolien. The feed factory even had some intelligence. When the space ran out of her specially prepared grain, it knew to find other food for the animals. If it were up to her, her chicks and piglets might have already been gone. They were her precious babies. In these tough times, living a comfortable life depended entirely on them. She immediately decided to find more grain. After leaving the space, Jolien was in the shower room, under the dim kerosene lamp light. Jolien
Calmed down.
In the middle of the night, where could she find grain? She had planned to buy some, but it was late, and buying it at this hour wouldn't be easy. In the end, Jolien entered the space again and harvested some immature corn to feed her piglets and chicks. She had only planted about half an acre of corn. Plus, she had previously eaten some tender corn, used some in vegetable dishes for the textile factory cafeteria, and leftover rice bran from rice milling, so she only managed to harvest about 500 jin, around 250 kilograms, of corn this time. Jolien checked the feed consumption in the animal pen. A chicken needs 1 jin of grain per day because it grows faster inside the space than outside. There are 12 chickens in total, so they consume 12 jins daily. 1 pig inside the space needs 3 jins of grain per day. 6 pigs eat 18 jins daily. As the pigs grow, they will eat more and more. Currently, the space requires 30 jins of grain per day for chickens and pigs. That adds up to over 500 jins, which is enough for half a month. To prevent them from running out of food, Jolien decided to plant corn in the space today, and tomorrow she will plant potatoes and sweet potatoes. The reason for planting potatoes and sweet potatoes tomorrow is because there are no seeds for them in the space yet. She had previously put some in, but they were all eaten by the feed factory.
Sigh.
Raising small animals is not easy. Outside, potatoes take 45 days to harvest, but in the space, it's only about half a month. Sweet potatoes outside take 3 months, but inside, only about a month. As for corn, outside it takes nearly 4 months to harvest tender corn, and fully mature corn takes over a month longer. Fortunately, if she plants potatoes and sweet potatoes in the space tomorrow, they will be ready in about half a month, just in time to replenish supplies. It was a false alarm. Jolien realized she needs to keep a close eye on the food supply in the space. Since this was her first time raising these animals, she didn't expect they would eat so much, and she felt a little panicked. The next day, after delivering vegetables, Jolien hurried to the woodshed and moved her remaining potatoes and sweet potatoes into the space. There are enough sweet potatoes because they can be propagated by cuttings. But the potatoes she has now are not enough for planting 1 acre. 1 acre of potatoes needs 400 to 600 jins of seed potatoes. She probably doesn't even have 50 jins of potatoes now. Sorry, that's too little. 50 jins of seed potatoes can grow with about 550 jins of potatoes. But even with 500 jins, half a month later, it probably won't be enough for the animals in the space for half a month, especially since the pigs will have grown a lot by then. She still needs to buy more. Jolien thought about Lu Yanzhou, who had just woken up at home. This was a perfect excuse for her to go to the commune to buy grain. After all, with an extra person at home, they should eat a bit more. I'll go out for a bit, she told Lu Yanzhou, then hurried to find the team leader. Jolien bought 300 jins of potatoes and 200 jins of corn, spending a total of 35 yuan. Potatoes still aren't enough to plant on 1 acre of land, but Jolien doesn't dare buy more. That day, after Jolien brought the grain home, rumors spread in the village that she was mistreating Lu Yanzhou. The news was brought by Zhou's mother, Jolien. As expected, everyone was a bit bored. If only each person had a phone, maybe no one would gossip about these small matters. Zhou's mother sighed.
Child, why didn't you buy some rice when you went to buy grain? It's not like you can't afford it. Zhou Lian. Ever since she found out her mother had money, her tone changed. Good. Zhou's mother looked strange and said, people say you only feed Yanzhou potatoes. With his health, if you don't give him good food, you might end up harming him. Zhou Lian. She wasn't that cruel. It felt like listening to someone else's story, which was quite new. But seeing her mother look unhappy, Zhou Lian said, let them talk. I've bought everything back. As for how we live, I know best. Time reveals people's true nature. Do you really want her son-in-law to eat only potatoes? Zhou's mother noticed that during the time her son-in-law was awake, her daughter's family had never stopped making nourishing soups. It probably was how life was in a landlord's household. Mom, are you staying for dinner today? Forget it, I'll go home to eat. Otherwise, they'll say we always eat well and only give the son-in-law potatoes. Zhou Lian. This might become a family joke. But they didn't have any potatoes now. They had all been planted by her. Surprising, isn't it? She wouldn't even let Lu Yanzhou eat potatoes. Zhou's mother hurriedly came and left in a rush. When Zhou Lian entered the house, Lu Yanzhou asked, Mom came over, what for? I went to buy some grain, but I didn't buy any rice. I bought too many potatoes. Now the village is saying I plan to feed you potatoes every day. Whatever you give me, I'll eat, Lu Yanzhou replied, looking at Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian. Her ears felt a bit itchy. They also say I make you eat potatoes every day and want to send you away? Zhou Lian glared at Lu Yanzhou, eager to see how he would respond. Would you really do that? Zhou Lian. This man was incredible. You don't even have potatoes to eat. I don't have any either. Zhou Lian shyly turned away, flustered. Today, Zhou Lian not only ate her own share, but also ate Zhao Cuihua's. The news was brought back by her second brother, Zhou Xuan. Zhao Cuihua's family came to cause trouble. They said Zhao Cuihua borrowed money from her family to save Lu Haiyang. I heard Zhao Cuihua promised to pay back double. I think her family came so quickly because they heard Zhao Cuihua was in trouble. The next day, her second brother, Zhou Xuan, brought back the latest news. Zhao Cuihua isn't here, and the two people left from the Lu family can't pay back the money. All their belongings have been moved out. The money still isn't enough, so they're thinking about the Lu family's house and want to find someone to replace Lu Haiyang's previous job. Hearing this, Zhou Lian raised an eyebrow. Was it really so easy to take over Lu Haiyang's previous job? Zhou Lian felt that soon, someone from the family would come. Sure enough, after hearing that the people Zhao Cuihua borrowed money from went to cause trouble at the machinery factory, armed personnel came the next day. At that time, Lu Yanzhou was sitting in the yard, sunbathing. It had been over a month since he started his recovery after waking up. Now, Lu Yanzhou could do simple actions like petting the dog. Little Zhou's legs hadn't fully healed yet. Most of the time, it stayed either on Lu Yanzhou's lap or lying beside him. The person and the dog remained inseparable, just as always. Yanzhou, how about we go to the provincial city on May 28th? By then, Lu Yanzhou's condition should be better than now. Also, on May 27th, she had arranged to sell grain with Xie. Having more money then would help if something unexpected happened. Okay, Lu Yanzhou patted little Zhou's head and replied to Zhou Lian. Just as Zhou Lian wanted to say more, they heard someone knocking at the yard gate. Who is it? Zhou Lian went to open the gate and asked, Is this Lu Yanzhou's house? She saw a well-mannered man ask, with a similarly refined woman beside him. Yes, who are you? Zhou Lian asked. We are from the county's armed forces. Are you Lu Yanzhou's wife? We heard Lu Yanzhou has woken up, so we're here to check on the situation. Please come in. Zhou Lian opened the gate and let the two inside. When the armed personnel saw the yard outside, they already felt it was tidy. When they entered, they were surprised to see the ground was paved with cement.
Such a sight was rare at this time.
The yard was tidied up quite nicely, with a small shelter for shade and a table set underneath. Is this comrade Lu Yanzhou? The man looked at Lu Yanzhou, who was sitting in a wheelchair inside the yard, and asked. Lu Yanzhou nodded slightly.
please sit down?
He was referring to the table and chairs in the yard. They were made later by Brother Zhou Xuan, who helped second Brother Zhou build the shelter for shade. Naturally, there had to be seats underneath. To match the yard, Zhou Lianen also asked second Brother Zhou to make a set of wooden teaware. Zhou Lianen prepared tea for both of them before sitting down. I'm sorry, Comrade Liu Yanzhou. It took us so long to learn about your situation after you woke up. The visitor first apologized and then asked about Liu Yanzhou's condition. Do you know how Comrade Liu Yanzhou is doing now? Liu Yanzhou answered honestly. Then, the visitor began to ask about his future plans, whether he would directly take over the deputy factory director position at Lu Haiyang Machinery Factory once he recovered, or if they should reassign him. Right now, my health is still uncertain. Can we wait and decide later? Liu Yanzhou asked. Of course. Comrade Liu Yanzhou, how about this? We come back in a month to check on your situation? Although Liu Yanzhou might not be fully recovered in a month, it was their duty to stay informed. All right, thank you. Liu Yanzhou replied. There's nothing else. We won't bother you anymore. Having learned what they needed, the two from the armament department prepared to leave. Zhou Lianen stood up to see them off. When only Liu Yanzhou, Zhou Lianen, and Xiao Zhou remained in the yard, Liu Yanzhou asked Zhou Lianen, do you want to be the factory director? Are you planning to give me the work from the armament department? Zhou Lianen was surprised. Liu Yanzhou nodded and added, if my legs can't recover. There were probably many unemployed people eager to work in the city now. Liu Yanzhou wanted to give Zhou Lianen the good things within his power. Since I gave you the work, what will you do? Zhou Lianen looked at Liu Yanzhou seriously and asked, I'll think of a way again. Zhou Lianen. This person was a bit silly. He should keep his good job for himself. At any time, he shouldn't forget to be kind to himself. Although Zhou Lianen knew that Liu Yanzhou wanted to give her the work to show kindness. Are you not afraid that once I get a good job, I will leave you? Zhou Lian looked at Liu Yanzhou and said, women with money tend to become bad, so you should be careful. Liu Yanzhou was surprised that Zhou Lian said this and paused for a moment before replying, you won't become bad. If you don't want me anymore, it's definitely because I am not good enough. Zhou Lian. Where did this love-struck mindset come from? I still don't want to work. Zhou Lian kept waving her hands to refuse. She still preferred freedom, but these days, factory managers didn't have that luxury. I'm too lazy, she explained. Then let me support you. She looked at him eagerly. Liu Yanzhou. It was clear she was genuinely refusing. He was willing to support her. And Zhou Lian crossed her arms. Are you sure your leg can't heal? Liu Yanzhou. If not, then why are you talking about work now? When your leg heals, will you still want to change jobs? Are you not considering returning to the army? This was a topic they hadn't discussed recently, about Liu Yanzhou's future. Zhou Lian thought that Liu Yanzhou's body hadn't recovered much yet, so thinking about the future was still too early. Liu Yanzhou was actually a little touched by Zhou Lian's words. Although he hoped his leg would get better, he didn't hold much hope. Deep down, he was beginning to accept that his leg might never heal. Liu Yanzhou always felt unlucky, and now that he met Zhou Lian, it seemed like all his luck had been used up. He didn't dare to hope for anything else because he had already hoped for Zhou Lian. Let's wait until we go to the provincial city, see the doctor, and then decide. The most important thing now is for you to exercise and get stronger. Tonight, I'll make you steamed eggs. Yes, after 20 days, Liu Yanzhou could now enjoy tender, smooth steamed eggs. Zhou Lian thought that soon she would start adding minced meat to the eggs to make the nutrition even richer. The next day, something good happened. When Zhou Lian was delivering vegetables, she checked the space. Then she discovered that the second batch of chickens she bought from Aunt Li had started laying eggs. Although the second batch only had 2 hens, the rest were roosters. With the 3 hens from the first batch, Zhou Lian could now collect 15 eggs a day. Even if she sold them cheaply at 6 cents each, her daily income from eggs alone was 9 mao, 0.9 yuan. Although the daily cost of 20 yuan for food is a bit low, Zhou Lian is still very happy. But that doesn't stop her from wanting to be even happier. After all, who doesn't love money? She wants chickens.
More chickens. Second brother, tell mom and them to come over for lunch today. In the morning, before Zhou Xuan left home, Zhou Lian reminded him.
Got it.
Zhou Xuan replied without turning back. After Zhou Xuan left, only Zhou Lian and Lu Yanzhou remained in the yard. Since the yard was paved with cement, and they got a wheelchair, Lu Yanzhou spends most of his time outside, except when it rains. Every day, besides Zhou Lian helping him with rehab, he also quietly does his exercises on his own. Sometimes, Zhou Lian is really worried he might overexert himself and cause harm, so she doesn't let him move too much. Although Lu Yanzhou feels he could move a bit more, his intuition tells him to listen to his wife. When his wife doesn't want him to move, he usually stays in the yard with her, reading books together. When she's cooking, he observes from the side. He hasn't forgotten that he once thought about making meals for his wife once he got better. He wanted to discover her secret to making delicious food. Compared to others, his wife is very generous with oil and seasonings. They use a lot of everything at home. Not only does she use a lot of oil and salt, but her cooking steps are also very detailed. That's why her dishes taste so good. Although Lu Yanzhou was born and raised in this era, he doesn't think there's anything wrong with how Zhou Lian cooks. He believes whatever his wife does is right. Being with someone who shares his aesthetic every day feels great, but sometimes Zhou Lian also has small worries. That is, Lu Yanzhou is always by her side. At home, except when she's taking a shower, she really has no time to go into her personal space. Because of this, Zhou Lian hasn't been able to plan her personal space well over the past half-month. And when she takes a long time in the shower, Lu Yanzhou asks outside. He can now slowly move his wheelchair after all. Zhou Lian knows Lu Yanzhou is worried she might have an accident if she stays too long in the bath. He told her before that a comrade's sister once fainted in a hot spring, and if no one noticed, she might have lost her life. Lu Yanzhou cares about her, and Zhou Lian appreciates his concern. After all, who wouldn't want the person they like to care for and love them? As for not being able to access the space much, isn't that a trade-off? Zhou Lian thinks that once Lu Yanzhou feels better, her situation will improve too. Then she can carefully plan and manage the space again. But for now, what's making you so happy? Lu Yanzhou in the yard notices that his wife is in a good mood and feels concerned. I suddenly became interested in hen nesting and wanted to ask mom about it. Zhou Lian shares her thoughts with Lu Yanzhou. Although she doesn't know why her wife suddenly became interested in this, Lu Yanzhou still thinks Zhou Lian looks very nice now. At noon, Zhou's mother finishes work and calls her second son over to her daughter. At that moment, Zhou Lian's dish isn't fully ready yet. Zhou's mother sees her son-in-law helping to build the fire. The fire is burning well, but since Lu Yanzhou only woke up about 20 days ago, bending down to gather firewood and put it into the stove still makes him tired. Did you see the sweat beads on his forehead? Xiao and Yanzhou's health isn't fully recovered yet. Why are you letting him work? Zhou Lian promises, swearing she clearly heard disapproval in her mother's tone. Sure enough, after her mother-in-law found a satisfactory son-in-law, her daughter had to step aside. Zhou Lian stops stirring the cucumber and pork slices in the pot and looks at Lu Yanzhou. Lu Yanzhou rarely looks at Zhou Lian at this moment. In the past days, except when doing serious work, his gaze never left Zhou Lian. Now, Lu Yanzhou is seriously looking at Zhou's mother and says, "Mom, I insisted on building the fire." Hearing this, Zhou's mother feels satisfied. This shows her son-in-law cares about her daughter. She thought she didn't choose the wrong person for her daughter. All right, let me do it. When you feel better, you can help your wife again. After saying that, Zhou's mother pushes Lu Yanzhou's wheelchair aside and takes over the fire-building spot. Zhou Lian naturally notices the sweat on Lu Yanzhou's forehead and says to Zhou's mother, "Mom, help me stir-fry the vegetables. I'll take him outside to wipe his sweat." Afterward, Zhou Lian pushes Lu Yanzhou outside the yard. The sun in late May is quite strong. When she has free time, Zhou Lian likes to soak some water in the yard, which makes hot water easily available without much effort. She first wets a cloth to wipe Lu Yanzhou's face, then prepares to wipe his hands. "Let me do it myself." Although Liu Yanzhou sometimes enjoys being cared for by his wife, his mother-in-law is in the kitchen now, and he feels a bit shy.
All right.
Zhou Lianen doesn't argue with him. After all, Liu Yanzhou is now able to help with cooking slowly, and washing his hands gradually is not a problem. Once he's done, he should come inside because the sun is too strong now. Zhou Lianen reminds him. She doesn't want Liu Yanzhou's face to get too dark from the sun. Okay. Back in the kitchen, Zhou Lianen asks, Mom, what about the others? Now that Zhang Qiaoli isn't at home, when Zhou Lianen calls everyone to eat, they will come over. There are some things at home. They will come later, her mother replies. Zhou Lianen nods to show she understands, then begins to ask about something she cares about. Mom, under what circumstances do hens usually sit on their nests? If her chickens can sit on nests, that would be great. If they can't now, they will eventually learn to do so Zhou Lianen plans to learn how first. Although she has most of the original owner's memories, the original owner wouldn't do this either, because normally people don't let chickens sit on nests at this time. It's too expensive to keep so many chickens. And although the restrictions on raising chickens eased later, everyone was used to only raising a few. With the temperature rising and if eggs are not collected, hens will start to sit on nests. Will hens that just started laying eggs sit on nests? Zhou Lianen asks curiously. She hopes her little chickens will sit on nests, which would save her a lot of trouble. But she doesn't really expect it, since her chickens have only just started laying eggs. Unexpectedly, her mother responds, some do. This is a pleasant surprise for Zhou Lianen. She was already thinking about whether to buy a hen that can sit on nests at a high price. Now she decides to first see if her own chickens can do it. The temperature and other conditions in the space are easy to control. Mom, how many chicks can a hen usually sit on? 15 to 20, I guess. Got it. Thank you, Mom. Thank me for what? Do you want to raise chickens again? Her mother casually asks. Raising chicks also takes effort, and her mother isn't planning to let her daughter raise chickens for now. Mainly because her daughter still needs to take care of her son-in-law, and her mother thinks it's better to wait until her son-in-law is doing better. Her mother is prepared. If Zhou Lianen wants to raise chickens, she will try to persuade her first. She heard her daughter say, I won't raise any more chickens. My 12 little chicks just left me, and I can't change my mind so quickly to raise other chickens. Of course, this was not true. As for the chickens, Zhou Lian naturally wanted as many as possible. But now Liu Yanzhou was at home, and openly bringing in chicks meant they could only be kept in the chicken coop. Raising chickens outside without automatic cleaning features to handle the waste made Zhou Lian feel lazy and decided it was better not to do it. Mom Zhou. Her daughter was becoming more lively every day. Since Zhou Lian didn't want to raise chickens outside, she explained to her mother, I was just asking.
All right.
Anyway, her daughter wasn't planning to raise chickens now, which suited her. Later, Zhou Lian asked her mother some questions, like how to choose eggs for breeding, what it looks like when hens want a nest, how many days hens stay in the nest before chicks hatch, and what to do when hens are nesting. After a happy meal together, the adults went back to work, and the children went to play with their friends. Zhou Xuan, who only needed to deliver vegetables once a day, chose to go to his master, Tan Mujiang, to continue working on the laundry tub. Because Liu Yanzhou no longer needed anyone's help to handle his personal hygiene, second brother Zhou Xuan saw no need to stay here. Originally, with Liu Yanzhou here, Zhou Lian couldn't use the space properly, and with an additional second brother, she didn't mind. But Mom Zhou disagreed. She asked, where's the brother eating at his sister's house every day? He used to help out, but now he didn't need to, so the second son could leave. Thus, Zhou Xuan could only tearfully say goodbye to his sister's meals. However, worried about his sister's situation, Zhou Xuan still visited from time to time. Sometimes it was just because he missed his sister's cooking skills. After everyone else left, only the two of them and the dog remained in the yard. Rehabilitation? Zhou Lian looked at Liu Yanzhou. Okay, Liu Yanzhou replied. So, Zhou Lian began helping Liu Yanzhou with his rehabilitation. An hour later, they finished. Usually, at this time, Zhou Lian would start reading, often with Liu Yanzhou. But today, maybe because he ate too much at lunch,
Zhou Lian didn't feel like reading. After comforting himself with the idea of balancing work and rest, Zhou Lian peacefully pulled out the Go board and started playing with Lu Yanzhou. It had been over 20 days, and Lu Yanzhou was recovering quite well. Compared to ordinary people, his movements are still quite slow. Simple actions like playing chess require effort and time for him. Fortunately, Zhou Lian is not in a hurry and spends time playing chess slowly with Lu Yanzhou. As the game progresses, Lu Yanzhou's slow pace gives Zhou Lian more time to think. Soon, it will be time to prepare dinner during their back-and-forth chess matches. Suddenly, a voice comes from outside the courtyard. "Little sister, open the door." It's second brother, Zhou Xuan. Zhou Lian stands up and opens the door, then sees Zhou Xuan carry in two items. From outside, one looks like a wooden basin, and the other a larger wooden bucket. However, both have some thoughtful details inside. "Little sister, I really can't make a leak-proof laundry bucket, so I made you a wash basin instead." Zhou Xuan points to the basin and explains. "You put your clothes inside, and without rubbing by hand, just push the middle part back and forth to help scrub the clothes. And this bucket, according to what you said before, I didn't make a laundry bucket, but a spin-drying bucket. You shake the middle part quickly, and although it can't fully dry the clothes, it can dry most of them. It's not as good as an automatic washing machine, or even a semi-automatic one, but Zhou Lian is already quite satisfied. After all, it somewhat frees up their hands." "Thank you, second brother." "You're welcome." Zhou Xuan waves his hand and walks over to the shelter they built earlier, skillfully pouring himself a glass of water. Then he beckons to Zhou Lian. "Little sister, come here. I want to tell you some gossip I heard today." "Go ahead." Zhou Lian sits down obediently. "Today, those people came again looking for the Lu family, saying they wanted work at the machinery factory but failed. Then they caused trouble again. This time, they directly chased out Lu Daqiang and Lu Shanhua, who are now crying. Serves them right, Zhou Lian thinks, recalling her memories of the original owner. She really doesn't like that family. "I think so too," Zhou Xuan agrees and then asks, "What are you going to eat tonight, little sister?" This question successfully shifts Zhou Lian's attention, as she was about to curse a little. But now, she really can't think of what to eat. These days, it seems like they only eat the same few dishes, and Zhou Lian feels it's just as-oh. "How about making clay pot rice?"
she suggests.
"This task is easy. Just prepare a simple side dish to complete a meal." "Sounds good." Zhou Xuan thinks his little sister can make anything taste good, so he has no objections. As for Lu Yanzhou, he can only drink soup, porridge, or eat egg custard, so he has limited options. Therefore, they decide to make clay pot rice for dinner. Zhou Lian cooks, and the other two help out. Lu Yanzhou slowly starts the fire, while Zhou Xuan helps wash the rice. "Yanzhou, turn on the small stove fire. Clay pot rice tastes better when cooked in a clay pot," Zhou Lian says while slicing the cured meat substitute. "Okay," Lu Yanzhou responds. As Zhou Lian agrees, he thinks that once the two piglets in his space grow up, he must make lots of cured meat and sausage because they smell so good. After slicing the cured meat, Zhou Lian washes his hands and goes to the cupboard. He secretly takes out some leftover tender corn and soybeans from the space, then takes out dried mushrooms from the cupboard. He gives the tender corn and soybeans to his second brother to handle first, then washes the mushrooms and some small green vegetables. After washing the vegetables, Lu Yanzhou has also started the fire in the stove. Zhou Lian takes out the cleaned clay pot, brushes a layer of oil on the bottom, then adds rice and water and simmers for 8 minutes. When the time is almost up, he adds the prepared cured meat, tender corn, soybeans, mushrooms, greens, and sauce, then stews everything for 10 minutes. While waiting, Zhou Lian begins making an egg custard for Lu Yanzhou. Seeing that there's nothing he can help with, Zhou Xuan starts to feel a bit bored. His gaze drifts, and when it lands on Lu Yanzhou, he notices his brother-in-law's changing expression. Meanwhile, nearby, Xiao Zhozhou also adopts a defensive stance and growls softly. Zhou Xuan frowns. His little sister told him that Xiao Zhozhou reacts like this whenever someone approaches outside. Or when unfamiliar footsteps are nearby, Xiao Zhozhou will show this reaction.
He doesn't react at all to the Zhou family members. But his brother-in-law changed his expression before Xiao Zhou did. Could it be that his brother-in-law also heard the noise? Is his hearing better than a dog's? But Zhou Xuan waits and waits, yet he doesn't hear any sound of visitors. Is no one there? He frowns and asks. There is, Lu Yenzhou replies. Zhou Lian, who is carefully washing green peppers, is distracted by their conversation. Just as I was about to say something, I heard her second brother say, then I'll go check. Zhou Xuan's curiosity was already strong. When this person arrived and didn't knock for a long time, he became even more curious. Zhou Lian's gaze followed Zhou Xuan. He saw him open the courtyard gate, poke his head out to look around, then impolitely said to the outside, What are you here for? Are you looking for a fight? Not many people would be treated so casually by the kind-hearted Zhou Xuan. I'm here to see my older brother. Compared to Zhou Xuan's voice earlier, this one was much lower. But because the house was quiet, Zhou Lian still heard it and instinctively pushed Lu Yenzhou closer. Who's your older brother? Zhou Xuan said impatiently, Your mom already said he's not related by blood. We've cut ties, okay? Even if he's not related by blood, we've grown up together. Our feelings are still there, said Lu Shanhe, though he didn't sound very confident. Stop talking, I'm about to. Although Zhou Xuan's expression wasn't visible now, Zhou Lian could imagine how disgusted he looked. You. Lu Shanhe was not usually patient, but since he needed help, he had tolerated it before. But after a while, seeing Zhou Xuan become more and more overbearing, his face darkened. Zhou Xuan wasn't afraid of Lu Shanhe. His expression was even more fierce, looking like a fierce beast. What? Want to fight? With someone like you, I could take 10. Seeing Lu Shanhe about to fight with the second son of the Zhou family, Lu Daqiang, who had been pretending to be dead in the corner, finally spoke. He shouted into the yard, Boss, it's me, Dad. Ugh, clearly, this was a deliberately disgusting sound made by Zhou Xuan. Lu Daqiang ignored it and continued, Boss, we're father and son after all. Please help us. We really have no other way. That's why we're here. How am I supposed to help you? At this moment, Lu Yenzhou and Zhou Lian had already come behind Zhou Xuan. Zhou Lian looked at Lu Yenzhou when he said that about himself and immediately disapproved. Lu Daqiang's visit wasn't really expecting help from Lu Yenzhou. After all, Lu Yenzhou now needed others to take care of him. He was just looking for an excuse. Boss, isn't your wife around? Your wife is my sister-in-law. For your sake, you should help us. Huffed. Unbelievable. Zhou Xuan, who had been protecting his sister, looked at Lu Daqiang with disgust and said, Stay away, okay? Zhou Lian listened, and then smiled. She opened the courtyard gate and looked at Lu Daqiang outside. She said with a half-smile, Your plan is so obvious, even a deaf person could hear it. Lu Daqiang pretended not to see Zhou Lian's expression and said, Boss's wife, we just want to have some food to eat and a place to stay. Zhou Lian. Her face was thick, and her eyes clearly showed she was from Zhao Cuihua's family. Her skin was so thick it was hard to believe. At first, Zhou Lian thought they wanted to ask Lu Yenzhou for help to pay back their money. But now, it seemed they didn't plan to pay back the money and just wanted to stay here. Zhou Lian found this even more disgusting. Don't worry, she said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I will help with this small favor. Are you telling the truth? Lu Daqiang asked happily. No wonder you're the boss's wife. You're so sensible. After saying that, Lu Daqiang tried to pull Lu Shanhe into the yard. Lu Shanhe was also a bit happy because, although the house was made of mud bricks, it had cement floors. This was the first yard in their village to have cement, and they paid for it with their own money. But Zhou Lian and Zhou Xuan blocked the door. What are you doing? Lu Daqiang looked at Zhou Lian with confusion. His expression clearly asked, Weren't you supposed to let us in? Let's go around the wall, Zhou Lian said calmly.
Why?
Lu Daqiang looked at her face, feeling a bit uneasy. Why not? Isn't that what you wanted? Zhou Lian's expression and tone were innocent. You just want to have food and a place to stay, right? I think prison might be pretty good. I'll send you to prison. Not only will it satisfy you, but it will also reunite your family of 4. No need to thank me. After Zhou Lian finished speaking, Lu Shanha suddenly felt like he was being played. He immediately cursed, "You wicked woman. If you keep this up, you'll get what's coming." Zhou Lian didn't wait for Lu Shanha to finish and kicked him directly. Her kick was strong, making Lu Shanha stumble back half a step and fall to the ground. Because Lu Daqiang was holding Lu Shanha earlier, he was caught off guard and also fell. For a moment, everyone present, except Zhou Lian, was stunned. Looking at her foot, which could knock down 2 grown men with one kick, Zhou Lian thought to herself, she truly was someone who had drunk spiritual spring water. If you don't want to go to jail, then get as far away from here as possible. No food, no place to stay. That's what you deserve. Without Lu Yanzhou, your family of bad people, how could you live in a house with blue bricks and tiles? I find you all disgusting. From now on, every time you appear in front of me, I will hit you once. After saying this, Zhou Lian was about to step forward aggressively. Seeing her kick his stomach, Lu Shanha, who hadn't fully recovered, shrank his pupils and instinctively tried to pull Lu Daqiang to block. Seeing this, Zhou Lian's eyes were full of mockery. Get out. Although it wasn't a big issue, Lu Shanha, who had been beaten, still felt nervous and quickly pulled Lu Daqiang, crawling and running away. Once they were out of sight, Zhou Xuan gave Zhou Lian a thumbs up. Not bad, little sister. If I get into a fight in the future, I'll definitely call you. Zhou Lian. Second brother, don't bully her. Now it was Zhou Xuan who was speechless. He wanted Lu Yanzhou to say, which I saw him bullying his sister, but he was too lazy to speak. I'm going back to watch the food. After saying this, Zhou Xuan slipped into the kitchen. Second brother, bring out the egg custard and put the washed green peppers into fry. Zhou Lian reminded Zhou Xuan as he entered the kitchen. After hearing Zhou Xuan agree, she turned to Lu Yanzhou nearby. They deserve it. Don't be soft-hearted. Think about how they treated you when you were young. You can't repay evil with kindness. Zhou Lian always thought Lu Yanzhou was soft-hearted. If she were Lu Yanzhou, even if Xiao Hua was her biological mother, after the way the Lu family treated her, Zhou Lian definitely wouldn't give them any kindness. But Lu Yanzhou not only gave kindness, but did so for many years. I'm not soft-hearted. Lu Yanzhou looked at Zhou Lian gently. From now on, I will only be soft-hearted to you. Zhou Lian. She just wanted to ask, how can a man with such a cold, tough appearance like Lu Yanzhou be so good at saying sweet words? And then, does your leg hurt? When Lu Yanzhou said this, he also held Zhou Lian's hand. Zhou Lian only felt her whole body go numb where Lu Yanzhou was holding her hand and half of her body. After a while, she finally understood why Lu Yanzhou asked her that. She had just kicked someone and Lu Yanzhou, this person, was asking if her leg was hurt from the kick. This person not only can speak sweet words but might also do things like handing a knife to someone who wants to kill. But why does her heart feel so happy about it? Zhou Lian suppressed her almost bubbly heart and pretended to be serious as she pulled back her hand from Lu Yanzhou's grip and whispered, "Don't touch me in broad daylight." When Lu Yanzhou heard this, he asked seriously, "Doesn't it mean it's okay when it gets dark?" Zhou Lian. She turned directly to the kitchen, refusing to speak with Lu Yanzhou, who was so two-faced. Before Lu Yanzhou woke up, in the original owner's memory, he was a stern, serious military officer who didn't speak much. What is going on now? Is he acting out, my husband who always ruins his image? After Zhou Lian entered the kitchen, dinner was ready quickly. Lu Yanzhou's dinner was egg custard, while Zhou Lian and Zhou Xuan's was fragrant claypot rice with a spicy pepper dish that was very tasty. Lu Yanzhou could now eat slowly with a spoon, so the 3 of them ate together at one table. This spicy pepper is delicious. Zhou Xuan gobbled it up and still gave his opinion. It would be even better with century eggs. Zhou Lian said, "When I find the time later, I'll make some century eggs and mix them in. It will taste great." Yes, Zhou Xuan almost raised both hands in approval. "Teach me how to make them, and we can do it together," Lu Yanzhou said. Okay, Zhou Lian agreed, then started thinking in her mind about when to make century eggs. She planned to make dozens at a time. Currently, she only had 69 eggs in her space, and the ones she bought earlier were almost gone. She thought it was better to focus on raising hens and chicks first. If that wasn't enough, she could buy a few more pounds of eggs later to make century eggs. That night, while taking a bath, Jolene increased the temperature for raising chickens on the mushroom screen in her space. The next day, when she delivered vegetables, she noticed 2 hens showing signs of nesting. She quickly selected 30 eggs from her space and divided them between the 2 hens. Usually, after about 23 days outside, the chicks would hatch one after another. That means in her space, it would only take about 7 or 8 days. Her mother said that when hens hatch eggs, the ratio of male to female chicks is about 1-to-1. If all these eggs hatch in 7 or 8 days, Jolene's space will have 15 more laying hens than before. After the chicks hatch, they are usually raised for over 4 months before they start laying eggs. In her space, that's about 40 days. Then she could collect 60 eggs a day, about 3 yuan 60 cents daily. Roosters can also be eaten or sold. Jolene felt very satisfied with this. But before feeling too happy, her space needed to upgrade again. The vegetables planted earlier are now fully grown, so she planted new ones. To upgrade to level 3 space, she needs 300 experience points. After upgrading, her land increased by 4 acres, and she can raise 80 small animals. Adding the 50 animal slots she bought from Jolene with 10 yuan, her space can now hold 130 animals. Currently, she has 25 fish, 6 pigs, 12 chickens, occupying only 43 slots. Jolene feels she can use the remaining slots to hatch 2 more batches of chicks. After solving the small animal count, she starts working on her land. She cleared all the fully grown, non-plantable land and replanted new seeds, still the same vegetables. As for the extra 4 acres from the upgrade, Jolene plans to gradually plant celery, chives, sugarcane, and water spinach there. She says gradually because she currently doesn't have enough seeds for these crops. Water spinach is easy, can be propagated by cuttings, allowing her to harvest and plant at the same time. Filling an acre isn't hard. But celery, chives, and sugarcane need seeds to grow well. Her spiritual spring in space now provides 40 milliliters daily, mainly for Liu Yanzhou. It's not enough even for him, so there's no surplus for speeding up planting.
So she can only take her time.
Jolene's current way to earn money is by selling grains and vegetables. But no one would dislike having more ways to make money. Her next plan is to sell chickens and eggs. When the pigs grow up, she can sell pork. When her cotton blooms, she can sell cloth or finished garments. And then there's the sugarcane she got from Zhongruru. It's the main ingredient for making white and brown sugar, and sugar is rare at this time, so it sells well. Thinking of these ways to earn money, Jolene feels hopeful about her future. Feeling good, she suddenly wants to buy more things. That day, Jolene finally bought a flashlight in the county town. She also bought seaweed, kelp, and small shrimp. Besides that, she bought pig trotters with hind legs from the meat factory. All these items required coupons, which Jolene bought from the black market. She plans to use one pig trotter to make soup with kidney beans and the other to make cured pig trotters. She remembers tasting delicious cured pig trotters with kelp in a rural restaurant before. After finishing these tasks, Jolene also went to clean up the scrap yard and bought many college entrance exam materials. After buying everything, 50 yuan was gone. As soon as she got home, Jolene went to soak some kidney beans. The beans need to soak for at least 1 night, so tomorrow Jolene and her family can enjoy the pig's foot soup with beans. Once the beans were soaked, Jolene went to help Liu Yanzhou with his rehabilitation. Actually, now Liu Yanzhou can do more movements than before, so he can recover slowly. But Jolene didn't remember, and Liu Yanzhou didn't say anything. In his heart, Liu Yanzhou still wanted to spend more time with his wife. He even started to feel annoyed by the bed they sleep on and silently wished it would break soon. After all, which man who loves his wife would want to sleep separately? Now that he can move on his own, he can sleep inside or outside the bed, and his wife doesn't need to worry about sharing a bed with him. But these little thoughts, although in Liu Yanzhou's mind, he felt shy to say them out loud. Because inside, two little voices were fighting. One said, "You should get better before sleeping with your wife, so you have a good start." The other whispered, "You're married now. Sleeping together sooner or later is fine." Zhou Lian was unaware of Liu Yanzhou's complicated feelings. After helping him with rehabilitation, she took him back to bed and massaged him again. After finishing, she applied Lingquan ointment to his right calf and then left to handle the meat she bought. One pig's foot was marinated with salt, chili powder, Sichuan pepper, and other spices, ready to be made into cured meat later. The other pig's foot, meant for tomorrow's meal, was dismantled by Zhou Lian. She cut all the pork leg meat into mincemeat. Seeing that Liu Yanzhou was still applying the ointment and hadn't come out, Zhou Lian took most of the minced meat and stored it in her rented storage space, planning to take it out quietly when needed. The next day, Zhou Lian chopped the fresh pig's foot that hadn't been marinated. She divided it into two parts. One was cooked immediately with the kidney beans. After cooking, Zhou Lian asked her second brother to help call the family over to eat, while she herself delivered a portion to the neighbor. After all, the kidney beans were a gift from Zhang Ruru. On May 23rd, the 22nd day after Liu Yanzhou woke up, someone came to see him. At that time, Zhou Lian and Liu Yanzhou were making century eggs. All the eggs used for making century eggs were taken from her space. Now the eggs in her space can sustain themselves. Zhou Lian plans to try making 40 preserved eggs first. She adds edible alkali and salt to prepared lime powder, then stirs in tea water. After preparing these ingredients, Zhou Lian picks up 2 pairs of chopsticks, one for Liu Yanzhou and one for herself. Because alkali can hurt her hands, she can only use chopsticks, as she has no disposable gloves at the moment. They sit facing each other. Carefully, she rolls the eggs in lime powder, then in wood ash, and finally places the coated eggs into a basin she prepared earlier. After these steps, all that remains is to wait. Liu Yanzhou, due to health reasons, works slowly but steadily, which is quite pleasing to watch. Zhou Lian looks at him from across, feeling a peaceful sense of time passing quietly. However, this calm is soon interrupted by a knocking at the door. "Is anyone home?"
She hears someone outside ask.
"Yes. What's the matter?" She instinctively responds. "We're looking for Liu Yanzhou." Hearing this, Zhou Lian looks at Liu Yanzhou, who nods in reply. She stands up and says, "I'll open the door."
Okay.
She quickly opens the gate and sees 2 unfamiliar men standing outside. They stand straight and look very dignified, clearly former soldiers. Wu Yu and Zhang He are surprised when they see Zhou Lian because she looks unexpectedly beautiful, not like someone from the countryside. "I am Liu Yanzhou's wife. What do you want with him?" Zhou Lian asks. Zhang He initially thought that their boss married a dark-skinned, plain-looking, quiet rural woman. But he never expected that their boss married such a beautiful woman, completely different from what he imagined. Also, their living place is different from what he thought. Looking through the gate, he can see the yard is paved with cement, which is rare in the countryside. Wu Yu and Zhang He came after hearing that Liu Yanzhou had woken up from their military leader. They argued about coming here and brought the address Liu Yanzhou had left at the military. They arrived at the Liu family's house and saw a messy scene in the yard. To understand the situation, they asked a nearby person for information. "Ma'am, is that the Liu family? What's going on with them?" Hearing this, the older woman in the yard, who was making clothes for her grandson, looked in the direction the 2 people pointed and replied, "What do you think? They borrowed money but didn't pay it back, and their house got broken into." Hearing her words, Wu Yu and Zhang He felt a tightness in their hearts. With their older brother's personality, could he really borrow money and not return it? What happened? They asked again. The older woman kept working with her hands. "I heard Zhao Cuihua borrowed 500 yuan to save her unlucky second son. He didn't make it and she ended up in jail herself. The people she borrowed from are now causing trouble. Is the eldest in the Liu family okay?" Wu Yu and Zhang He were more concerned about this. "You're asking about Luda?" The older woman frowned. How could he be okay? In their tense gazes, she continued. "It was hard enough for him to wake up, but his leg is useless now. He'll need 70 or 80 yuan a month for medicine. In the countryside, where would they get so much money? Before, his wife just bought some potatoes at the big team, and people started saying she was mistreating him. In my opinion, that's all nonsense. The girl from Zhou's family and Lu De haven't even been married long, and they've taken care of him for a year. Zhao Cuihua even drove them out, and they didn't abandon the still vegetative Lu De. Even if Lu De ate some potatoes, it was probably because the family really had no other way. They're all poor people. Drove him out? Wu Yu focused on the key point. Isn't Zhao Cuihua his mother? Yes, we just found out. Lu De isn't Zhao Cuihua's biological son. She found him. No wonder Zhao Cuihua didn't treat him well when he was young. Sighing, the older woman said, "Why are you asking so many questions?" "We are Lu Yanzhou's comrades and came to check on the situation," Wu Yu explained.
I see.
The older woman pointed the way to them. "He no longer lives at the Lu house. If you're looking for him, you should go to the back mountain." "Does he live at his wife's parents' house now? Which family should we look for?" Zhang, he thought simply, since he was driven out and not living at the Lu house, he probably lives at his wife's family. But he wasn't sure if he's doing well.
No.
The older woman gave a negative answer. They don't live at her parents' place. When a girl gets married, her sister-in-law might dislike her if she returns home. They built a house on the back mountain and live separately. There are 2 households there, and their house is the newer one. Since you're here, you might as well go take a look. After thanking the lady, Wu Yu and Zhang, he quickly left. They didn't expect their elder's situation to be so complicated. They wanted to see him soon and find out how he was doing now. This led to the scene where Zhou Lian met the two. "We are comrades of Lu Yanzhou. We heard he woke up, so we came to see him," Wu Yu replied to Zhou Lian's question.
Come in.
Zhou Lian slightly opened the gate, and Wu Yu's attention was drawn to the yard. It was surprisingly clean, and there was a bamboo pipe on the left corner that was watering, which was quite unusual. The person they wanted to see was sitting on a wooden stand in the yard's right side, using chopsticks to pick up an egg. He was dressed neatly, calm in demeanor, something they had never seen before. Seeing Lu Yanzhou like this, no one would think he was doing poorly now. Zhou Lian saw that among the visitors, one younger person quickly ran up after she opened the yard gate and saw Lu Yanzhou in the wheelchair. She hugged him and said, "Boss, you're finally awake."
Boo-hoo.
Lu Yanzhou. His wife's century egg almost fell. "Stand still." Although reluctant, the young person still stood up slowly, muttering unhappily, "Boss." Zhou Lian found herself thinking that this person's personality was quite adorable. She looked at another person still standing nearby and said, "Come inside." "Okay." Lu Yanzhou saw Wu Yu, who had followed his wife inside, smile and greet, "Long time no see."
Sit.
They sat down, and Zhou Lian went to pour water. She placed 2 newly poured glasses of water in front of the 2 visitors and said, "Drink some water." Afterward, she was about to put aside the century eggs she hadn't finished preparing, but Lu Yanzhou stopped her. "No need. We're not outsiders. I'll finish it first." Since Lu Yanzhou said so, Zhou Lian naturally didn't refuse. "Let me introduce you." Lu Yanzhou looked at the 2 people opposite and said to Zhou Lian, "These are Wu Yu and Zhang He, my comrades." Then he introduced Zhou Lian to the 2. "This is my wife, Zhou Lian." "Hello, sister-in-law," the 2 greeted Zhou Lian. "Hello," she replied with a smile. "You've worked the way here." She had heard from Lu Yanzhou that it took 3 or 4 days for their unit to arrive here. It wasn't hard. 2 people across from him waved and said, "Have you eaten yet?" Zhou Lian asked. Before they could answer, Zhou Lian already knew the answer, because he heard the loud growling of her stomach. Her stomach was growling very loudly, and Zhang felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "We didn't have time to eat on the way here." As they got closer to Cherry Village, they wanted to see Lu Yanzhou even more quickly. "Would noodles be okay?" Zhou Lian stood up and asked. "Making noodles is faster." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Zhang said shyly. "You're welcome. You're his comrades, and I'm happy you're here to see him. You can chat first. The noodles will be ready soon," Zhou Lian said, then went to the kitchen. Boss, sister-in-law is so nice, Zhang sighed. His sister-in-law is so beautiful. She's better than the girls from the art troupe, but she's not proud like them and even cooks for us. Of course, Lu Yanzhou felt a little proud when he heard Zhang say that. This yard was specially decorated by her. She was worried I might dirty the wheelchair, so she paved it with cement. Wow, sister-in-law is so good, Zhang envied. I want to get married too. Wu Yu. Is he showing off? Why did you come? Lu Yanzhou asked after bragging about his wife. We heard about you, so we came. Boss, how are you feeling now? Zhang asked with concern. The news he got from the army was different from what he heard here. The armed forces only said he still needed to recover, and the condition of his legs couldn't be fully confirmed. But here in the village, people said he was disabled. Still okay, Lu Yanzhou replied. And your legs? The doctor said the nerves in my right calf are damaged. Can it be cured? Zhang asked eagerly. I don't know. The doctor said it's unlikely to be fully healed, Lu Yanzhou answered, looking disappointed. Which doctor did you see? How many times? Wu Yu asked. Just the doctor from the county hospital. They discussed and decided this. Did you go to the provincial city? Wu Yu asked again. Planning to go in a few days. I just woke up and couldn't move easily, Lu Yanzhou said honestly about his brother, with nothing to hide. We came with a mission. The higher-ups asked us to find out your situation. We should go to the provincial city to check. With us here, you don't need to worry about convenience, and they even allowed us to borrow a vehicle from the local armed forces. Wu Yu Dao. Lu Yanzhou listened and immediately understood that his superior was aware of his situation. Let's go to the provincial city. If that doesn't work, there's Kyoto. We can't give up, Wu Yu said, looking at Lu Yanzhou. Once we get a car, we can leave for the provincial city right away. Let me ask your wife first, Lu Yanzhou replied. Okay, Wu Yu agreed. Since their boss now had a family background, he couldn't make decisions alone. But no matter what, he wanted to take their boss to see it. Not long after Zhou Lian went into the kitchen, she brought out 2 large bowls of noodles. The broth was made from yesterday's bean and pork leg soup, with plenty of meat in each bowl. Eat some first, Zhou Lian said, placing the 2 big bowls on the table. Smells so good. Zhang He took a deep breath of the noodles and then said to Zhou Lian, Thank you, sister-in-law. After taking a bite, he looked at their boss and said, The noodles are so tasty. Boss, you're so lucky. Lu Yanzhou. Although he agreed with Zhang He's words about being lucky, he still hadn't eaten the noodles made by his wife. It's been over 20 days, and he's still waiting. Lu Yanzhou didn't know that his current recovery speed was already faster than what others typically took 2 or 3 months to achieve. Zhou Lian put away the eggs she prepared for Lu Yanzhou and quietly waited for them to turn into delicious century eggs. Both Wu Yu and Zhang He, being soldiers, ate quickly. When they finished, Zhou Lian was about to clear the dishes, but Lu Yanzhou stopped her. Let them do it themselves. His wife already did enough by cooking for them. Zhang He immediately said, Sister-in-law, we'll do it ourselves. He then got up to clear his and Wu Yu's empty bowls and took them to the kitchen to wash. Wu Yu, left behind, looked at Zhou Lian. Although Lu Yanzhou said he wanted to discuss with Zhou Lian, Wu Yu couldn't wait any longer. Sister-in-law, can we borrow a car to take boss to the provincial city for a checkup? Boss wants to ask for your opinion. What do you think? Zhou Lian felt very moved. She looked at Lu Yanzhou. Lu Yanzhou naturally felt the same way. As his body improved day by day, he also wanted to know if his right calf was getting better. But is it possible to do it in advance? Would it be convenient for you here? Lu Yanzhou asked. His wife had previously scheduled to take him to the provincial city on May 28th, which must have been arranged in advance. Otherwise, the timing wouldn't be so precise. If it's not convenient here, I can go with them myself, he added, leaning toward his own preference. Although he is feeling better, he still cannot move like a normal person. The wife from the provincial city is not familiar with him, and she still has to take care of him, which is exhausting to think about. Lu Yanzhou does not want Zhou Lian to be tired. But he also knows that, given Zhou Lian's care for him, she probably won't leave him alone with Wu Yu and the others. Still, he has to ask just in case, what if? With them here, I won't be in danger, Lu Yanzhou added. I want to go. Zhou Lian thought for a moment and said, I'll make arrangements. We can leave at any time. Hearing Zhou Lian say this, Wu Yu immediately stood up and said, I'll go borrow a car right now. Let's leave tomorrow, Lu Yanzhou said, giving his wife more time to handle things. Okay, Wu Yu responded. Zhou Lian then left the room. First, he went to the village chief to get an introduction letter. At this time, no matter where he went, an introduction letter was needed. Without it, he could be detained. With the letter, Zhou Lian then went to the black market to find Xia He. Where's my gift? That was the first thing he asked when he saw Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian. She hadn't expected to come find Xia He today, so she wasn't prepared. Next time, Zhou Lian said shyly. But this time, I came to talk about an important matter. Isn't that what you always come for? Although she said this, Xia He quickly pretended to listen carefully. On the 27th, I probably can't deliver the goods on time. What happened? Xia He asked nervously. She remembered Zhou Lian had told her before that, unless there was a special reason, she wouldn't break her promises. I have family matters and need to go to the provincial city. I don't know when I'll be back, but I will deliver the goods as soon as I return. All right, Xia He said. Although many people were waiting to buy rice, Zhou Lian couldn't deliver on time and had no choice. Do you need help? Since they were friends, Xia He naturally asked. If I need help, I'll ask you. Zhou Lian didn't refuse her friend's kindness. I'm leaving now. I will definitely give you your gift. Today was an accident, but I can't promise there won't be more accidents like this in the future. This time, Zhou Lian realized that plans could change unexpectedly. Fortunately, Wu Yu and the others arrived, bringing positive changes. On her way back, Zhou Lian took over 3,500 pounds of durable vegetables from the space and placed them on Fengyang Ridge. Although the person has left, the business still needs to go on. Currently, her main income is from selling vegetables for 20 yuan a day. If she doesn't return in 7 days, there is nothing more that can be done. Zhou Lian went to find Zhou Xuan and told him about the vegetables from Fenjiangling. Second brother, we have over 7,000 jin of vegetables this time. If I don't come back in 7 days, the buyers will have to buy on their own for now. Okay. By this time, Zhou Xuan already knew that his sister was going to the provincial city. He had also wanted to go, but his work was covered by their older brother. Zhou Lian didn't insist. Firstly, with Wu Yu and others helping, they had enough people. Secondly, the delivery of vegetables was unfamiliar to their older brother and the buyers, so Zhou Lian was worried something might go wrong. After handling the black market and vegetable delivery issues, Zhou Lian also asked their mother to take care of Xiaozhou. Since they had left, Xiaozhou still needed someone to look after him. Their mother naturally agreed. Then, she gave Zhou Lian 200 yuan. He was about to refuse when she said, "A poor family has a bright future. What if you need it? If you don't, just return it to me later. You have more money on you, so I can rest assured." Zhou Lian was convinced by her words and carefully put the money away. This was all of their mother's savings. After everything was arranged, Zhou Lian went home to prepare dinner. For tonight's meal, he cooked braised pig trotters, ants climbing a tree, a vegetable dish, chives with eggs, and garlic sprouts stir-fried with cured meat. Zhang, he praised the food non-stop. After dinner, Zhou Lian couldn't sleep. Wu Yu and Zhang, he went to sleep at their mother's house, in their second brother Zhou Xuan's room. As for Zhou Xuan himself, he was sent by their mother to sleep in Zhou Lian's shed, supposedly to guard the house. Their mother also said that until her daughter and son-in-law returned, Zhou Xuan would sleep there, in the name of watching over the house. The next morning, Zhou Lian got up and made some pancakes. He ate some for breakfast and packed the rest, worried it might be hard to find food on the road. After breakfast, Zhou Lian and Lu Yanzhou took a jeep borrowed from Wu Yu's armed forces department in the county and headed to the provincial city.
The road was rough at this time.
When they arrived at the hospital entrance in the afternoon at 4 o'clock, they thought they would need to register and find a doctor themselves. But unexpectedly, Lu Yanzhou's former boss had already arranged everything. The best neurologist at the county hospital was waiting for them. However, considering that Liu Yanzhou had been in the car for a long time and was physically tired, fearing that the test results might not be good, she only inquired about the situation briefly before having someone arrange for her to be hospitalized. The next day in the provincial capital, she underwent a full day of tests, and by evening, the results finally came back. When she heard the doctor's explanation, Jolene was so nervous that she was afraid she wouldn't hear clearly because her heartbeat was pounding loudly. Jolene naturally hoped that Liu Yanzhou would get better. Whether from her perspective as a partner, her use of so much spiritual spring, or from Liu Yanzhou's own point of view, his recovery would be a good thing. Our tests show that the patient still has some sensation in his right lower leg. Jolene was pleasantly surprised. Does that mean he can be cured? Liu Yanzhou saw his wife's happiness and felt somewhat relaxed. After asking, she saw the doctor think for a moment before replying, yes, that's correct. However, the recovery might take some time, about 1 to 2 years. Jolene was satisfied with the doctor's answer. No matter how long it takes, as long as he gets better, it's a good thing. But Liu Yanzhou was not entirely happy. Is there any faster way to get better? He asked the doctor. Liu Yanzhou realized he was becoming greedier. He should be satisfied that he could recover. But after hearing that recovery was possible, he wanted it to happen sooner. If you're in a hurry, you could go to the capital to see someone, the doctor said. I heard there's a doctor who studied abroad from D country and brought back a special medicine that supposedly nourishes nerves. With the help of this medicine, recovery should be faster. If you want, I can share what I know about that doctor to help you find her. Jolene knew that since Liu Yanzhou asked if he could recover faster, he naturally wanted to do so quickly. So, after hearing the doctor's suggestion, she immediately asked for information about that doctor. Seeing this, the doctor provided her with the details. After seeing the doctor off, Jolene said to Liu Yanzhou, let's go to the capital and take a look. Liu Yanzhou looked at Jolene, who was more eager than him, and his heart softened. Okay. Then I'll buy the tickets right now. Jolene thought that once she made a decision, she shouldn't delay. She stood up to leave, but before she could exit the hospital room, she noticed a problem. On my introduction letter, I only mentioned going to the provincial city to see a doctor with you, not going to the capital. I need to redo it. When Jolene said this, he was frowning. Revising the letter would take at least 2 or 3 days. That's a bit of a waste of time, but without the letter, it's impossible. She's just an ordinary person and doesn't have the military pass that Liu Yanzhou and others have. With that pass, they wouldn't need an introduction letter anywhere. There's no rush for now, Liu Yanzhou comforted Jolene. After saying that, he changed the subject. You've been busy all day. Rest for a bit first. I should go buy some things. I haven't eaten much all day. Jolene suddenly remembered she hadn't eaten. I'll go, Wu Yu offered, stopping Jolene. I need to report to the leader anyway. When I come back, I can bring something. Let him go, Liu Yanzhou also said to Jolene. He felt sorry for his wife having to run around all day. As for the brothers? They're all men, a little tiredness is okay. All right, I'll give you the money. Sorry for the trouble, Jolene said, reaching into her pocket to give Wu Yu some money. Before she could, Wu Yu ran off, shouting, no need, sister-in-law. Jolene was left speechless. His speed, no wonder he's a soldier, most people really can't keep up. Someone went to buy food, so Jolene went to get some water for Liu Yanzhou to drink. Drink first, Jolene said after bringing the water back. Having spent over 20 days together, Jolene knew Liu Yanzhou was stubborn. If she didn't drink first, he wouldn't drink either. So, she had to drink the water first, then started feeding Liu Yanzhou. After drinking, Liu Yanzhou took her hand and said, thanks for your hard work. Just then, Zhang He saw this and was stunned. His eyes were gone. He thought his boss, after being a vegetable for a year, looked completely different when he woke up. Who was this gentle-voiced person who could squeeze water out of thin air? Wu Yu returned shortly with the food. The porridge was for Liu Yanzhou. It was lucky to find porridge at this time, and it was only available in the hospital cafeteria. Boss, I've already told the squad leader about your situation. The squad leader said he'll contact the doctor immediately and will tell us tonight. Good, let's eat first. After the meal,
Wu left again, apparently to check on the situation. An hour later, Wu returned with news. The team leader said that the doctor might need to go abroad again in 5 days, so we should go quickly. Zhou listened and thought for a moment before making a decision. Please send Lu Yanzhou over first. I'll go back to get the referral letter, and then come back. After spending a few days together, Zhou Lian knew that Lu Yanzhou and Wu Yuzhang and the others were very close, so he felt this way. Wu Yu also thought the same, because it was important for Lu Yanzhou to see the doctor. Okay, sister-in-law. You don't need to worry too much. The team leader said that with your status, this is just for recovery, and someone can take care of him. Even if we have a sudden task, you don't need to worry about the boss. The team leader also hopes that later, the boss can stay in the army for rehab. There are military doctors to help and professional equipment, which might work better. After Wu Yu finished speaking, Lu Yanzhou asked Wu Yu and Zhang to go out first. He had something private to discuss with Zhou Lian. I'll go with them first. When you go back, maybe you don't need to get the referral letter. I can take care of myself, and you have things to do, right? Although he didn't know exactly what his wife was doing, he saw that she went out every morning on time, so she clearly cared a lot. Also, Lu Yanzhou didn't really want Zhou Lian to go with him to an unfamiliar place and take care of him. Since he woke up, it seemed like Zhou Lian had been a burden to him. It was understandable before, but Lu Yanzhou didn't want to be like that forever. I know you're worried, but I don't need much care now. I hope that if you get a chance to visit my unit, I will take care of you, not the other way around. Okay. Zhou Lian was a little worried before, but after knowing that they would arrange someone to take care of Lu Yanzhou, he wasn't as worried anymore. Because, as Lu Yanzhou said, he no longer needed much care. And if she went, it wouldn't be just a day or two. Going there might also mean no big income, and the special medicine doesn't sound cheap. He didn't know what was happening over there, and he didn't want to just leave her here. So, Lu Yanzhou had to go himself. Although he still felt uneasy, she wasn't superhuman and couldn't take care of everything. She could only do what she was capable of. Take good care of yourself. If anything happens, just send a telegram. Second brother goes to the county every day to deliver vegetables, so he can also pick up the telegram at the post office. Okay. The matter was decided, and Zhou Lian went out to ask Wu Yu to help buy train tickets. This time, Wu Yu accompanied Lu Yanzhou to Kyoto, while Zhang he was a bit behind. He needed to return the borrowed car first, and also take Zhou Lian back to the county town. Only tickets for 4 p.m. tomorrow, Wu Yu reported when he returned from buying the tickets. There are fewer train schedules now than in the future, and Zhou Lian knew these were the earliest tickets available. That night, Wu Yu and Zhang he stayed at a guest house, while Zhou Lian borrowed a care bed, quickly washed up, and slept in Lu Yanzhou's hospital room. The next day, since the train was at 4 p.m., Zhou Lian planned to let Lu Yanzhou leave after lunch. But she got up early and busy. She spent 2 yuan to borrow a kitchen from a nearby household. There was little food on the train, so Zhou Lian decided to prepare some snacks to bring along. First, she made some rice cakes for Lu Yanzhou. The rice cakes were soft, and Lu Yanzhou could eat them slowly now. Then she started making meat patties, meant as snacks for Wu Yu on the way. She made quite a few meat patties, kept one for Wu Yu, and stored some in her space. After finishing these, she made a minced meat and egg custard for Lu Yanzhou. Once the custard was done, she also cooked a large portion of egg fried rice. After preparing everything, she shared some with the owner of the borrowed kitchen. Although she paid, her cooking made the owner's children very eager. She made extra, not minding sharing some. With everything ready, she took the food to Lu Yanzhou's hospital room. She first handed 2 large portions of fragrant egg fried rice to Wu Yu and Zhang He. Thanks, sister-in-law, they said, taking it quickly without fuss. No need, just eat it quickly. It'll get cold and won't taste good later. After a brief chat with the others, Zhou Lian went to the bed and placed Lu Yanzhou's portion of minced meat and egg custard on the bedside table. Eat it. I added some minced meat. After this meal, you'll have to eat dry food on the train. What are you eating?
Lu Yanzhou asked Zhou Lian.
Egg fried rice. She then opened her own portion of egg fried rice. The pale yellow rice was full and steaming with gentle heat. Sprinkled with fresh green scallions,
It looked very appetizing. "And next time we meet, you should make me egg fried rice," Lu Yanzhou said, feeling a little reluctant as they were about to part ways. This was a new feeling for him. "Okay." Zhou Lian agreed, without hesitation. Making a fried rice was not difficult. "Let's eat." Zhou Lian asked Lu Yanzhou, "Do you want me to feed you?" Although Lu Yanzhou could eat by himself now, eating at the hospital bedside table was not very convenient. Lu Yanzhou felt a little touched but still refused. "Let's eat together." He could now eat on his own, so he decided to do it himself. After the meal, Zhou Lian also let Lu Yanzhou rest for a while. Even though Zhou Lian had never taken a train recently, she knew the environment probably wouldn't be very good, even though Wu Yu bought a sleeper ticket. So, when there was a chance to rest, Zhou Lian still wanted Lu Yanzhou to take a break. When Lu Yanzhou finished his rest, Zhou Lian went to handle the discharge procedures. The group got into the borrowed off-road vehicle and headed toward the county train station. In the car, Zhou Lian handed Lu Yanzhou the bankbook he had given her before, along with 300 yuan. She thought, since he was going for a checkup, he should have some money. Zhou Lian felt the money was a bit too little, but she only had this much now, less than what Lu Yanzhou had given her. She would think of a way later. On the way, Zhou Lian directly saw Lu Yanzhou off at the train. "This is some snacks for you." She handed him a cloth bag she had prepared earlier. "Take care of yourself." "You too." Lu Yanzhou took the items from Zhou Lian, looked at her deeply, and said, "When I recover, I will come back to see you." Thinking about that moment, Lu Yanzhou already looked forward to it. Next time they met, he wanted to appear properly in front of her, not as a mess like before. "Okay." Zhou Lian smiled in response. Having received Zhou Lian's reply, Lu Yanzhou looked at Zhang He, who was standing not far from Zhou Lian, and said, "Take good care of your sister-in-law." "Don't worry, boss," Zhang He promised. After hearing this, Lu Yanzhou looked at Zhou Lian one more time before letting Wu help him onto the train. As the train moved away, Zhou Lian and Zhang He left the station. Neither of them planned to stay in the provincial capital. They decided to return to the county immediately. But because they were driving at night, going slowly, and the distance was not short, they arrived back in the more familiar county town the next morning. "Sister-in-law, I'll take you straight home," Zhang He suggested. They had already traveled quite far, so he didn't mind going a bit further. "No need." Zhou Lian refused Zhang He's kindness because she had something else to do. Zhou Lian said, "You go return the car first. After you finish, wait for me at the bus station for a little while. I have something I need you to bring to Lu Yanzhou." "Okay." Hearing Zhou Lian's words, Zhang He naturally agreed without hesitation. After separating from Zhang He, Zhou Lian found a quiet place and entered her space. Inside the space, the wheat and rice were fully ripe. Zhou Lian clicked the one-key harvest button on the mushroom screen. She kept some of the harvested grains for seeds, and the rest was divided between the rice factory and the flour mill. While the factories operated, Zhou Lian left the county town. She skillfully approached the black market area, found the place from her last trade, confirmed no one was around, and then re-entered her space. At that time, the rice and flour factories inside the space had finished their work and stopped running. This time, she gained a total of 3,500 pounds of rice and 840 pounds of flour. The 3,500 pounds of rice, in 50-pound bags, made 70 bags, which Zhou Lian safely took out. For the flour, she only took out 800 pounds, leaving the remaining 40 pounds for herself. After finishing these tasks, she went to the black market. She arrived a bit early today, and the guard at the door, Huang Hu, was still yawning. "You're here." Seeing Zhou Lian approach, Huang Hu greeted her. "Is your boss here?"
Zhou Lian asked.
"Yes," Huang Hu replied. "I'll take you to see her." Huang Hu knew Zhou Lian had a good relationship with her boss, so he didn't inform anyone, and just took her there. "Thanks," Zhou Lian said, following Huang Hu's lead. This time, Huang Hu didn't take her to the house, where he had hosted her before. Huang Hu took Zhou Lian deeper into the landlord's large residence. Unlike the old, dilapidated place earlier, this time the location was much better. It could be described as beautifully carved beams and painted rafters, with hardly any damage. "Boss, your friend is here," Huang Hu knocked on the intricately carved wooden door and said. Soon after, the door opened from the middle. Xie He, wrapped in a silk sleep robe and looking sleepy-eyed, appeared in front of Zhou Lian. Nowadays, wearing a silk sleep robe, Zhou Lian almost wanted to shout, "This is the style of a capitalist young lady." But she also wished she could have that kind of life. She still wanted to have silk bedding because it is really good for the skin. "Have you finished your work?" Xie He glanced at Zhou Lian and then took her into the house. Huang Hu stayed outside. Once inside, Zhou Lian gained a deeper understanding of Xie He's wealth. They used antique furniture for sleeping. The bed was a carved Wangwali wooden bed, and the dressing table, wardrobe, and desk were all made of fine wood. Oh, the bedding was the silk she wanted. TSK, Zhou Lian thought her friend was really rich. To live such a luxurious life, she needed to work harder. As Zhou Lian thought this, she said to Xie He, "This time, there are 3,500 jin of rice and 800 jin of flour. They're stored in the same place as last time. Send someone to check the goods. I need the money urgently. You're eager for money, so why check?" "I trust you," said Xie He, and then she started counting the money. Total, 784. Xie He handed the money to Zhou Lian. "Are you short of money? I can lend you some first." "No need. If I need anything, I won't be polite." Zhou Lian took the money. "I have other things to do, so I'll go now." "Okay." Since Zhou Lian rarely came so early and was eager for money, Xie He didn't chat with her. She simply handed over the money and let her leave. Zhou Lian didn't linger. She took the money and left the black market. After entering the county town, she went to a quiet place, took out the meat pie she prepared yesterday from her space, packed it in a bag, and then headed to the bus station. Zhang He was already waiting. Zhou Lian first handed him a handkerchief wrapped with 500 yuan. "Please help me give this to him so he doesn't have to hold back." Zhang He was envious. Was their boss the first man in their unit to have his wife give him money to spend?
Although,
being able to have someone give you money is also a skill. Zhang He quickly took it. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll make sure he gets it." "Good." Zhou Lian smiled and handed him the bag. "This is some dry food for your journey. Be careful on the road." "Don't worry, sister-in-law." Zhang He took the things from Zhou Lian and said, "You can go back now, sister-in-law. If there's any news from the boss, he'll definitely send you a telegram." "Okay." Zhou Lian didn't refuse. She had already done everything she could. What she couldn't do, worrying, was useless. After leaving the station, Zhou Lian estimated the time. It was about 9 in the morning. At this time, if everything was normal, second brother should have just arrived at the textile factory. Unloading vegetables and chatting with colleagues would also take some time. Zhou Lian was waiting near the county exit for her second brother. After all, she had hardly slept last night and didn't want to walk back. She just wanted to hitch a ride with her brother. With her tired mind, Zhou Lian didn't realize she was making a mistake about one thing. People naturally look for things to pass the time. Originally, Zhou Lian was planning for the future, but as she was doing so, she entered the space. This time, her visit to the space wasn't for a clear purpose, so as soon as she entered, she was drawn to the white cotton. Actually, the cotton had ripened since the day they left for the provincial city. But because Zhou Lian hadn't harvested it yet, it was still in the field. She clicked to harvest the cotton in the mushroom screen and saw that the space warehouse now had 40 jin of cotton products. Previously, 100 grams of cotton seeds had grown into 24 jin of seeds and 16 jin of cotton. Looking at the white cotton, Zhou Lian naturally thought of the textile factory. She subconsciously wanted to buy a textile factory. Before she could buy it, a bug fix reminder popped up on the screen. Curiosity made her click to see, and after reading it, she fell silent. This wasn't a bug fix at all. It was clearly asking for her money. It said that because she hadn't upgraded, the prices of factories and land would go up. Currently, with a level 3 space, buying a factory costs 200 yuan. What do they mean by not upgraded before? Was she still getting a bargain? Zhou Lian clicked help. Why are the prices in the game space rising again? All price explanations within the game space belong to the space game provider. It was the same old answer. But Zhou Lian had no choice but to accept the space. She couldn't just stop using the space because of rising prices, right? Also, here's some news for players. From now on, players won't gain experience points when buying factories in the game space. Zhou Lian. Give me a reason. The game space has limited memory and too many algorithms cause lag. Zhou Lian. What the heck, lag? It's really frustrating. Fortunately, she didn't want to upgrade anyway. Even though upgrading would reward factories and land, the cost of buying land and factories would be even higher later. She preferred not to get rewards and buy land and factories at lower prices. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. Anyway, the game space was dishonest first. She was only the beginner in the space, while she was at level 15. Maybe she should plant a fruit tree on each piece of land in the future. Since she hasn't eaten her apples yet, she can take out the seeds and plant them. Then she can sell apples later. The game space hopes players will play honestly. If the game detects malicious blocking of experience points, it will punish accordingly. Zhou Lian. Finding loopholes to avoid leveling up is considered malicious. She even said the game space was maliciously raising prices. When the game checks if she is maliciously blocking experience, the game space won't run out of memory, right? Don't ask, it's double standards. But she can't do anything about this space. Wah. She cries loudly. JPG, by the way. Where's my factory for reaching level 3? Is the game trying to cheat me? Zhou Lian confidently types. If the space hadn't suddenly fixed a bug, she wouldn't have remembered this. Please choose the factory you want. Zhou Lian types. Am I no longer a noble player of the space game? Please choose your desired factory, noble player. She immediately chose a textile factory. Thus, Zhou Lian gained a textile factory for free. With this factory, she realized that 1 pound of cotton could produce a yard of cloth. At first, Zhou Lian thought she had planted only a small amount of cotton this time. But now, seeing this, she felt it was quite a lot. She still remembered when her mother brought cotton to plant. She said she wanted to make bedding for her mother. Since summer is coming soon and heavy quilts aren't needed, Zhou Lian decided to turn this batch of cotton into cloth first. Make clothes first. As for bedding, she'd wait until the weather gets colder. After planning this, Zhou Lian began roughly calculating how much money she could make from selling cloth. Cotton cloth costs 4 mao per foot at the supply and marketing cooperative, and that's the price with a ticket. 1 yard of cloth equals 100 feet. Even if sold at the cooperative's price, her 16 jean of cotton, once turned into cloth, would sell for 640 yuan. Zhou Lian. That's not too bad. It's a big surprise. This is much more profitable than selling grain. 1 acre of land can grow 3 jean of cotton seeds. And her 16 jean of pure cotton came from just 100 grams of cotton seeds. If I really want to plant an acre of cotton, excluding the cotton seeds, I would have about 240 pounds of cotton. If all of it is made into fabric, it would be enough for 214 pieces of cloth. If I ignore the market and assume all the fabric can be sold, I believe I would be very successful. Just thinking about it makes me excited. With this feeling of impending success, Zhou Lian begins choosing the colors needed for each piece of fabric in the space textile factory. Summer is coming soon and currently white shirts and baji skirts are quite popular. For white shirts, I need more white fabric. I'll start with 4 pieces of pure white fabric, which can be used for white shirts and some white jackets, making them cool to wear in summer. As for girls' baji skirts, floral and checkered patterns are more fashionable. Therefore, Zhou Lian plans to buy 2 pieces each of pink floral, light blue floral, light yellow checkered, and black and white checkered fabrics. She also chooses basic colors like navy blue, pure black, army green, and light green, 1 piece each. These colors are safe choices to buy. Fortunately, the textile factory didn't ask her to provide dyes. Otherwise, Zhou Lian would have to find a way to get inside the factory to get dyes. After selecting the colors, the factory starts working. First, they turn cotton into yarn, then weave it into fabric. Soon, Jolien sees a piece of navy blue fabric finished. Seeing how fast the process is, she feels proud that this is the game space. Things are quick here. While the factory is weaving fabric, Jolien is not idle. She replants wheat and rice in the fields where she harvested before. Next month, she will have another batch of crops to harvest. After finishing these tasks, Jolien leaves the space. Looking at the sun, it's past 10 o'clock. It's probably time for her second brother to go home. She doesn't have a watch now, so she can only guess the time. Once she has money, she plans to buy herself a watch. Thinking this, she waits patiently. But she waits for a long time and doesn't see her second brother come back. Soon, Jolien realizes the problem. Her second brother is no longer eating with her, so he will probably have lunch at the factory and won't return until afternoon. She thinks for a moment and decides to visit the black market first. At the black market, she finds Siehi again. This time, they meet at the place where Siehi used to host visitors. "Why are you back?" Sitting behind a wooden table and brewing tea, Siehi looks surprised to see Jolien walk in. "I'm here to talk business," Jolien says, sitting across from Siehi with her bag. "What kind of business? Do you want some fabric, boo?" While speaking, Jolien took out a few strips of cloth from behind the bundle. They were all cut from newly made fabric at the Space Textile Factory. Since she arrived at the black market, she had already made plain-colored fabrics, including ones with white backgrounds and pink flowers. Siehi looked at the strips Jolien brought out and asked, "How many do you have?"
Only 14 this time.
"If we can sell them, we will have at least this much every month in the future." She planned to take 2 more to make clothes for her family. She had been here for so many days and hadn't made anything for her family yet. So, she decided to start with making some clothes. Siehi hesitated, feeling a bit troubled. 14 pieces were quite a lot. "This time I can handle it, but if there are more in the future, people need clothes as much as they need food, but fabric isn't something you use up immediately. Most people still wear their clothes for a long time." Jolien had thought about this problem too. "Look," she said, trying to persuade Siehi, "our business can't just focus on the county. The county is small, and the bigger market is outside. In the north, there are many heavy industries, but fewer textile factories. If we can find a way to sell these fabrics there, we can make good money." Siehi nodded, saying, "That makes sense, but how do we get the fabrics there?" "Find someone to help with transportation quietly." When Jolien came to see Siehi, she had already thought everything through. "Our fabrics are light and don't take up much space, much better than other goods. As long as we can contact the right people, it's easy. Selling goods outside involves risks, but risks come with opportunities." After thinking for a moment, Siehi decided to try. "All right, let's give it a shot," he said. "Good." Happy to get the answer she wanted, Jolien felt pleased. "How do we price the fabric?" Siehi asked. Jolien thought for a moment and said, "I'll give you the wholesale price for mao per foot."
Siehi was surprised.
Usually, black market prices are higher than official wholesale prices.
He was used to this plan.
"This fabric isn't like grain. You'll need to find someone to transport it, and I want to make a profit too, right?" Jolien wasn't really foolish. This fabric costs 4 mao per foot at the supply and marketing cooperative, but in the black market, it can sell for at most 6 mao per foot, especially when others are in urgent need or have money. After all, not buying this fabric won't cause death. If the selling price is a bit lower, more buyers will be interested. For her, this is basically a no-cost business. The more she sells, the more she earns.
"All right."
He was also very straightforward. "Since you say that, I won't haggle with you anymore. Let me tell you about the colors. This batch of fabric has more white, along with navy blue, pure black, pink floral, light blue floral, light yellow checkered, and black and white checkered. There will be other colors later. If you plan to sell some retail, you can see which colors sell better, and you can take more then." "I'll keep some for retail," Siehi said.
"All right."
"How do I get the goods?" "I'll find someone to deliver it to the grain exchange later. When it arrives, I'll let you know, and then you can send someone to pick it up."
"Okay."
Siehi started counting money. "Total is 560 yuan. Jolien took the money. Siehi looked at Jolien taking the money and smiled.
Now, all my assets are with you. She had just spent so much on grain this morning, and it wasn't even noon yet, and now she bought so much fabric. Hearing he say that, Zhou Lian found it a bit funny. You'd better make money quickly. What if other business opportunities come your way later? This wasn't just a joke. As her space grew larger, wouldn't there be other business ventures? What kind of business? He looked at Zhou Lian, her eyes shining. Not telling you. You should focus on making money first. It's best to grow stronger quickly. Zhou Lian really didn't expect that just over 1,000 yuan worth of goods would empty Xiao's funds. Remember, this sister wears real silk pajamas and sleeps among antiques. She still needs working capital. Otherwise, Zhou Lian worries that Xiao might really struggle to sell her space's goods later. And she herself was lazy, just wanting to sell simply, leaving other matters to others who could handle them quickly. Stingy. Xiao looked at Zhou Lian and snorted softly. Any news about the cattle and sheep? Zhou Lian thought of her beloved little animals. Beef and mutton are delicious, and if she can get some sheep, their wool could be spun into yarn at her textile factory, which is very useful for winter sweaters. Xiao shook her head. These two things are really hard to get. Have you thought of a way to get them? Build a good relationship with the transportation team. We don't have one here, but other places probably do.
谢和.
She glared at Zhou Lian. You can just keep bossing me around. Take control of the transportation team. Okay. Xie also felt that she needed to take control of the transportation team. Seeing Zhou Lian's attitude, it was clear he had quite a bit of stuff. Although she didn't know where this person came from, it didn't stop Xie from wanting to earn money with him. Where's my gift? After finishing the main business, Xie started talking about something else. Zhou Lian. There was a hint of awkwardness. Next time, I've been busy lately. Zhou Lian really hasn't had time for anything recently. Honestly, it's all Lu Yanzhou's fault for waking up. Beauty can be a distraction. Fortunately, now that Lu Yanzhou has left, she can focus on her career. Lu Yanzhou no longer needs the spiritual spring, so she can use it for other things. For example, giving Xie a gift. And also, the sugar cane in her space needs to be cultivated. Next time, I will definitely bring it to you, Zhou Lian promised. Okay. Xie didn't really expect Zhou Lian to give her the gift immediately. When Zhou Lian came to see her a few days ago and said he couldn't deliver on time, she already knew. But that didn't stop her from prompting him. It's been so long. She was genuinely curious about what gift Zhou Lian would bring her. Next time, don't lie to me, or I'll kick you out. Absolutely not. Zhou Lian thought to himself, being prepared is really important. Otherwise, he might end up breaking his promise. I'm leaving now. After leaving the black market, Zhou Lian went to get the fabrics from her space. She had left various colors, totaling 2 bolts of cloth, to make clothes for her family. She also took out everything else. After organizing the items, Zhou Lian sat there for a while before heading back to the black market. This time, she didn't go inside. She just told Huang Hu that the items had arrived and asked him to notify Xie to pick them up. After finishing her business at the black market, Zhou Lian went back to the county town. Her goal was clear this time. She headed straight to the textile factory. The textile factory is the biggest in the county, and even the guards are young men. Zhou Lian used 2 meat buns to exchange for a young man to help call her second brother out, since entry to the factory isn't open to outsiders easily. Soon, the young man brought Zhou's second brother out. Zhou Xuan saw her younger sister at the door and quickly ran over, excitedly saying, "Little sister, you're back?" Before Zhou Lian could answer, she asked, "Where's my brother-in-law? How is he doing?" Zhou Lian then explained Lu Yanzhou's condition. As long as he can be cured, that's good. Zhou Xuan sighed in relief. She also hoped Lu Yanzhou would get better. After all, they are a couple, and her sister's happiness depends on his recovery. Second brother, he might send me a telegram in the future. When you go to town later, please help me check the post office for any messages from him, Zhou Lian asked her second brother. Although the postman also delivers mail, it's much slower than checking directly at the post office. Since her second brother goes to the market every day to deliver vegetables,
It's no trouble for him to check the post office. Leave it to second brother, Zhou Xuan said confidently. Then, second brother, will you come back with me? I'll make some good food for you, Zhou Lian suggested. Her chores were done, and she wanted to go home early. Between factory meals and her sister's home-cooked food, Zhou Xuan naturally chose the latter, without hesitation. Little sister, wait here for me. I'll go get the bike, she said. Okay. Soon, Zhou Lian saw her second brother riding out on his bike. She successfully got on the return vehicle. An hour later, the siblings arrived home. Although they hadn't been gone long, Zhou Lian felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity when she returned to her small yard. But coming home was always comforting. Zhou Lian washed her face and went into the kitchen. She took some mincemeat from the space, soaked some shiitake mushrooms and chopped them into small pieces, then cooked a mixed sauce. While making the sauce, Zhou Lian also kneaded some dough. In the end, they ate knife-cut noodles with the mixed sauce. Compared to regular noodles, knife-cut noodles are much more chewy. Each strand was coated with fragrant sauce, ensuring every bite was flavorful. Zhou Xuan finished the big bowl of noodles Zhou Lian gave her, burped happily, and said, "These are the best noodles I've ever had. I'll make them for you again next time," Zhou Lian said. She also liked eating knife-cut noodles herself. "I'll wash the dishes," Zhou Xuan said, clearing the plates and bowls. "Little sister, you probably haven't rested well these past few days. Go rest first." Zhou Lian didn't argue with her second brother and simply said, "I'll boil some water and take a shower first." After being out for a few days, Zhou Lian felt tense and wanted to relax with a good wash. "Got it," Zhou Xuan said. "After I finish washing the dishes, I'll boil some water for you." Zhou Xuan kept his word. After boiling the water for Zhou Lian, he was about to leave and handed her some money before going. Zhou Lian thought it was for groceries and accepted it without much thought. While drying her hair after the shower, Zhou Lian noticed she had a total of 105 yuan from Zhou Xuan. 100 yuan was for groceries, and the extra 5 yuan was probably the monthly allowance she had agreed on with Zhou's mother. Without a doubt, Zhou Lian didn't want these 5 yuan. But returning it directly to her second brother was pointless, as she knew he wouldn't take it. Zhou Lian decided to think of a way to handle it. Zhou Lian thought that if she didn't want the money, she still had to go through Zhou's mother. As long as Zhou's mother didn't object, other obstacles wouldn't be too hard to overcome. She planned to return the 200 yuan she had previously borrowed from Zhou's mother tonight, and also pick up Xiao Zhou. She decided to go and settle this matter then. But how to persuade Zhou's mother was clearly a problem. Zhou Lian decided to prepare her words just in case. For now, she should count her money. Today, she received 3 main amounts. First, 784 yuan for buying grain, with 500 yuan given to Lu Yenzhou and 284 yuan remaining. Second, 560 yuan from selling fabric. Third, 105 yuan from her second brother Zhou Xuan. Adding the 12 yuan she still had left from before, she now had a total of 961 yuan. She was just shy of becoming a 1,000 yuan bill holder, though even with 1,000 yuan it wouldn't be a big deal. But after counting, she was sure this was the most money she had ever had since arriving in this world. Out of the 961 yuan, at least 205 yuan would be used tonight, so the actual money belonging to Zhou Lian was only 756 yuan. Subtracting that, she was even further from becoming a 1,000 yuan bill holder. Still, this boosted Zhou Lian's fighting spirit. She touched her still wet hair and, in the blink of an eye, entered her space. Once inside, her eyes were immediately drawn to the lush green fields. Looking at the thriving crops, Zhou Lian loved it. These were all her money. To the left of the land, there were neatly arranged factories. So far, Zhou Lian owned 4 factories. In front of the factories was a space for raising animals, currently only with chickens, pigs, and fish in the ponds. In front of the land is the mushroom screen that comes with Zhou Lian's space. Next to the mushroom screen is the spiritual spring, and to the right of the spring is the storage. After scanning her land with her gaze, Zhou Lian rolled up her sleeves and prepared to start working. When she upgraded from level 2 to level 3, she was rewarded with 4 acres of land. Although she had planned what to plant, she hadn't started yet. Now that she had time, Zhou Lian changed her mind. She decided to use 1 acre of the 4 to grow cotton. Since selling fabric is a promising path, she wanted to take a step forward. She still needed to gather the raw materials later. After planting cotton with 1 click, her next goal was sugarcane. If she could grow sugarcane successfully, it would open up a new opportunity. However, compared to other crops in her space, growing sugarcane on a large scale for the first time was clearly more difficult. Because sugarcane can't be propagated from seeds, only from cuttings, which makes planting harder. Compared to a cabbage that can produce hundreds or thousands of seeds after harvest, a single sugarcane stalk has at most about 20 segments. Despite the difficulty, she still wanted to grow it. The more types of crops in her space, the better. And once she overcomes this difficulty, it will be easier next time. Zhou Lian found the 2 sugarcane stalks she had planted earlier. She started to use the spiritual spring to accelerate their growth. After a minute, Zhou Lian concluded that adding just 1 milliliter of spiritual spring could make the sugarcane grow to over 20 segments. For easy calculation, if 1 sugarcane produces 20 segments, then about 2,000 segments are needed for 1 acre. With her current daily supply of 40 milliliters of spiritual spring, it would take her about 2 to 3 days to grow enough. However, Zhou Lian didn't plan to spend such a short time. While quickly growing sugarcane was important, she also valued her quality of life. Having spiritual spring definitely improves her living standards. Previously, she gave all her spiritual spring to Lu Yanzhou because waking him up and seeing him become a healthy person was more important than her short-term comfort. Lu Yanzhou was a person she liked, but to earn more money, sacrificing her quality of life wasn't worth it. Money can be earned slowly, but once time is gone, it can't be recovered. So, to balance earning money and maintaining her quality of life, Zhou Lian came up with a compromise. Every day, she takes half of the spiritual spring to help grow the sugarcane, and she leaves the other half for herself to use freely. As for the speed of growing the sugarcane slowing down, that's okay. She can accept that. After figuring this out, Zhou Lian continued using the spiritual spring to help grow the sugarcane. Today, after allocating 20 milliliters of spiritual spring to the sugarcane, Zhou Lian went to harvest vegetables. In her current space, she can harvest vegetables from time to time. Before going to the provincial city, Zhou Lian had left a week's worth of vegetables for her second brother, who was waiting for the textile factory buyers. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell her second brother that she would send a batch of leafy greens tomorrow. Previously, she was worried that the leafy greens would spoil if kept too long, so she told her second brother to eat them a few days ago. Now, most of the vegetables are root or stem types, which could be left unsent, but Zhou Lian still wanted to do her best within her ability. After finishing her work in the space, Zhou Lian came out. Seeing that it was still early, she went back to her room to read. Counting the days, including the day Wu Yuzhong arrived, Zhou Lian hadn't read a book for 5 days. So, as soon as she got the book, she immediately reviewed and reinforced her knowledge. She studied until others finished work. When she heard the signal for the end of work, Zhou Lian closed her book and stretched lazily. After relaxing and easing her uncomfortable body from sitting too long, she began preparing to go to the Zhou family. First, she prepared the money for Zhou's mother, counting 21 large banknotes, then casually rolled them up and put them in her pocket. Next, she took out a chicken from her space. Because her space accelerates growth 3 times faster, and considering the chicken weighs about 8 jin, roughly 4 kilograms, it's been nearly 5 months since she got this chicken. Zhou Lian estimated that the rooster weighs about 4 jin and is ready to eat. After the chicken, she took out 2 large apples. These were bought earlier and stored in her space but hadn't been eaten yet. She specifically chose 2 apples of similar size to share with 2 children. Unfortunately, Zhou Lian still hasn't prepared any candy, so she can only make do with the apples for now. Having prepared everything, Zhou Lian closed the door and headed toward the village. Once in the village, she met many women coming back from work. "You're back?" Some women greeted her.
Zhou Lian nodded. Going to your mother's house? She nodded again. Just going to visit. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After Zhou Lian walked away, some of the women who were chatting among themselves said, Did you see what she was carrying? I see it, chicken and apples. I heard that these apples are more expensive than pork. Wow, that's really not good at managing money. Yeah, spending so recklessly. What will happen in the future? I've made a decision. Suddenly, a woman spoke very seriously. I can't let my son marry someone who looks too pretty.
Why not?
Immediately, another woman asked curiously. Someone too pretty can't manage a household. Look at the daughter of the Zhou family. She's a good example. The woman said seriously. That makes sense, another woman agreed. I won't let my son marry someone like that either. Your son is only 3 years old, right? Another woman said with a smile. Can't I think ahead? This is their own life. If they want to live like that, it's none of our business. Besides, even if they're poor, they wouldn't come to your house for a meal. Why are we talking about this? We're just talking, she said, clearly lacking confidence. And the woman who spoke earlier continued, Do you think everyone can marry someone like that? If Ludo wasn't in the army and capable, would Xiao Meiying marry her precious daughter? We don't want someone like that for our family, another woman said. Yes, we're not a good match, she added, sounding sarcastic and sharp. Unaware of what these women were saying after she left, Zhou Lian was already near the Zhou family. Big sister, what's wrong with Xiao Zhou? Zhou Lian heard Xiao Tsong ask inside the yard. Xiao Hui didn't answer her brother immediately, but told Xiao Zhou, who was trying to run outside, Don't move. Grandma said that until your leg heals, you can't run around. After explaining, Xiao Hui then told her brother, It seems like she wants to go outside. Despite Xiao Hui's words, Xiao Zhou still didn't listen. Should we carry her out? Xiao Tsong suggested to his sister. Okay, Xiao Hui agreed. Seeing that Xiao Zhou wouldn't listen, to prevent her leg from getting hurt again, Xiao Hui had no choice but to carry her outside. Xiao Zhou saw Xiao Hui's actions and stopped struggling, just staring longingly at the door. When Zhou Lian entered the yard, she made eye contact with Xiao Zhou. She had heard everything outside and guessed that Xiao Zhou had recognized her footsteps and was coming to find her. Auntie. When Zhou Lian suddenly appeared at the door, the two children cheered happily. Zhou Lian responded with a nod and then handed the 2 apples to the children. Thank you, Auntie. You're welcome. While saying this, Zhou Lian used her free hand to the little dog's head. The little dog made soft growling sounds and rubbed its head against Zhou Lian's palm. Seeing the dog and her aunt being close, and thinking that she hadn't seen her brother and the dog for several days, Xiao Hui looked at the chicken in Zhou Lian's hand and suggested, Auntie, you hold the dog, and I'll catch the chicken for you. Since Zhou Lian was only 5 years old, she was too lazy and didn't use a rope to tie up the chicken. Worried about accidents, she refused Xiao Hui's kind offer. Let Auntie do it herself. Xiao Hui, you're so good. As she spoke, Zhou Lian saw the adults washing up in the yard. Dad. Eldest brother, second brother. She greeted them. Her father's eyes fell on her face, and he said, You've lost weight. Zhou Lian was about to say she had looked in the mirror and hadn't lost weight, but before she could, her father continued, My girl, you've worked hard. Zhou Lian was speechless. Maybe this was what a parent's filter was like. Seeing something in her expression, her father glanced at his eldest son and then said, Don't believe me? Ask your big brother. Big brother Zhou Goen looked carefully at his little sister's face and then said, You've lost weight. Zhou Lian was speechless again. She didn't know her big brother was so good at telling lies. All right then. Zhou Lian sighed helplessly. She raised the chicken in her hand and said, I've lost weight, so I'm going to kill a chicken to make up for it.
Who wants to help me?
Her second brother, who had been distracted by the chicken since her sister came in, wanted to answer, I will, but was interrupted by their eldest brother. I'll do it, Zhou Goen said to Zhou Lian. He always felt a bit guilty about his little sister. He thought he hadn't helped her much since she became independent. A few days ago, when his sister took her brother-in-law to the city for a checkup, Zhou Goen had taken out the only 20 yuan he had to give to their mother.
But their mother refused to take it, saying it was too little. Zhou Goen felt that if he had more money, it would be better. He knew their mother didn't really think 20 yuan was too little. She just wanted to keep some emergency money for him, since he had 2 small children and couldn't be without money. Thank you, big brother. Zhou Lian handed over the chicken and was immediately given a small boat to hold. She quickly patted the small boat a few times. Her older brother is very active. After taking the chicken from Zhou Lian, he went to the kitchen. The second brother is very interested in food and went to help in the kitchen. Zhou Lian asked her only remaining father, "Dad, where is Mom? She hasn't come back yet. What's going on? Isn't she usually back early? Maybe something on the road delayed her." Since the chicken hadn't been cooked yet and Zhou Lian had nothing else to do, she decided to go find her mother. She still remembered she had something to discuss with her. "Your mom is working near Zhaosbei today. You can go there to find her father reminded her. "Okay." Zhou Lian responded, and after patting the small boat a few more times, she released it. The small boat, having been apart from its owner for a few days, clearly didn't want to part ways. It wanted to follow her, but its legs weren't healed yet. "Be good, I'll be back soon." She comforted the small boat for a while before it stopped trying to follow her. If this were modern times, Zhou Lian would just carry the small boat out herself. But in this era, if she carried the small boat out and a nosy neighbor saw her, she might be called crazy tomorrow. To avoid trouble, she didn't bring it. She headed toward Zhaosbei. Not long after, Zhou Lian heard voices of her mother and others talking. "Ming, why are you so happy? I haven't seen you smile like that in a long time." "My daughter is back," her mother replied. The woman who was talking earlier said. She really didn't understand. What's so special about her daughter coming back? Why be so happy? Does she think she's someone important? She was smiling like a flower, and if someone didn't know better, they might think a wealthy benefactor had arrived at their Zhou family. But these thoughts clearly weren't meant to be spoken aloud. So, the woman could only gossip. "Your daughter went with her husband to the provincial city for a checkup. She's back so soon? How's your son-in-law?" Although she was still concerned about Lu Yenzhou's condition, it was obvious in her mind that the answer was already known. Most likely, he couldn't be cured. If he could be cured, she wouldn't have come back so quickly. Thanks to the borrowed off-road vehicle from the Armed Forces Department, almost everyone in the village knew that 4 days ago, Zhou Lian took Lu Yenzhou to the provincial city for treatment. Back then, cars were still rare, and many people had never seen one. New things naturally attract attention. When Mother Zhou heard this, she thought, "Finally, they are asking the important question." Her smile grew brighter as she clasped her hands together and said, "God bless. I hope my son-in-law's leg can be healed." "Really?" This question came quickly and eagerly, with a tone of disbelief. The aunts present were indeed very surprised. "Is that even possible?" Mother Zhou looked at the others with a look of mild disagreement. The aunts. They were a bit overwhelmed. They had already felt sorry for Zhou Lian many times in their hearts. After all, for this woman to have a good life, she still needed a man. But if the man couldn't be relied on, she would have to endure hardship for the rest of her life. However, they never expected there to be a twist. Lu Yenzhou's leg could actually be cured. The aunts and Mother Zhou looked at each other, unsure of what to say. After a moment, one quick-witted aunt said, "Congratulations." "Yes, yes." Once others realized, they echoed, "This is good news. You won't have to worry about your daughter anymore. Now that her husband is healthy, my daughter will have a better life, and they can handle their own affairs." Mother Zhou was genuinely happy. If her son-in-law was well, not only would her daughter's life improve, but she could also finally get back at those who had spoken harsh words after hearing that Lu Yenzhou's leg couldn't support him anymore. Now that he's healed, what are your plans? Will he return to the army? No matter what, gossip was unavoidable in conversations. After that question, someone else asked, "I heard someone from the military came to arrange a job. I don't know if he'll go back to the army or not." Mother Zhou only answered the previous question, but as long as his leg is fine, whether he returns or not isn't a big deal. That's right. Whether he goes back or not, Lu Yanzhou won't be working in the fields like before. Who would have thought his leg would actually heal? The ants felt that the small family of Lu Yanzhou and Zhou Lianen was a bit strange. They had thought they had hit rock bottom. But then, they turned things around. This wasn't a one-time thing. If Lu Yanzhou can recover, their daughter's life will definitely be better in the future. To avoid feeling too greedy, many women present are secretly thinking that next time they go to the back mountain, they should take a different path. They must not let the tempting smell lure them like before, when they couldn't get any, and felt so frustrated. Your daughter might just be the best bride in our village. One woman half envies and half praises Zhou Mama. Zhou Mama looks relieved and says, "You're saying that, but there are many well-off families in our village, right? Still, as a mother, I do hope my daughter will have a better life. Think about what my daughter has been through," she adds. Hearing this, the women remember what happened to Zhou Lian. Right after her wedding, before even the bridal chamber, her husband was called away. He left, but he never returned. He became a vegetable. There was Zhao Tsuehua, a strange mother-in-law, who was kicked out of her home. She went back to her parents' house, then was bullied by her sister-in-law. When she moved out, someone still wanted to harm her. Her husband finally woke up, but then they heard he couldn't walk. Just thinking about all these things is enough to worry anyone. Luckily, each problem was eventually resolved without danger, Zhou Mama says with a sigh of relief. But soon, she gathers her courage again and asks the women present, all these dangers were avoided, so why do I feel like my daughter is unlucky? The women. They had secretly thought she might be unlucky before. They'd never seen such bad luck before. If I hear anyone say such things again, I will definitely report it, Zhou Mama says sharply, her tone full of anger. Earlier, after her son-in-law woke up, people in the village heard that his legs were damaged, and some said her daughter was unlucky. Zhou Mama was naturally angry. She also remembered how her daughter once reported Zhao Tsuehua. But there were so many rumors in the village, she couldn't keep track of them all, so she gave up. Now that her son-in-law is healed, if anyone still spreads rumors, Zhou Mama thinks, don't blame her if she's not polite anymore. She said all this in front of many women because she hoped they could help spread the message. Hearing Zhou Mama's words, some women secretly underestimated Zhou Lian's bad luck and felt nervous. Getting involved in such matters is not something to be proud of these days. They're not as shameless as Zhao Tsuehua, so they're still a bit afraid. Everyone advised Mother Zhou, saying, "Mei, calm down. We know it's not your fault. If I hear someone say that again, I will stand up for you. You're the only ones who understand," Mother Zhou replied happily. Seeing the conversation was almost over, Zhou Lian stepped forward and called Mom. After greeting Mother Zhou, Zhou Lian also greeted the ants present. The ants, seeing her, congratulated her and said her good luck was coming soon. Zhou Lian exchanged a few words and then said, "Aunties, it's getting late. Go home and have dinner. Be careful not to go hungry." Wow, Mei, your daughter is so sensible. Exactly. Are the ants leaving now? After seeing off the ants, Zhou Lian took Mother Zhou back home. At that time, older brother and second brother were working together to kill a chicken. Father Zhou was sitting in the yard smoking. The two children were probably out playing and didn't see her. Little Zhou Zhou had been staring at her eagerly since Zhou Lian entered the yard. After greeting everyone, Zhou Lian picked up the clingy little Zhou Zhou and Mother Zhou and went inside. As soon as they entered, Zhou Lian took the prepared money bundle and handed it to Mother Zhou, saying, "Mom, the money you gave earlier wasn't used, so I'm giving it back to you. There's no rush." Mother Zhou took the money bundle and tried to put it back into Zhou Lian's hands, saying, "Isn't there some special medicine needed? You should use this money first. Once the medicine is ready, people will recover faster." "The money is enough." Zhou Lian dodged her mother's hand.
Really?
Zhou Lian chuckled. "Why would I lie? What's the benefit?" Mother Zhou seemed to agree that her daughter's words made sense and finally accepted the money. Unlike Zhou Lian, who instinctively rolled the money into a bundle, Mother Zhou was used to treating money as proof. Seeing her flatten the bills one by one,
Zhou Lian didn't speak immediately and waited for her to ask. Sure enough, after a while, she heard Mother Zhou ask, "Why is there 210 yuan? Did you count 10 yuan less? You can't be careless when counting money." Then Mother Zhou tried to return a large bundle of money to Zhou Lian. "No mistake in the count," Zhou Lian said, holding little Zhou Zhou. 5 yuan of this was given by second brother. Mother Zhou quickly remembered why her second son had given her daughter 5 yuan. So, her hand pushing the money towards Zhou Lian became firmer. "Why are you giving me what he gave you? I don't want this money." Mother Zhou listened and immediately disagreed, saying, "You child, why don't you want the money at all?" Zhou Lian then explained her reasoning to Mother Zhou. "Mom, look, second brother helped me so much. Did he take any money?" Mother Zhou understood her daughter's point but still frowned and disagreed, saying, "That's a different matter. Besides, what he did isn't worth much money. And he's your brother, helping you is normal, isn't it?" It's clear that Mother Zhou favors her daughter quite a bit. "Although he's my brother, I can't always take advantage, right?" Zhou Lian smiled and said to her mother, "Mom, I think families should help each other back and forth. There's no rule that a brother must always help his sister. It's all about mutual help, and this work doesn't pay much anyway." Finally, Zhou Lian concluded, "Mom, I really don't want this money. Please talk to second brother about it later." Mother Zhou decided to talk to her brother, thinking Zhou Lian could avoid doing one more thing. She's really clever.
All right.
Seeing that her daughter truly didn't want the money, Mother Zhou agreed and then asked about something else. "Tell me about these 5 yuan. Since it wasn't a mistake in counting, there must be a reason for the extra 5 yuan. This is to show respect to you and Dad," Zhou Lian said, scratching her chin. Hearing this, Mother Zhou still felt happy. After all, who doesn't like their children to be kind to them? But Mother Zhou thought it was enough that her gesture was appreciated. "We don't need your respect. We can still manage.
Just take it back."
"I don't want it." Zhou Lian took a step back, avoiding the money her mother tried to give her, and said seriously, "You have a good reason for needing this money." Her daughter's sudden seriousness confused Mother Zhou. She straightened her expression and asked, "Tell me." Zhou Lian pretended to be unhappy, saying, "Aunties in the village, don't they look down on how good you are to me? And they secretly talk about us behind our backs." Mother Zhou. "That was true. This is our family matter.
I can do as I like."
"Don't worry about what they say." Mother Zhou comforted her daughter. "But they all think being good to a daughter is useless. If I don't treat you well, doesn't that mean they're right? Then they'll be happy, and I don't want those people talking behind our backs to feel proud," Zhou Lian said, pretending to be angry. "I want to treat you well so they'll see that everything you do is right." Zhou Lian continued to use her persuasion skills. "And aren't you upset that you are a woman but treat your daughter badly? I want to be kind to you so that when they see how I get along with you and your mother, they might also treat their own daughters better." This last sentence really touched Zhou Mama's heart. Zhou Mama's own family was very traditional and favored boys over girls. Before she was married, she already thought that if she had a daughter someday, she would treat her well and not let her live the same hard life she did. Zhou Mama also hoped other women would treat their daughters kindly, but she couldn't change others. She could only control herself. "Besides, I want to show my respect to you," Zhou Lian said affectionately. "It's not fair that only you give me money. I can't give you money, right? If I did, I wouldn't accept anything from you in the future. You're such a child." Zhou Mama felt helpless with her daughter and had to say, "All right, your mother will accept it." "That's right." Zhou Lian smiled happily at Zhou Mama. "When I earn more in the future, I'll give you even more." Actually, Zhou Lian had already earned quite a bit compared to others. But she didn't openly show her money to Zhou Mama, and since she gave little, Zhou Mama might refuse it. So Zhou Lian planned to give gradually, 5 yuan this time, then 10 next time. When the reform and opening up period comes, she can earn money openly, and once Zhou Mama sees she has money, she'll be able to give more. "That's already a lot," Zhou Mama said happily, holding the 5 yuan her daughter gave her. At that moment, her second brother's voice came from outside. "Little sister, the chicken is ready. What should I do with it?"
Jolien thought for a moment and replied, "Let's have dry pot chicken tonight." "How about that?" "Sounds good to me," Zhou Xuan agreed. After all, her little sister seemed to cook everything delicious. "Listen to Auntie."
Era regrega pot chicken.
The two children who had just come back from outside echoed in agreement. As for the other adults, Jolien was used to their lack of opinion. Father Zhou, Mother Zhou, and her older brother were all easygoing and didn't mind what to eat. "Mom, I'm going to cook now," Jolien said, and prepared to go outside. Zhou Mama held her daughter back, feeling caring. "You just came back from outside. Rest well. I'll go cook." Zhou Lian gently held Mom Zhou's hand. "You care about me, and I care about you too. You've had a busy day at work, and I'll be back at noon. I've already rested in the afternoon. Mom, you should rest well." After saying this, Zhou Lian left the room. He put down the little boat in his arms before heading to the kitchen. Two older brothers helped him, and the chicken was quickly chopped into pieces. The ingredients needed for cooking were prepared swiftly. For dinner, there was only one main dish, a large, fragrant dry pot chicken. Besides that, Zhou Lian also made a soup. Since there were no other ingredients, he simply made a flour egg soup. When no one was looking, he added some spiritual spring water to it. The staple food was potato stew rice. Zhou Lian was almost moved while eating because, despite buying so many potatoes earlier, she hadn't eaten any for a long time. Really delicious. Really delicious. The two children said vaguely as they ate. "If it's tasty, we'll eat it all," Zhou Lian said. Woof, woof. These were the cute sounds the two children made. At the Zhou family's place, everyone was happy and harmonious, but next door at the Zhang family, things weren't so peaceful. After the meal was served, Zhang Baozhen looked at the sweet potato rice in his bowl and then at the only main dish on the table, a cabbage and pork stew with vermicelli. The dish mostly had cabbage and vermicelli, with only a few slices of pork. This was the meat his older sister brought back today. One person's share was very small, and Zhang Baozhen was a bit dissatisfied. He asked his mother, "Mom, today is Grandpa's birthday. Why didn't my second sister come back?" His second sister, Zhang Qiali, was still in school because of a suggestion from Zhou Lian. Hearing this, Zhang Baogan's father, Zhang Dashun, was also unhappy. He slammed his bowl onto the table heavily and said in a serious voice, "This is getting more and more unreasonable." After hearing this, his beloved son said, "Dad, I think so too. She hasn't come back lately. Maybe she doesn't want this family anymore?" That couldn't happen. Zhang Dashun, hearing this, pounded the table hard and said through clenched teeth, "She dares. Tomorrow I'll go see her," he added. Seeing that both father and son looked upset, Zhang Qiali's mother, Wu Danny, quickly said, "Not going to work today?" Zhang Dashun puffed out his cheeks and glared. Wu Danny listened and quickly said in a friendly tone, "I already went, so how could I ask for my wages back? If she hadn't refused to come home, I wouldn't have missed work just to find her." Throughout the conversation, Zhang Qiali's grandfather, sister, and sister-in-law stayed silent. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiali, who had half her hair shaved off as part of her education, sneezed. Yang Yi, who also had his hair shaved, immediately asked with concern, "Are you cold?" Zhang Qiali's sneeze wasn't because she was cold. But hearing Yang Yi ask, she shyly looked down and said a little. After speaking, she immediately heard Yang Yi say, "If you're cold, lean on me a bit." Zhang Qiali did as told. Despite the simple conditions and the fact that she still had to be taken out for 3 days of education, Zhang Qiali felt happy. Having someone like Yang Yi, who was full of her in his heart and eyes, made her feel truly joyful. "Only 3 days left, and we'll be free," Zhang Qiali whispered softly, leaning against Yang Yi.
Yang Yi responded.
Zhang Qiali rubbed against him and then continued, "From now on, I want to stay with you." A woman like her, Yang Yi naturally wouldn't refuse.
"Okay," he said.
Over at the Zhou family. After dinner, Zhou Lian told his second brother that new vegetables would be delivered tomorrow. "There's still 3,000 jin of leftovers from before," Zhou Xuan said. "Most of those are tomatoes, radishes, eggplants, and beans.
No leafy greens.
If possible, we should still get some of those, so more people can enjoy their favorite vegetables, Zhou Lian explained. Zhou Xuan thought his sister's words made sense, but he also felt something was off. Little sister, I feel like you've played a big role in the vegetable trading. Zhou Lian. Isn't that important? All those vegetables belong to her. Of course, because I was the one who brought them out, Zhou Lian said innocently, honestly. But her second brother looked at her skeptically, as if to say, do you really expect me to believe that? Sometimes, honest words can sound like lies. I'm telling the truth, Zhou Lian insisted. Zhou Xuan sighed helplessly. It's okay. If you can't say something, then don't. I just asked out of curiosity. But you need to protect yourself when doing this kind of work. Vegetables can be traded freely, but only in small amounts. So what her sister was doing carried some risks. If it weren't for my younger sister's contacts, only she would recognize her. Zhou Xuan would even want to help her family. However, her departure has made Zhou Xuan realize something. It seems that the people selling vegetables to them don't value their cooperation with the textile factory buyers very much. Otherwise, they wouldn't only supply vegetables for 7 days when she was away. When she didn't come back, they stopped supplying vegetables altogether. At first, he thought maybe there weren't enough vegetables or leafy greens. But as soon as she returned, leafy vegetables appeared again, so it didn't seem like they were missing. Otherwise, they wouldn't start supplying leafy greens just because she came back. It's important to remember that those vegetables cost 20 yuan a day, more than his monthly salary. Zhou Xuan feels that perhaps the people on the other side of the channel don't care about the 20 yuan a day, which adds up to 600 yuan a month. Of course, this is just a happy misunderstanding. Zhou Lian is really short on money. That 600 yuan a month from selling vegetables is her main income. After talking with her second brother about the vegetable money, Zhou Lian took Xiaozhou and went back home. Meanwhile, Zhou's mother called her second son over to talk about her daughter's lack of money. Zhou's mother has also come to terms with it. She used to think that the older brother should help his sister. But a normal relationship should be based on mutual support. So, in the end, Zhou's mother spent some time convincing Zhou Xuan, who wanted to give money to his sister. By then, Zhou Lian had already returned to the back mountain area. She didn't go straight home with Xiaozhou but went to find Zhang Ruru. She knocked on Zhang Ruru's door with Xiaozhou in her arms. After a while, the door opened from inside. Maybe it was just her feeling, but Zhou Lian thought Zhang Ruru looked even thinner after a few days away. She seemed to have no flesh on her, almost like skin and bones, with her clothes and pants looking empty. When Zhang Ruru saw Zhou Lian, she immediately smiled. Come in quickly and sit. Zhou Lian obediently carried Xiaozhou inside. When she saw Zhang Ruru trying to pour her water, she stopped her. No need, Ruruji, I don't want water right now. I just came to sit for a while and talk. Hearing this, Zhang Ruru didn't insist on pouring water but asked with concern, You're back. How is your husband? He's doing well. He's gone to Beijing with his comrades for treatment. That's good. Zhang Ruru sincerely felt happy for Zhou Xuan. They talked for a while, and then Zhou Lian mentioned her purpose for coming. Do you want to come over for dinner tonight? Hearing this, Zhang Ruru was a bit surprised, then asked, Why so sudden? I just had a sudden idea. Zhou Lian smiled. At first, she didn't think about dinner at all. But when she entered the house and saw how thin Zhang Ruru was, she suddenly had this thought. Her diet was quite good, and maybe eating together could help Zhang Ruru gain some weight. Of course, Zhou Lian also had her own benefits in this plan. She wanted Zhang Ruru to help her make clothes and teach her how. Zhang Ruru now works every day, so if she came straight to Zhou Lian's place after work, it would save her time cooking. They could make clothes together and there would be more time for that. It would be a win-win situation. I just want Sister Ruru to help me make clothes and teach me. The dinner can be considered my tuition fee, Zhou Lian said with a smile. That's not necessary, Zhang Ruru replied, relieved. Just bring the clothes over, and I'll help you make them. This time, it's too many clothes to make. Everyone in the family needs at least 2 sets. I want to finish quickly. Overall, with her game space as a lucky advantage, Zhou Lian found earning money quite easy.
It's been 2 months since she crossed over, and she's almost finished all her busy work. In her mind, the days ahead looked like this. Before the college entrance exam, she'd earn some money just for fun. Besides earning money, she'd read books. But she still had more than 2 years, so she needed other ways to pass the time. Zhou Lian thought making clothes was a good idea. She liked buying clothes even in her modern life. She had even looked into some design but hadn't had a chance to try it before crossing over. That's a lot. Sister Ruru, you can't handle it alone, and eating together would also be nice for company, don't you think? Since arriving in this world, most people Zhou Lian met were older than her, so she was now quite comfortable acting a little spoiled. Seeing Zhou Lian act spoiled, Zhang Ruru almost agreed. Fortunately, at the last moment, her rationality returned. Can I visit occasionally? She enjoyed Zhou Lian's lively company, but was also afraid of meeting Zhou Guan. Really can't do it every day? Zhou Lian stubbornly wanted to fight for her own way. It really can't. Zhang Ruru insisted. From her observation, the Zhou family often came over to eat, and Zhang Ruru really didn't want to run into Zhou Guan. All right then. Zhou Lian agreed, and then suggested, how about you come over for a meal tomorrow night? And teach me how to make clothes. Hearing Zhou Lian's last words, Zhang Ruru naturally agreed. Later, Zhou Lian discussed some study matters with Zhang Ruru before returning home. When she got back, she still felt a bit uncomfortable. Because when Lu Yanzhou was at home before, Xiao Zhozhou always stuck close to Lu Yanzhou. Now that Lu Yanzhou was not home, Xiao Zhozhou started sticking to her instead. It felt like those early days when Xiao Zhozhou first came to this house. But it was different. When Xiao Zhozhou first arrived, Lu Yanzhou was just a weak, unresponsive person. Now that this person was no longer there, Zhou Lian felt like she could see traces of him everywhere. Even when sleeping, Zhou Lian started to feel dissatisfied looking at the empty bed across from her, thinking it took up too much space. The next day, after breakfast, Zhou Lian rode her bike out to deliver vegetables. When she finished, it was still early. Looking at the empty yard, especially the cucumber vine with no one underneath, Zhou Lian suddenly felt a bit bored. Usually at this time, she would be doing her rehab exercises. When she thought of Lu Yanzhou in Cherry Village, riding the train to Kyoto, she also thought about her husband at home. No matter how she thought about it, she felt uneasy. He wasn't home, and although Xiao Zhozhou was there, what if she encountered something bad? The yard and everything else couldn't keep out intruders. The more she thought, the more worried she became. During a stop on the train, Lu Yanzhou spent money to ask someone to send a telegram to his family. Lu Yanzhou was not home, so he didn't need to do rehab. After reading for a while and finding it hard to concentrate, Zhou Lian didn't force herself and went to her space to plant sugarcane. After using 20 milliliters of spiritual spring, she stopped. After finishing today's planting task, Zhou Lian remembered the gift she owed Xiehe. She went to find the aloe vera that had been transplanted from Zhang Ruru. Originally, before she had aloe vera, she planned to make a floral water with spiritual spring for Xiehe. But with the aloe vera, Zhou Lian decided to make aloe vera gel instead. After using spiritual spring water to make the aloe vera grow bigger, some tender leaves were left for cuttings and planting. The remaining aloe vera was all used by Zhou Lian to make aloe gel. She cut the aloe, then sliced open the spiky sides, peeled away the green skin, and took out the clear aloe inside. She mashed it, filtered it, diluted it with spiritual spring water, and finally stored it in a bamboo tube. Unfortunately, at the moment, Zhou Lian only had bamboo tubes as containers. She made 4 portions of the aloe gel, 1 for Xiehe, 1 for Zhou's mother, 1 for herself, and 1 for Zhang Ruru, who provided the aloe vera. All of these women were her close friends. The aloe gel has functions like hydrating, moisturizing, brightening skin, and repairing skin. Zhou Lian thinks it works quite well. Plus, with the ability to dilute spiritual spring water, Zhou Lian believes she has made the best aloe gel in the world. While making the aloe gel in her space, Zhang Qiaoli's mother, Wu Danny, also traveled a long way to Cherry Village. In a few days, it would be June. Although it wasn't noon yet, The sun was already very hot. At this time, many people couldn't work straight through until lunchtime and had to rest for a while before continuing. When Wu Danny arrived, a group of women and wives had just finished resting and were about to continue working. The first to notice Wu Danny's reluctance to work was Lin Xiangmei. Wu Danny's appearance immediately caught Lin Xiangmei's attention.
Who is that?
She doesn't look like someone from around here. On such a nice day, why aren't they working and wandering outside? Li Shun, who was about to go back to work after hearing this, was drawn to Lin Xiangmei's words. She looked in the direction Lin Xiangmei was pointing and saw Wu Danny. Because Li Shun had a good relationship with Zhou's mother, she had met Wu Danny before. She knew Wu Danny was not someone who would argue easily. Li Shun thought she was here to cause trouble for Zhou's family. Hey, isn't that from old Zheng's family in the neighboring village? Why is she here today? Li Shun quietly asked. Wu Danny wanted to ask someone where Zhang Qiaoli was working now, but someone had already come to her. Is that old Li? Wu Danny looked at Li Shun, smiled kindly, and said, I came to see my daughter. Do you know where she is working now? You didn't know? Li Shun pretended to be surprised. Your daughter was taken away by the commune because she was caught stealing. Wu Danny was stunned. She realized that someone had the nerve to tell her that Zhang Qiaoli had been taken away for mischief. This stubborn girl. Wu Danny, upon hearing the news, immediately felt a strong hatred for Zhang Qiaoli. Fortunately, her other daughters are already married. Otherwise, after this incident with Zhang Qiaoli, could her other daughters still get good marriage offers? Since Zhang Qiaoli was taken away, she naturally couldn't find her anymore. But should she just go back empty-handed? Not only was she unwilling herself, but even if she returned, Zhang Dagan wouldn't let her go easily. For a moment, Wu Danny's eyes darted around quickly. Soon, Wu Danny came up with an idea. Her old face showed shock, sadness, and disbelief. She acted as if she couldn't accept it and said, How could my daughter, who is perfectly fine, steal someone? Lin Xiangmei, standing nearby, scoffed disdainfully. Everyone saw it. How could there be a lie? Lin Xiangmei looked down on Zhang Qiaoli for not being respectful. After learning that Wu Danny was Zhang Qiaoli's mother, she also looked down on her. Wu Danny didn't take Lin Xiangmei's words seriously. She continued pretending and said, Was my daughter being mistreated by the Zhou family? Hearing this, Aunt Li and Lin Xiangmei exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. This person is somewhat shameless. Isn't she just blaming others unfairly? Everyone knows Zhang Qiaoli's betrayal of the Zhou family, right? Who doesn't know that Zhang Qiaoli hardly has to do anything in the Zhou family? The grandmother cooks the meals, the grandmother takes care of the children, and she lazily takes a few centimeters of work each day. No one punishes her for it. This is the kind of treatment many daughters-in-law in Cherry Village envy. Because of Zhang Qiaoli's status in the Zhou family, many aunts even wanted to marry their daughters into the Zhou family. If Zhou Xuan hadn't been such an unreliable person, and if she hadn't been lazy at work, how could the Zhou family only have one daughter-in-law now? During the daytime? Please, stop talking nonsense with your eyes wide open. Lin Xiangmei looked at Wu Danny with disdain. Seeing Lin Xiangmei's disdain, Wu Danny felt annoyed. She crossed her arms and loudly shouted, It's not abuse. My daughter, who is perfectly fine, stealing someone? Does she not have a man? Is she going out to find one? Lin Xiangmei.
Only.
They both felt something was off about Wu Danny's words, but for a moment, they didn't know how to respond. After all, usually widows are the ones who steal, and for someone like Zhang Qiaoli, who still has a husband, to do such a thing was truly rare. Seeing that she had made both of them speechless, Wu Danny felt a bit proud. She immediately showed a fierce attitude and declared, No. I need to go to old Zhou's house to get an explanation. It sounds like old Zhou's family owes her an apology. Do you know where Qiao Meiying is? Of course, if you're demanding an explanation, you have to find the person first, or how can you ask? Wu Danny's eyes flicked between Lin Xiangmei and Aunt Li. Lin Xiangmei simply walked away, tired of dealing with Wu Danny and not even wanting to watch the commotion anymore. She found it annoying. Aunt Li didn't want to say anything either, But seeing Wu Danny's determined look, she knew she wouldn't give up until she found the person. To avoid making things more complicated, Aunt Lee had no choice but to take Wu Danny, who was being unreasonable, to find Mother Zhou. At that moment, Mother Zhou was weeding the field. Even though it was a hot day, she felt a strange chill behind her back. Before she could figure out where that feeling was coming from, she heard a voice she hadn't heard in a long time but still found unpleasant. Mother-in-law. Mother Zhou turned around and saw Wu Danny standing not far away. She noticed the faint excitement on Wu Danny's old face and stepped back in disgust before saying, "Who is your mother-in-law?" "Our eldest son has already divorced your family's Zhang Qiali." Wu Danny was surprised. She hadn't heard this before. For a moment, she was actually a little happy. She remembered a woman from their village who married out, and not long after her husband died, her family took her back. Soon after, they married her off again. Wasn't that a way to get extra bride price? It was a good deal. Divorcing was good. After a divorce, she could marry again, and her family would profit.
But divorce is fine.
Wu Danny looked at Mother Zhou cautiously. "Since you're the ones who asked for the divorce, don't expect to get the bride price, and you also owe us compensation." Mother Zhou was initially stunned but then burst out laughing in anger. She knew from past experience that asking for bride price from the Zhang family was pointless. They were too stingy. Now, they didn't want it, but the Zhang family was coming to ask for compensation? It's Zhang Qiali who broke the rules and stole someone. Just saying it out loud makes me feel ashamed. Who do you think should give compensation? Mother Zhou couldn't believe how shameless Wu Danny was to come knocking on their door. Did she not feel guilty at all? Wu Danny crossed her arms confidently and said, "Of course, your family should compensate our old Zhang family. Everyone else." That's really shameless. Wu Danny fully carried out her shameless attitude, confidently saying, "My daughter was fine before she came to your house, and now she has to be taken out for education. She must have suffered a lot. Shouldn't you compensate us?" Mother Zhou was overwhelmed by this unreasonable logic. Isn't it her own fault for not behaving properly? Isn't it because of us? Wu Danny rolled her eyes. "Not your fault. Our fault? She was with us, and she never went out to steal anyone. Is it because your family mistreats her? Or because your eldest isn't capable? Your own wife can't even control her. What a failure. Anyway, my daughter has suffered, so you must pay compensation. If not, I will come here every day to cause trouble." Mother Zhou was so angry her head spun, and when her gaze met Wu Danny's disgusting face, she didn't hesitate and swung her fists. Wu Danny was caught off guard. She never expected Mother Zhou to hit her. She had heard from Zhang Qiali that she had done many things at her in-laws' house, and the Zhou family had never laid a hand on her. Because of what Zhang Qiali told her, Wu Danny thought the Zhou family was soft and easy to control. "Say one more word about my husband?" Mother Zhou was really furious. Her vision blurred. How much hardship had her husband endured because of Zhang Qiali? Finally divorced, and now her family was slandering them. As a mother, she couldn't bear it. She didn't hit people, but she didn't say she wouldn't hit animals. Realizing this, Wu Danny started to fight back, grabbing at Mother Zhou while shouting, "How dare you hit me, Mother?" Mother Zhou took the initiative, and because she was so angry, she unleashed her strength and easily subdued Wu Danny. Wu Danny's resistance earned her a heavier slap. "If you dare to talk nonsense about my husband again, believe it or not, I will fight to the death to beat you." When Mother Zhou said this, not only Wu Danny but everyone present was frightened. Mother Zhou usually appeared gentle and kind, not someone who would make such fierce threats. But when a gentle person suddenly lost control, it was even more frightening. So almost everyone there believed Mother Zhou's words. Wu Danny was also scared. After a few more slaps, she couldn't take it anymore and started hitting and kicking. Wu Danny fell to the ground, crying out in pain. At first, the others just felt relieved, thinking Wu Danny was too shameless. Later, Wu Danny's crying became quieter, and Aunt Lee started to worry that something was wrong. She stepped forward to pull Mama Zhou away. Seeing Aunt Lee move, other worried aunts also tried to pull Mama Zhou back. Mama Zhou was pulled from all sides and, in the next moment, fainted. A gasp went through the crowd. When Zhou Xuan received the telegram, he hurriedly rode his bike back. He had already seen people gathering from afar. He was curious about what was happening, but as he got closer on his bike, he saw his mother fainting. Seeing his mother fall, Zhou Xuan didn't even bother to park his bike properly. He jumped off and rushed toward his mother. When he arrived, he immediately picked up his mother and asked others, "What happened to my mom?" Someone pointed at Wu Danny on the ground and said, "She probably upset her." Zhou Xuan then looked at Wu Danny and saw who she was. His eyes flashed with anger. He picked up his mother and, passing by Wu Danny, didn't forget to give her a kick. "If anything happens to my mom, I won't let you go." His face was fierce as he said this, making the other women feel uncomfortable. Usually, Zhou Xuan was a cheerful young man. By the way, that Xiao Li's mother was really something. She managed to push both members of a Zhou family into a state they rarely showed. As the old saying goes, even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered. After making his threat, Zhou Xuan carried his mother to his tricycle and hurried away. His mother was usually healthy, but this was the first time she had such a reaction. He had to find a doctor quickly. After Zhou Xuan left with his mother, the remaining women looked at Wu Danny still lying on the ground, exchanging glances. "Should we do something? Maybe we should take her to the health clinic to check," one woman tentatively suggested. After she spoke, some nodded in agreement. But no one moved. Who should go? They understood well that Xiao Li's mother was capable of twisting the truth. Everyone knew that stealing was wrong, but Xiao Li's mother dared to come to the Zhou family demanding compensation. If they sent her to the clinic, she might try to extort them instead. Fortunately, while the women hesitated, Wu Danny, who had been feeling unwell for a while, managed to crawl up from the ground. The women from Cherry Village, seeing that Wu Danyu was a bit slow but still able to move, all sighed in relief and quickly went back to their work. Wu Danyu didn't expect that her trip would bring no benefits and that she would get a beating instead. Not getting any benefits made Wu Danyu feel very unhappy. But when she thought about how Zhou Mama had hit her earlier and then fainted afterward, Wu Danyu didn't dare to go look for Zhou's family anymore. If Qiao Ming really got upset because of her, going over now would just put her in danger. Wu Danyu was shameless, but not stupid. Having gained nothing here, Wu Danyu leaned on her waist and slowly headed back. She walked very slowly for two reasons. First, she had injuries on her body. Second, she didn't get what she wanted and didn't know how to explain herself at home. The Zhang family would probably just scold her or hit her again, but she had already been beaten today and didn't want to face more punishment. While she was thinking about how to avoid another beating when she got home, she saw Zhang Ruru resting on the ground. Having grown up watching Zhang Ruru, Wu Danyu recognized her easily, even from a distance. She didn't get anything from Zhou's family, but she still felt confident about getting something from Zhang Ruru. Wu Danyu hurried over in 2 steps, grabbed Zhang Ruru's thin arm, and shouted, "Child, I've never seen someone as unfilial as you. Yesterday was your grandfather's birthday. Didn't you show any respect?" Zhang Ruru hesitated for a moment before recognizing that the woman with the swollen face was her aunt. Since Wang Daqian's mother passed away, Zhang Ruru had cut ties with the Zhang family. This was mainly because Wang Daqian helped her chase away her greedy aunt. That was the only thing Wang Daqian had done that she appreciated since she married him. Now that Wang Daqian was gone, she didn't know what to do. Zhang Ruru felt very anxious inside. "Ma'am, you know my situation. I really can't give anything right now," she said timidly. "I don't care." Wu Danyu, finally catching hold of what she saw as a lifeline, wouldn't let it go easily. "Today, even if you go home and your husband beats you to death, you must bring something to show respect to your grandfather. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised you for nothing." Hearing this, Zhang Ruru only felt it was ironic. When had her grandfather ever taken care of her? In a year, she could only visit her home a few times to ask for help. However, from Wu Danny's tone, it seemed she didn't even know that Wang Daqian had gone inside. Zhang Ruru thought for a moment and, with a blank expression, said to Wu Danny, "Don't bother beating me to death.
Just kill me directly, ma'am. I have nothing to give you anyway. Wu Danny gritted her teeth, almost furious. She didn't expect it to be so difficult to get anything from Zhang Ruru. But Wu Danny thought to herself, she had been eating for a few more years than Zhang Ruru, so she shouldn't be able to control her. Wu Danny sneered. Wanna die? Then I'll go back and pour some dirt on your mother's grave. You probably wouldn't mind, right? Since you're already thinking about death. Wu Danny's words made the other women watching quietly nearby look a bit strange. They thought she was really reckless. Pouring dirt on someone's grave and not being afraid of getting into trouble, that was really bold. Only Zhang Ruru knew that Wu Danny was capable of doing such things. Zhang Ruru was both angry and upset, but she had no way to deal with Wu Danny. She really didn't want her mother to die and have no peace afterward. Seeing Zhang Ruru's hesitation, Wu Danny impatiently said, "Hurry up and go back to get the stuff for me." Zhang Ruru had no choice but to go home. Wu Danny sat there openly waiting for Zhang Ruru to bring the things over. Given how much Zhang Ruru cared about her mother, Wu Danny wasn't worried she wouldn't come. Zhang Ruru was usually honest, and with a man like Wang Daqian, many people felt sympathy for her. Now, seeing Wu Danny push Zhang Ruru to go get the stuff, some women nearby wanted to help her. One aunt asked, looking at Wu Danny's bruised face, "Are you really her ma'am? Can there be any doubt?"
Wu Danny replied impatiently.
"If you really are her ma'am, then be a little kinder to this girl. Her husband tried to commit a crime but failed, and he's in jail now. She's a woman struggling to support her family. Your family members should help her, not just ask for things. Isn't that right?" The aunt said disapprovingly. Hearing this, Wu Danny's eyes lit up. She wiped away her previous impatience and asked the aunt, "Are you serious? Can there be any doubt?" After saying this, the aunt wondered to herself why she heard that her niece's husband was inside, and yet she looked quite happy about it. Wu Danny was indeed happy. Since Zhang Ruru's husband was in jail, Zhang Ruru's life as a woman wouldn't be easy. Wouldn't she have to remarry? This marriage is arranged, so how can it happen without an elder organizing it? Zhang Ruru's parents have long passed away, so her eldest aunt naturally takes on the role of an elder and finds a man for Zhang Ruru. Thinking about her trip today, her daughter Zhang Qiaoli has divorced, and even her niece's man has entered the house. Wu Danny suddenly feels her worries fade away. After all, remarrying a daughter means she can collect bride price again. She came this time because her precious son has no food to eat. She plans to arrange marriage for Zhang Qiaoli and Zhang Ruru when she returns, and she's worried there's no food at home. The more she thinks about it, the more excited Wu Danny becomes. She can't wait to go back and find a matchmaker. At this moment, Zhang Ruru arrives, carrying 10 eggs and half a kilogram of brown sugar. The eggs are saved from her own stash, and the brown sugar was given to her by Zhou Lian when she helped make clothes for him. Originally, Zhang Ruru was reluctant to give away the brown sugar, but there's nothing valuable left at home. To prevent Wu Danny from causing trouble at her mother's grave, Zhang Ruru had to grit her teeth and give her the brown sugar. Still, she worries Wu Danny might be unhappy, since Wu Danny has a big appetite. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Ruru hands over the items, Wu Danny looks at them and immediately complains, "Is that all you have?" "There's really nothing else at home," Zhang Ruru says tightly, clutching 2 yuan in her pocket. That money is saved from a long time ago. She wanted to use it to repair her house, and she's reluctant to give it to Wu Danny. She's prepared for Wu Danny to keep pestering her. But surprisingly, after hearing her, Wu Danny doesn't say anything and just leaves. Zhang Ruru feels very uneasy, as if some trick is waiting for her. But since traveling from the neighboring village takes half a day on foot, she decides that even if Wu Danny comes again, it will be later. Thinking this, Zhang Ruru continues working. She must work hard to build her own house, so she can feel at ease. The aunt who once spoke up for Zhang Ruru wanted to say something when she saw her giving Wu Danny things, but in the end, she didn't say anything. What could she say? Tell Zhang Ruru not to give anything? If her eldest aunt really caused trouble at her mother's grave, she would be in big trouble. Sighing, the aunt thinks, every family has its own difficulties.
After Zhou Lian finished making aloe vera gel in the space, she left without lingering. As soon as she stepped out, she noticed the blazing sunlight hitting the cement yard. Just by looking, Zhou Lian already felt hot. Working in the fields would be even worse. Thinking of her parents and older brother still working in the fields, Zhou Lian almost didn't hesitate and went straight to the kitchen. She took out some green beans to soak, planning to make green bean soup to send to her mother and family to cool off. In summer, sometimes she didn't want hot food, so while making the green bean soup, Zhou Lian also started kneading dough to make cold noodles later. She originally wanted to make cold skin noodles, but since she didn't prepare bean sprouts, she decided to do that later. The dough was kneaded and needed some time to rest. During this time, Zhou Lian was not idle. She went to her space again. She didn't do much, just used the soybeans and green beans she had previously planted to grow 10 genes of bean sprouts. 1 gene of beans could produce over 10 genes of sprouts, and in her space, it only took a little over a day to grow enough to eat. Zhou Lian planned to eat some herself and send some to the textile factory. Growing bean sprouts from 10 genes of beans in her space didn't take long. After harvesting the sprouts, she started thinking about planting more beans. Earlier, she had planted some soybeans and chili together, and they had ripened. She had harvested the soybeans, green beans, and chili, but the red beans in that field hadn't ripened yet, so she left that field alone. But now, Zhou Lian calculated that the red beans would ripen in about a month, so she decided to plant more soybeans and green beans there. As for the chili, she planned to prepare another field later for separate planting. Zhou Lian still felt that planting many things on 1 acre of land was hard to manage, so her goal was to plant separately in the future. But she knew she had to take it slow. After planting more soybeans and green beans at her space again, Zhou Lian took out some eggs to make fried eggs. Since she had no meat, eggs would do. After going to the provincial city, her space had nearly 40 eggs. Zhou Lian, being generous, made 14 fried eggs at once, giving 2 to each family member. After making the eggs, she started preparing the cold noodles and the ingredients needed for them. Once everything was ready and she saw that her workday was almost over, she carried these things to her mother Zhou's house. On the way, she met her aunt coming back from work. "Lian, are you going to see your mom?" Zhou Lian smiled and nodded. "Yes, I thought since it's hot today, I'd make some green bean soup to send to my mom and them." "Hey, Lian, you probably don't know yet. Your mom fainted and was taken away by your second brother." Zhou Lian. She truly had no idea about that. "I heard that Mom Zhou fainted." Zhou Lian didn't bother asking how she fainted. He decided to see her first. He turned around and headed back home. Once there, he quickly put his things in the space and rode his bike out again. Since his mother had fainted, he thought that if his second brother saw her, he would probably take her straight to the clinic. So, Zhou Lian didn't go anywhere else and headed directly toward the clinic. As he approached the clinic, he saw no one around. He took out a bamboo tube from the space, filled with spiritual spring water. After doing this, Zhou Lian hurried into the clinic. The clinic belonged to the commune and was small, with only 2 connected rooms. Usually, the left room was for doctors to see patients, and the right room was used for the doctor's living space and storage. When Zhou Lian entered the left room, he saw his mother lying on a yellowed hospital bed, receiving N4. Besides his mother, he didn't see anyone else. At that moment, his mother had already woken up but looked pale. "Mom, are you okay?" Zhou Lian asked as he walked over and held her hand. Seeing her daughter, his mother smiled a little and comforted him. "Mom's fine, don't worry." "Where's second brother?" Since the doctor wasn't there, Zhou Lian didn't see Zhou Xuan and initially wanted to ask him directly about the situation.
"He's gone outside to use the restroom."
His mother smiled again. "I scared him today." It was the first time his mother saw her second son look so pale, almost like a real man. "I heard Auntie say you fainted, and I was worried too. Mom needs to take care of her health." After speaking, Zhou Lian took the bamboo tube, poured some water from the hot water bottle beside the bed, and mixed it with the spiritual spring to feed her. There was no choice. Most of the remaining spiritual spring water had been mixed into mung bean soup by Zhou Lian, originally meant to help his mother regain strength, but He hadn't used it yet. Without diluting it, the remaining spring water was too strong to drink. His mother drank the water his daughter fed her, and felt much better. His mother thought it was because her daughter was sweet, clever, adorable, and good-looking. She had drunk water from others before, but she only felt that her daughter's water was sweet. After feeding her, Zhou Lian's second brother returned. He quickly asked, "Second brother, why did Mom suddenly faint? What did the doctor say?" By this time, he hadn't seen the doctor. Thinking for a moment, Zhou Lian guessed the doctor might have gone to eat. The doctor said Mom was slightly sunstruck after staying in the sun for a long time. Plus, she was upset by Wu Danny, which caused her to faint suddenly. After receiving this infusion, she would be fine. Zhou Xuan told his younger sister this. When Zhou Mu heard that Mom was fine after the infusion, Zhou Lian finally relaxed.
But then,
who is Wu Danny? Zhang Qiali's mother. Whenever this person was mentioned, Zhou Xuan looked unhappy. Zhou Lian looked at Zhou Mu and softly asked, "Mom, what did she do?" Although Zhou Lian knew who Wu Danny was from the original owner's memories and understood she probably wasn't doing good things, he still wanted to hear exactly what she had done. So, Zhou Mu explained what had happened at that time. She also mentioned that she had hit Wu Danny and Zhou Urge had kicked her too. But Zhou Lian still felt it wasn't enough. Originally, after writing a letter to the commune, Zhou Lian had set Zhang Qiali aside. He didn't care about Zhang Qiali's family at all. But now, Wu Danny and her mother had made Zhou Mu sick from anger. Zhou Lian felt he had to do something. He believed his job was to prevent Wu Danny and her family from gaining any benefit. But those were later matters. Right now, the most important thing was to take care of Zhou Mu. So, Zhou Mu received 4 fluids while being comforted by her daughter. As they left the health clinic, they saw Zhou Dage riding his bike carrying Zhou Dad. "Now that you're here, what about the 2 little ones at home?" Although Zhou Mu knew Zhou Dad and Zhou Guan were worried about her coming, she still disagreed a little. She was an adult, with her son and daughter watching over her.
Nothing would happen, right?
She didn't feel comfortable leaving the 2 little ones alone at home. "We're just worried about you," Zhou Dad said nervously. "What did the doctor say?" Zhou Mu asked. "I'm fine, just upset by Wu Danny." Zhou Mu waved her hand dismissively. Just thinking about Wu Danny's unpleasant face made her dislike her even more. After hearing this, Zhou Dad still felt uneasy. He looked at Zhou Lian and Zhou Xuan for reassurance. Seeing their nods, he finally relaxed. "It's late. Let's go home," Zhou Dad said. Zhou Guan looked at Zhou Mu with a guilty heart. In their family, Mother Zhou once fainted out of anger. It was all because of him.
Mom.
All the words she wanted to say were contained in that one name. Mother Zhou glanced at her eldest son and understood what he was thinking. Her son was good in every way, except that he was too gentle. "This has nothing to do with you. If I hadn't been reluctant to let you go to jail, you wouldn't have suffered so much. If there's any mistake, it's mine." Mother Zhou truly felt sorry for her eldest son, but if she could turn back time, she might still be reluctant to see her good son sent to jail by Zhang Qiali. When Zhou Guan heard his mother's words, he felt like something was blocking his throat, and he couldn't say anything. All right, Zhou Lianen came out to change the subject. "It's getting late. Let's go home. I left the cold noodles I made at home, waiting for us to eat." So everyone went back home. After arriving in the village, Dad Zhou went to pick up the children and bring them to Zhou Lianen, while elder brother Zhou went to return the bicycle borrowed from the village chief. Once the family was together, they ate 2 fried eggs, a bowl of sour and spicy cold noodles, and finally a big bowl of cooled mung bean soup. They immediately felt refreshed, and the summer heat seemed to fade away. "Mom, you shouldn't go to work this afternoon. Rest at home and take it easy," Zhou Lianen said to Mother Zhou. Mother Zhou was a hardworking person, so she didn't want to rest. "I'm feeling much better now, even more energetic than this morning. I still need to do some work. If I don't, I won't feel comfortable." "Then just tidy up at home," Dad Zhou chimed in. Although the sun was really strong for those of them who worked in the fields all year round, the family situation didn't allow for rest.
Dad Zhou just wanted Mother Zhou to stay at home. Alright, although most things in the Zhou family were decided by Mother Zhou, Dad Zhou's words still carried weight. After resolving Mother Zhou's matter, Zhou Xuanan suddenly remembered why he had hurriedly come back earlier. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to Zhou Lianen. Little sister, this is a telegram from brother-in-law. He asked me to keep coming to stay. Zhou Lianen took the telegram and looked at it. This wasn't a telegram for her at all. It was clearly for Zhou Xuanan. It only said that after he left, he was worried about her living alone and hoped that second brother would continue to stay and watch over her. Mother Zhou also looked at the telegram's content and was very pleased that her son-in-law was still thinking of her daughter outside. She said to her second son, "Then pack your things today and move over to live. Anyway, my second older brother is single, so he can live anywhere."
All right.
Zhou Xuan feels that he can live wherever he wants. After the men in the family leave, Mother Zhou takes Zhou Lian's hand and says, "Yan Zhou is pretty good. He still thinks of you even when he's outside. He's probably still on the train now, right?
I wonder how he sent you the telegram."
After saying this, Mother Zhou shifts the topic. "Have you asked him? After his leg heals, what does he plan to do? Return to the army?" "I haven't asked," Zhou Lian replies, then adds, "Probably." Although Liu Yanzhou has never said it directly, Zhou Lian can tell that he really likes the army. If he goes back to the army, what are your plans? Do you want to follow him? Mother Zhou asks again. For the sake of their relationship, it's naturally better for their daughter to go along, so they can see each other most of the time. But Mother Zhou feels a bit reluctant about her daughter going away. If her daughter is alone outside and suffers any unfair treatment, she as a mother would know. Just thinking about it makes Mother Zhou feel distressed. Not going, just visiting, Zhou Lian says. His career is here, and although grain and cloth can be sold anywhere, being with the army means losing some freedom. In the army, everything has to be registered, right? And even without considering registration, moving to a new place means starting over. Not everyone is like Xiehe. For the sake of freedom or other reasons, Zhou Lian doesn't plan to follow the army. Mother Zhou. Even though she doesn't need to worry about her daughter being bullied, she still feels uneasy about her daughter not following the army. Since her daughter is outside alone, if she faces any hardship, Mother Zhou wouldn't know. Just thinking about it makes her worried. Mother Zhou chats with Zhou Lian for a while and then goes back to work because she can't sit still. After she leaves, Zhou Lian begins to think about how to deal with the Zhang family. After some thought, Zhou Lian decides to use legal means and sue the Zhang family. The reason is that they borrowed money and didn't pay it back. Zhou Lian still remembers that Zhang Qiali previously borrowed money from her family. If they go to ask for it directly, given how stubborn the Zhang family is, the chances of getting the money back are almost zero, and it's troublesome. Zhou Lian doesn't like trouble. Therefore, she decided to leave troublesome matters to the government, since they have powers that ordinary people do not possess. When the government came to ask for money, she also managed to get back her bride price. Asking for money was much easier than beating the Zhang family and making them uncomfortable. From Zhang Qiali's behavior, Zhou Lian believed that hitting and being hit by the Zhang family was a tradition. They were probably used to it, and a beating wouldn't leave much impression. She planned to report them tomorrow. After thinking about how to deal with Zhang, Zhou Lian started reading a book. This time, she was fully immersed in her reading. While Zhou Lian was reading, Wu Danny finally returned home. On her way back, she kept thinking about Zhang Ruru and Zhang Qiali. The more she thought, the more hopeful she felt, and her pain completely disappeared. Master of the house. Wu Danny returned home after lunch. The house was very quiet. Everyone was probably taking a nap. Excited, Wu Danny rushed into the house. Zhang Dagan had just finished smoking a pipe and was about to sleep when Wu Danny's loud shout woke him up. Seeing Wu Danny's swollen face from being beaten, Zhang Dagan took a deep breath and frowned. "How did it get like this?" he asked. Before Wu Danny could speak, he looked at what she was holding and asked, "What did you bring back?" Wu Danny was thinking about remarrying and collecting bride price again. Hearing Zhang Dagan ask about what she brought, she instinctively handed over the items she had brought back. Zhang Dagan took the items, looked at them, and immediately furrowed his brows even more, deep enough to crush a fly. She sent you away with just these things? I think she's itching for a fight. He wished she would give some real punishment. Hey, master of the house, don't be angry first. Listen to me. Wu Danny quickly comforted him when he looked angry. But Zhang Dagan was not soothed. He pointed at Wu Danny and said, "You're useless. As a mother, if she doesn't give you anything, you shouldn't take it? If you took some of her things, who could say anything?" Wu Danny, master of the house, listen to me. Our family has two big good news. Zhang Dagan knew that if Wu Danny dared to say so, it must be true. So, he held back his impatience and asked, "What good news?" Wu Danny talked about Zhang Qiali's divorce and Zhang Ruru's husband's imprisonment. She also mentioned her desire to remarry and collect bride price. There's no need to talk about that dead girl Zhang Qiali. We gave birth to her, so the bride price belongs to us. As for Zhang Ruru, Wu Danny's eyes darted quickly. She already spent her previous bride price on herself. This time she should give some to the family, right? Even though we're her uncle and aunt, her grandfather is still her real grandfather. It's right to take her bride price. Zhang Dagan thought Wu Danny had a point and immediately said, "Go find Madame Wang now, and get this done quickly. Then they could both get money and enjoy some meat. 200 yuan for one person, 400 for two. It's a big sum." With this money, Zhang Dagan didn't want to work so hard anymore.
All right.
Seeing Zhang Dagan agree, Wu Danny didn't hesitate and happily went out. On the way to Madame Wang's house, Wu Danny suddenly remembered she hadn't eaten yet. Thinking about food, her stomach started to growl. But she didn't turn back because she knew if she went to Zhang Qiali's place, they probably wouldn't have saved her any food. Going back would mean cooking herself, and she might as well finish the task now and eat well afterward. With this thought, Wu Danny felt motivated. She arrived at the only blue brick house in their village and called out, "Is Madame Wang at home?"
Who is it?
Madame Wang, a chubby woman sitting on a chair, responded impatiently. Usually, Madame Wang would have come out with a smile, as a matchmaker needs to deal with many people, and everyone prefers a friendly face. But right now, she was annoyed. Wu Danny didn't mind Madame Wang's attitude. Her mind was only on the bride price. "It's me, Wu Danny." When Madame Wang heard it was Wu Danny, she didn't want to open the door either. As a matchmaker, she preferred families with single young men or women. Wu Danny's 3 siblings were all married long ago. Seeing no response inside, Wu Danny called again. "Madame Wang, open the door. I need to talk to you." "What's the matter?" Madame Wang sat still, not moving. "I'm here to find a matchmaker. We have 2 people looking for you." Hearing this, Madame Wang couldn't sit still. She quickly opened the door and welcomed Wu Danny inside. She was worried about finding a good matchmaker, as she had tried many times before without success. Just give up like that. Madame Wang is not willing to, after all, she gets paid a lot. But if she has to work with 2 other matchmakers at the same time, her earnings would be about the same as those other matchmakers who do difficult jobs. If it's too hard, she might just stop. However, Madame Wang looks at Wu Danny, who is bruised and swollen, and although she's curious if Wu Danny was hit again by her family's Zhang Dagan, money is more important. "Where did you find 2 matchmakers for me? My second brother is divorced and my niece Zhang Ruru, maybe you remember her husband is in jail. My good niece can't just wait for her husband to come back, so she came to ask you to find her a match." Hearing this, Madame Wang's excitement fades away. A woman who's been married once isn't easy to match, she says, already prepared to work very hard. Adding these 2 difficult matchings to her list, she now has 3 tough cases. "If you're sincere about wanting my help, I'll try to find someone for you in the next few days. The bride price probably won't be high," Madame Wang says. "Is that okay?" Wu Danny is unhappy. If the bride price is too low, it feels like she's being cut into pieces. Thinking about this, Wu Danny politely grabs Madame Wang's hand and says, "Big Sister Wang, please help me find someone who offers a higher bride price. Even if the conditions are a bit worse, that's okay. After all, She's not the one getting married. Hearing this, Madame Wang's eyes light up. Madame Wang actually has someone who meets Wu Danny's requirements. The conditions aren't great, but the bride price is really high. She was worried about this earlier because she had looked at several families with poor conditions, but none of the children from those families caught the eye of the He family. Now, hearing Wu Danny's words, maybe it can work out. Thinking of this, Madame Wang smiles, and Wu Danny, who is bruised and swollen, suddenly looks much more agreeable. This is a fortune teller. Madame Wang warmly takes Wu Danny's hand and says, "Girl, you came at just the right time. I happen to have a family that meets your requirements." Really? Wu Danny is very happy and looks at Madame Wang's eyes shining. Of course. How much bride price do they offer? Wu Danny immediately asks. Madame Wang knows this well and gestures to Wu Danny. 250?
Wu Danny asks happily.
Madame Wang nods. What kind of family is this, offering so much bride price? Wu Danny originally thought that 200 yuan was the most they could give, but this time, they added 50 more. In the countryside, 50 yuan is a lot. This family's surname is He, and their financial situation isn't very good. Madame Wang honestly said, the young man they want to marry is also a bit flawed. Otherwise, a good family wouldn't give so much bride price. That's true, Wu Danny agreed. Her own son Bao Zhen was given 120 yuan for his bride, and she thought that was already a lot. What kind of flaw is it? Although Wu Danny had already decided to go ahead with the marriage after hearing about the 250 yuan bride price, she still wanted to know more before finalizing. He has no right hand.
What?
Is it cut off? Wu Danny widened her eyes and asked, knowing that missing a right hand is a serious flaw. No, it's not that. Madame Wang waved her hand and whispered, he was born without it. Wouldn't that make him a monster? Wu Danny took a step back. Madame Wang frowned, not agreeing. These days, we don't talk about such things. He was born disabled, and if he weren't, they wouldn't be giving such a high bride price. Before mentioning the groom's situation, Madame Wang thought Wu Danny was somewhat interested in the bride price, and there was about a 60% chance the marriage could happen. But after hearing about the groom's condition, she suddenly felt it was unlikely. Some families were tempted by the bride price, but after learning about the groom's situation, they all backed out. Thinking of this, Madame Wang felt a bit discouraged and told Wu Danny, I've explained the situation. You can go home and think about it. If you're willing, I can arrange for the two sides to meet. Hearing this, Wu Danny's eyes darted quickly. In a short while, she pulled Madame Wang aside and said, Sister, with the groom's condition, isn't my daughter just going to suffer if she marries him? Madame Wang looked at Wu Danny and thought to herself, what do you think? There's no free lunch in the world. But she didn't say this out loud. Deep down, she still hoped to make this match happen, so she was polite to Wu Danny. Thinking of this, Madame Wang said, don't worry too much about suffering. The groom's family has two older sisters who aren't planning to marry. They're keeping the house for a future son-in-law. Your daughter marrying into that family won't have to worry about food. Just take care of the man. Wu Danny thought to herself, she didn't care about suffering or not. Despite that, she is still considered disabled. These days, who would want to marry someone with a disability? Wu Danny pretended to be dissatisfied. Seeing Wu Danny say this, Madame Wang felt a bit disappointed, thinking that this deal was probably not going to happen. But Wu Danny wasn't entirely wrong. Fortunately, since the marriage with the He family didn't work out, she could still help find another family for Wu Danny's daughter or niece. Madame Wang was about to suggest that Wu Danny go back and wait, that she would find someone else, when Wu Danny asked, this disabled person, it's not impossible to marry here. But sister, do you think the bride price could be a bit higher? After all, we have a good daughter at home. Madame Wang. So that was the real plan all along. She had thought Wu Danny was genuinely concerned about her family's girl. She felt a bit disdainful of Wu Danny but still responded politely. All right, I'll ask around for you. After all, it's really hard to find a suitable match for the young man from the He family. If there's a chance, she, as a matchmaker, wouldn't want to miss it. I'll go with you, Wu Danny said eagerly. She was eager to marry off Zhang Qiaoli and Zhang Re quickly,
and get the bride price. Madame Wang. She could tell Wu Danny was a bit too eager. Having done this kind of matchmaking many times, she had never seen such enthusiasm before. With Wu Danny like this, once the bride price was settled, she probably couldn't wait to marry off her own daughter. Thinking this, Madame Wang still led Wu Danny toward the He family. Along the way, Madame Wang carefully explained the situation of the He family. Mrs. He was a woman with a hard life. She had only 3 children, 2 daughters first. Finally, she had a son, but he was born without a right hand. Not long after giving birth to her son, He Dabauer was lost to her husband. Mrs. He raised her 3 children alone. Now that her son was of marriageable age, she had contacted many matchmakers, but no marriage had been arranged. They could only increase the bride price year by year, hoping to find a bride for her son. After learning about the He family, Wu Danny immediately said when she saw Mrs. He, "We have a daughter at home who can marry your son. But we need a bride price of 300 yuan. As soon as the bride price is paid, the marriage can happen immediately." Wu Danny's words touched Mrs. He's heart. Getting her son married soon was her dream for the past 2 years. Regarding the bride price being 50 yuan more, Mrs. He had already prepared herself mentally. She originally wanted to increase the bride price because her son was grown up now, and she wanted to find a wife for him. "All right, the bride price will be 300 yuan. Mrs. He said to Wu Danny, "But you said it has to be done quickly." Matchmaker Wang. They hadn't even fully discussed the woman's situation, and she agreed so easily. However, matchmaker Wang understood Mrs. He's desire to find a daughter-in-law, but she still needed to clarify things. Wang took Mrs. He aside and said, "Auntie, listen to me. This girl is good, but she has been married before." As matchmakers, they needed to know the details of both sides to prevent problems later. "She's been married before." Hearing Wang's words, Mrs. He's initial excitement faded. Mrs. He was a traditional person and still believed that women who had been married before were not pure. "Yes, she's been married before." Wang finished and told Mrs. He, "I'm just helping connect the two of you. You need to think about it yourselves. But I must be fair. Auntie, you know your son Dabao's situation. It's really hard to find a wife like this. If you're not satisfied this time, I will try to help you find someone else. If I can't, I might have to stop trying." She was truly exhausted from her work, and many matchmakers had been stumped by this case. Hearing Wang's words, Mrs. He, who was hesitant, gritted her teeth and asked, "Is she a widow?" If she was a widow, she still wanted to refuse. Who knew if she was unlucky in love? She only had her son Dabao, and she didn't want someone unlucky in love to marry him. "No, she's not a widow, don't worry." Wang still asked for clarification. Wu Danny's 2 daughters were not widows. Hearing this, Mrs. He said, "Then let's decide on this." She knew her son Dabao's situation made it difficult to find a wife. Thinking that missing this chance might mean her son would never find a wife, Mrs. He reluctantly agreed.
300 yuan.
Mrs. He looked at Wu Danyu and said, "Since she's a second marriage, I won't be too particular. When you bring her over, I will give you the bride price." Mrs. He realized that Wu Danny was only interested in money. However, she didn't mind anymore. Now, Mrs. He just wanted to get everything settled quickly so her son could get married. Wu Danny heard Mrs. He say that once she brought the person over, she would get the money. She immediately replied, "I will go back and bring the person soon. Just wait at home."
Good.
Madame Wang. Both families are not very polite, but this matter is almost done. Once Wu Danny brings the person, she will come to collect her share of the money. After leaving the He family, Wu Danny thought about the bride price. She couldn't wait for Madame Wang, who was slow, and hurried back home. When she arrived, it was working hours, but she still found Zhang Dashun. Since Wu Danny left, Zhang Dashun hadn't planned to go to work. He was waiting at home for good news from Wu Danny. "Why did it take so long?" he asked unhappily when he saw Wu Danny. "I went to the groom's house with Madame Wang," Wu Danny said, used to his attitude. She tried to flatter him. "Sir, guess how much the bride price is? 200? Zhang Dashun thought that was the highest they could ask for. "Not right." Wu Danny wanted to tease him.
But Zhang Dashun didn't fall for her tricks and impatiently said, "Just tell me." Seeing this, Wu Danny didn't delay anymore and said, $300. They are giving 300. As soon as we send the person over, they'll pay immediately. Hearing this, Zhang Dashun sat up excitedly. So much? Wu Danny pouted and said, "The groom is disabled, missing his right hand, so they are only giving that much." Although she was happy about the $300, Wu Danny still looked down on the groom because he was disabled. Zhang Dashun didn't mind that the groom was disabled. He asked, "Who will go then?" They had two amounts of $300 each. Right now, Zhang Qiaoli hasn't come out yet. They need someone urgently, so Zhang Ruru will go first, Wu Danny said.
Okay.
After thinking for a moment, Zhang Dashun told Wu Danny, "Today, go pick up that girl and bring her back. Tomorrow, send her over." After saying this, Zhang Dashun was already imagining how to spend the $300. First, he wanted to buy meat to eat.
All right.
With that, Wu Danny ran out quickly. However, halfway through running, she ran back and stood by the bed, saying to Zhang Dashun, "Head of the household, can you give me some money?" "Why do you need money?" Zhang Dashun immediately frowned in displeasure. Wu Danny softened her voice and said, "Head of the household, look, if I walk over now, it might get dark soon. When it gets dark, how will I walk? I plan to rent a cart pulled by oxen, so I can pick up people earlier and send them off earlier tomorrow, right?"
All right.
Zhang Dashun was persuaded by Wu Danny and gave her 50 cents. Wu Danny happily took the money and went to rent an ox cart toward Cherry Village. At that time, Zhou was still reading a book. An hour later, after finishing her study tasks, it was almost time to finish work. Thinking she had a dinner date with Zhang Ruru, Zhou didn't dare delay and went to the kitchen.
Woof.
Little Boat looked at her owner getting up to leave and barked unhappily. This sound successfully caught Zhou attention. She turned back and picked up Little Boat, saying, "Hey, I didn't mean to ignore you. I'll take you there now." While talking, Zhou carried Little Boat to the kitchen and placed her on a small stool. After settling Little Boat, Zhou washed her hands and started preparing dinner. Tonight, her second brother would stay here, but because it was Master Tan Muzhong's birthday, he would stay to have dinner there. So, only she and Zhang Ruru would eat together. She caught a 3-gene fish from the space and prepared braised fish, then made mincemeat with eggplant, ants climbing a tree, and finally tomato and egg soup. That completed her dinner for the night. By the time Zhou finished cooking, it was already quite late after work. Seeing that Zhang Ruru hadn't come yet, Zhou decided to go find her. Before leaving, Zhou petted Little Boat's dog head and said, "I'll go out for a bit, I'll be back soon. Just wait at home." This time, Little Boat didn't bark when she left. Zhou left the yard, heading purposefully toward Zhang Ruru's place. From afar, she saw a cart parked outside Zhang Ruru's house, with a middle-aged man sitting on it. Zhou looked at it, confirmed she didn't recognize him, and then turned her gaze toward Zhang Ruru's home. She watched and approached gradually. As she got closer, she heard a strange woman's voice say, "Auntie is doing this for your own good. Without a man now, how will you manage your life?" The information in these words made Zhou raise an eyebrow. Unquestionably, Zhang Ruru's older aunt is Wu Danny. Zhou hadn't expected to meet Wu Danny so soon. And from Wu Danny's tone, it seemed she was trying to matchmake for Ruru. Listen to what the older aunt says. "The conditions here are really good. You just need to take care of your husband, and the 2 older sisters-in-law will handle everything else," Wu Danny explained patiently. "If it's so good, why don't you go yourself?" Zhou crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe of Zhang Ruru's house, speaking calmly. "Who is it?" Her task interrupted, Wu Danny turned around in annoyance, then saw a woman standing at the door, smiling faintly. The woman at the door had fair skin, was dressed neatly, and had a striking presence, completely different from the locals here. She looked like a wealthy young lady from a noble family, used to a privileged life. "It's me, your auntie. Don't you recognize me?" Zhou said with a half-smile. Wu Danny was so angry she nearly fainted, and Zhou naturally wouldn't be polite. "Say that again?" "Wu Danny,
known for her fiery temper, immediately got angry when Zhou Lian called her auntie. Who do you think you are, coming here and acting so high and mighty? Do you have no manners when talking to elders? Elder? Zhou Lian sneered coldly, then swiftly kicked Wu Danny to the ground. Before Wu Danny could struggle to get up, Zhou Lian leisurely stepped on her back, preventing her from rising.
How's that?
Do you like this way of talking? Zhang Ruru, who had watched the whole scene, was stunned. She always thought Zhou Lian was the one needing protection, but now, maybe others need protection instead. Even if Wang Daqian came knocking, and even if Zhou Lian's man wasn't so lucky to wake up, and even if Zhou Lian didn't know in advance, with her skills, Zhang Ruru believed she wouldn't suffer. If she had Zhou Lian's skills, maybe she could even teach Wang Daqian a lesson.
Who are you?
What did I do to deserve this? Why are you hitting me? Wu Danny cried out from the ground, feeling utterly wronged. Of course I did, Zhou Lian said coldly. Bothering Zhou Mama was like bothering her. Who you are, I don't even know. Why would I bother you? Wu Danny felt very wronged. She couldn't remember anyone like this in her memory. Was this her third slap today? Of course, I don't mind telling you. I am Zhou Lian, Zhou Lian said with a condescending smile. Wu Danny, lying on the ground. Is this Zhou Lian? When did Zhou Lian become so powerful? Wasn't she the one being bullied by her daughter at home? Her daughter even bullied her into marriage. Wu Danny had seen Zhou Lian before. She remembered Zhou Lian wasn't like this before. Thinking about how she made Zhou Ma faint this morning, Wu Danny felt guilty, but still said, Your mom also hit me. We're even now. If your mom hit you, isn't it because you deserved it? While speaking, Zhou Lian stepped harder on Wu Danny's foot. Wu Danny clenched her teeth. What do you want? Just letting you know, prepare the money you owe us and the bride price you gave to Zhang Qiali. We will come to collect soon.
Wu Danny.
She wanted to curse the Zhou family for their foolishness, but then she remembered Zhou Lian was stepping on her, so she could only swallow her anger and say, I understand. Can I get up now? I need to find my niece. If they come to ask for something from the Zhou family and she doesn't give it, that's fine. Right now, the bride price is more important. Introduce a match for Roro? Yes. Don't bother. What good can you introduce? Save it for yourself. After saying this, Zhou Lian withdrew her foot. Now, get lost where you came from. Don't delay me and Roro for dinner. Zhou Lian didn't want to argue with Wu Danny anymore. If she delayed any longer, the braised fish would get cold. Wu Danny got up from the ground and was reluctant to leave. Her goal today hadn't been achieved.
What?
Want another kick? Zhou Lian said with a half-smile.
Wu Danny.
Her body still hurt from earlier.
Get out. I don't want to say this again.
Faced with Zhou Lian's cold gaze, Wu Danny, who had just been hit, was scared. She had no choice but to leave the yard. Zhou Lian quickly followed, telling Zhang Roro to lock the door, and then went to eat next door. All along, Wu Danny watched. When she saw Zhang Roro and Zhou Lian enter the yard, Wu Danny planned to wait a little while, hoping Zhang Roro would come out so she could talk to her. If it didn't work, she would just take her away directly. But she waited and waited until it was almost dark, and Zhang Roro still hadn't come out of the neighbor's house. If you don't leave now, I will leave. Wu Danny rented a cart, but the driver refused to continue. He was in a hurry to go back and eat. Wait a little longer. Wu Danny still wanted to wait for Zhang Ruru to come out. It was getting dark, and walking was difficult. There was no moon tonight, and now the driver was at his limit. Seeing Wu Danny still waiting, the driver impatiently waved the whip, turned the cart around, and said, If you want to wait, wait yourself. I'm going back. Anyway, Wu Danny had already paid before coming. Since she had waited so long, the driver felt he had done his part. When he was about to leave, Wu Danny had no choice but to angrily get on the cart and follow. If she didn't pay, it would be a waste. Plus, Wu Danny felt that Zhang Ruru was no longer easy to handle. Gritting her teeth, she decided to go back and think of a plan, planning to come again tomorrow. If Zhang Ruru was sensible, she would go back with her. If not,
After Zhou Lian took Zhang Ruru to her small courtyard, she immediately invited her to eat. At the table, seeing that Zhang Ruru was a bit shy and hesitant to pick food, Zhou Lian happily scooped a large piece of braised fish into her bowl. "Ruru, don't be polite. These dishes are specially made for us." "Okay." Zhang Ruru smiled at Zhou Lian and then carefully ate the fish. Later, seeing Zhang Ruru gradually eating other dishes, Zhou Lian started talking about other topics. "Ruru, Wu Danny introduced you to someone. What do you think? Do you want to get married?" "No," Zhang Ruru answered almost without thinking. "Right now, I just want to have my own house." Zhang Ruru was very clear. After Wang Daqian was released, she was sure he would come out, but she didn't plan to stay with him. The reason she was still living next door was simply because she had nowhere else to go. But she would find a way. Looking at Zhou Lian, Zhang Ruru said, "With my situation, even if I look for someone, I probably won't find a good one. It's better to live alone. I want my own house, even if it's difficult. I've already started saving money." Zhang Ruru's difficulty in wanting her own house was something Zhou Lian agreed with. But difficulty didn't mean impossible. Zhou Lian thought that Zhang Ruru's mindset was truly refreshing. If possible, within her ability, Zhou Lian genuinely wanted to help her. "Keep going," Zhou Lian said with a smile. "There's nothing in the world that can't be done if you have the will. Ruru, I believe you will have your own house someday." "Okay." Zhang Ruru nodded seriously, feeling much more optimistic. Having her own house was something she sometimes thought was just a dream, but now that she said it out loud, Zhou Lian encouraged her. "Eat a bit more." Zhou Lian added some food to Zhang Ruru's plate. "Once you're healthier, you'll earn more money to fix the house." "Okay." After hearing this, Zhang Ruru ate more eagerly. She was thinking that maybe this time she should just pay Ruru a salary for making clothes. Even if the family's clothing budget isn't much, every little bit helps. She could think of other ways later. After dinner, Zhou Lian took Zhang Ruru to see the fabric next door. She had already planned for Zhang Ruru to help make clothes today, so she had moved the fabric from the storage space into the wardrobe earlier. Zhang Ruru saw Zhou Lian take out a bunch of fabric from the wardrobe and was surprised. "So much. Just 2 sets of clothes per person for the whole family isn't much," Zhou Lian said, holding the fabric. In that room, she couldn't find a proper place to put all the fabric, so she had to put it on the bed. Zhang Ruru thought for a moment. Zhou Lian's family has 8 people. 2 sets of clothes each, so there will be some leftover fabric, but not too much. She was surprised that Zhou Lian could pull out so much fabric at once. "What should we make first?" Zhang Ruru asked. "A white shirt. It seems simple and easy to start with," Zhou Lian replied. "Learning something new should start simple and go from easy to hard." "Okay." "Do we have scissors at home? Let's cut the fabric first." Zhou Lian went to get the scissors and thread, which her mother had prepared when she got married. Holding the scissors, Zhang Ruru asked Zhou Lian, "Who should we make first?" Knowing who it's for helps estimate the size, so she can cut the fabric accordingly. "Maybe mine?" Zhou Lian was worried she might not do well at first, so she suggested making her own shirt first. "Okay." After saying that, Zhang Ruru looked at Zhou Lian a few times, then turned to get the scissors and start cutting the fabric. Zhou Lian was surprised. "Don't you need my measurements?" "No need. My mom taught me how to estimate. I won't make mistakes." Zhou Lian was speechless. Wow. Turns out expertise really makes a difference. Because the room was already small and had 2 beds and other furniture, Zhang Ruru was currently spreading fabric and cutting it. To avoid disturbing the other person, Zhou Lian watched for a while. After Zhang Ruru roughly cut out the fabric, she began to carefully trim the edges and corners. If all went well, once finished, Zhou Lian would get a simple white shirt. This white shirt was very versatile, but at the same time, it was also plain. Thinking about how she had studied drawing and designing clothes in modern times, and recalling the many styles of white shirts she had seen, she eagerly sat down at her desk and started drawing. When Zhang Ruru finished cutting, Zhou Lian's drawing was also complete. It was a simple French-style shirt. Compared to a regular white shirt, it had a larger collar and slightly puffed sleeves.
Ruru, do you think you can make this kind of white shirt? Zhang Ruru took the drawing from Zhou Lian, looked at it carefully and said, try it. I think it's possible. The collar just needed to be cut larger from fabric, and the puff sleeves were just pleats. Her mother had once played around and made such pleats herself. Let's make this first, okay? Zhou Lian was eager to see her drawing turn into a real object. Although Zhang Ruru had already thought about how to teach Zhou Lian to cut fabric when she was trimming the cloth earlier, Zhou Lian wanted to start with this. Zhang Ruru agreed and began preparing the fabric needed for making this type of clothing. Come over here, I'll teach you how to cut the fabric. Okay. After we cut the fabric, it's best to cut a little extra for trimming and sewing. For parts with buttons, leave 2 more fingers with the fabric so you can sew the buttons on. Zhou Lian. Ruru, I don't have any buttons at home. She hadn't thought about buttons when making clothes, only about the fabric. Thinking about how she had previously asked Zhang Ruru to make clothes for her, and the clothes she received later had buttons, she realized Zhang Ruru must have used her own buttons to help. What a kind and beautiful person she is. It's okay, I brought some, Zhang Ruru said gently with a smile. She then took a handful of buttons out of her pocket. There were black and white buttons, mainly 2 styles, though Zhou Lian couldn't name them. Where did you buy these? Neither Zhou Lian nor the original owner seemed to have much related knowledge. The county's department store should have what we need. Zhang Ruru hadn't bought these things in a long time. The items she had were leftovers her mother bought but never used, not many. Thank you, Sister Ruru. No need to thank me. Let's make some clothes. With Zhang Ruru's guidance and help, Zhou Lian finally finished the white shirt she designed in one night. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruru also taught Zhou Lian how to sew the fabric she had previously cut out. At the end, Zhang Ruru used her last 5 white buttons to sew onto the clothes that Zhou Lian had drawn. After finishing, Zhang Ruru looked at the clothes and said, "It looks good." I think so too. Zhou Lian looked at the clothes in her hands and felt that, after arriving in this era, she finally had a decent piece of clothing. However, upon closer inspection, she could see that the garment had many flaws. The stitches were sometimes good, sometimes bad. The good parts were made by Zhang Ruru, and the less good parts were by Zhou Lian, since it was her first time sewing and she was still not very skilled. That night, only this one piece of clothing was finished. The other piece Zhang Ruru had made earlier didn't have buttons sewn on because there were no suitable buttons at the time. She planned to add them once Zhou Lian bought some. Zhou Lian looked outside and guessed it was getting late, so she said to Zhang Ruru, "It's quite late. Let's stop here for today." Okay. Zhang Ruru helped Zhou Lian pack up the things. After tidying up, Zhou Lian stretched widely, feeling quite tired after sitting all night. Although they managed to make 2 pieces of clothing, the process was quite slow. Such a tiring night. Sewing is so slow, Zhou Lian half-jokingly complained to Zhang Ruru. Zhang Ruru chuckled softly. Compared to a sewing machine, doing it stitch by stitch is much slower. If they had a sewing machine, Zhang Ruru roughly estimated she could make 4 or 5 garments in one night. Her words were a reminder to Zhou Lian. She now had a little money and preferred to use a machine when she could. A sewing machine. She wanted to buy one. As for spending hundreds of yuan on a sewing machine, was it worth it? Zhou Lian thought that even if it wasn't immediately cost-effective, she would make it worth her while. In the cotton fields of the space, 1 acre could produce so much cotton that, while selling fabric, she could also sell finished clothes. Zhang Ruru invested her skills in the business, and Zhou Lian thought that not only could she make money, but she could also quickly fix the house. Zhou Lian decided that tomorrow, when he went to buy buttons, he would also buy a sewing machine. After making this decision, he started to take Zhang Ruru home. "Just send me to the door. That's enough," Zhang Ruru said at the gate. "No, I can't leave you alone at night. I'm worried," Zhou Lian replied, holding a flashlight and leading the way. Thinking about Zhou Lian's skills earlier that evening, Zhang Ruru believed he probably wouldn't be in danger if he came back alone later, so she let him go. Zhou Lian saw Zhang Ruru into her house and watched her light the kerosene lamp inside. "I'll come over after dinner tomorrow," Zhang Ruru told him. The dinner they had this afternoon was really delicious, but Zhang Ruru didn't want Zhou Lian to spend so much money every day.
All right, Ruru, rest early. I'm going back now, Zhou Lian said. He took her to the gate again, then turned back alone with his flashlight. Halfway there, he suddenly heard the sound of wheels rolling on the ground. He looked back and saw Zhou Xuan riding a tricycle with his belongings. Little sister, your brother is here to keep you company, Zhou Xuan said happily when he saw Zhou Lian turn around. It's so late, and you don't even have a light to see where you're going. What if you fall? Zhou Lian disagreed.
Zhou Xuan didn't mind.
I've walked this road so many times, I know it by heart. Okay, it's late. Let's go home and wash up. The siblings went back together. When they reached the small yard, Zhou Xuan parked his tricycle and carried his things to the firewood shed. Zhou Lian followed to take a look. Seeing this simple shed, he felt a bit sad for his older brother. Although the shed had a cement floor, it was filled with firewood, and it didn't really look like a proper room. Before, he didn't worry much because he knew his second brother wouldn't stay here for long. But now, things were different. From Lu Yenzhou's words, it seemed his second brother would stay here until he returned. That meant a long time. Living in such a simple place for a long time was not good. Second brother, why don't you stay here tonight and go back tomorrow? With Xiao Zhozhou and Wang Quanda in trouble, I think there's no real danger, Zhou Lian suggested. No, I promise my brother-in-law, Zhou Xuan replied and started packing his things by himself. He originally thought there was nothing urgent, but after his brother-in-law reminded him, he decided it was better to watch over his little sister. If something dangerous happened to her and he wasn't around, Zhou Xuan felt he would regret it for the rest of his life. Let's tidy up the wood storage shed and make it look decent. How should we tidy it? Put the firewood outside and arrange some furniture inside. Zhou Lian thought for a moment. Put the firewood outside? What if it rains? Build a small shelter to block the rain. If second brother is going to stay here long-term with me, he should live comfortably. We also need a wardrobe and a desk, since you still need to study.
Zhou Xuan.
Could he skip studying if the place is a bit simpler? Second brother, move the empty bed from my room here, so I can sleep more comfortably. We can add other furniture later, Zhou Lian said. That's not okay, Zhou Xuan replied. Knowing his little sister cared about him, he casually said, if I move out, what will my brother-in-law sleep on? Zhou Lian. He's still early to come back. Help me move my things so I can put them away, Zhou Lian insisted. After she finished speaking, she saw Zhou Xuan stop what he was doing and asked, Put what away? I want to buy a sewing machine. I really can't fit it in if I don't move the bed. Thinking about how she struggled with cutting fabric on the bed today, with the curtains in the way, and wanting to set up a large table in the room for easier fabric cutting, she thought it would be much more convenient. Zhou Xuan considered his little sister's room. If he didn't move the bed, the sewing machine could fit, but the room would be cramped. Why buy a sewing machine for no reason? He asked, surprised. I don't remember you knowing how to sew. Of course, I want to make clothes.
Zhou Xuan.
He remembered his sister's sewing skills were limited to just stitching clothes together. He once had a torn shirt and asked her to sew it. She did, but it looked worse than just patching it up, and it was so poorly sewn that he couldn't wear it anymore. Zhou Lian thought her little sister probably inherited her mother's sewing skills, as her mother also didn't sew very well. Are you planning to make clothes? Yes, I have quite a bit of fabric. I can make 2 sets of clothes for each of us. She then took Zhou Xuan to her room and pointed at the fabric she had placed on the bed. Where did you get so much fabric? Zhou Xuan asked, eyes wide. That's a secret.
Zhou Xuan.
Her younger sister has too many secrets. Is it worth buying a sewing machine just to make these clothes? Zhou Xuan remembers that sewing machines are quite expensive. I will make it worth it, Zhou Lian confidently said. Seeing her younger sister say that, Zhou Lian had no choice but to agree. All right then. Take apart the bed to buy a sewing machine. Her younger sister is becoming more resourceful. With so much fabric, it's not easy to manage, but she managed to get it all. Now buying a sewing machine seems well thought out. All he can do now is not hold her back. The 2 siblings quickly dismantled Lu Yenzhou's bed and moved it out, then reassembled it in the woodshed. After finishing that,
Zhou Lian went to boil water and sent her second brother to wash up, while she herself went back to tidy her room. With one bed gone, the room felt much emptier. While tidying up, Zhou Lian thought about placing a large table and a sewing machine where the bed used to be. She took the fabric from the bed and put it back into the wardrobe, then went to wash up. After her bath, Zhou Lian entered her space. Not long after, she noticed that some chicks had hatched inside. Seeing the newly hatched chicks, still a bit wet, Zhou Lian didn't mind that they looked a little ugly. These chicks are money. She checked and felt that all the eggs had hatched. Suddenly, she had 30 new chicks. Thinking ahead, in about a month, these chicks will start laying eggs. Zhou Lian was sure she would make a lot of money. If the ratio of males to females is even, she'd have 15 hens plus the 5 she already had, all laying eggs. That would give her 60 eggs a day. Even if she sold each for 6 cents, she'd earn 3 yuan and 60 cents daily. In a month, that's over 100 yuan, quite a lot. Feeling pleased, Zhou Lian happily left her space. While washing clothes with a basin her second brother had helped her figure out, she decided to take the white shirt she had made earlier and wash it. New clothes are better, so she wanted to wear it quickly. The next morning, after washing up and putting on her new clothes, she unusually sat down at her desk first. Zhou Lian was writing a complaint letter. Her demand was naturally for Zhang's family to repay the money. Zhou Lian wrote down a request for Zhang's family to repay 80 yuan, as well as the 160 yuan bride price paid when she married Zhang Qiali. After finishing the note, Zhou Lian received it in her space. Once done, she took out a book to review for a while before going to the kitchen to make breakfast. The leftover tomato and mincemeat from last night was not finished, so Zhou Lian used it to make a simple noodle dish. After eating breakfast, she rode her bike and left, planning to deliver vegetables to Fengyang Ridge first. Before it was time for Zhou Xuan to pick up the vegetables, Zhou Xuan was preparing to gather some wood to build a small shed for her younger sister outside. After delivering the vegetables at Fengyang Ridge, Zhou Lian estimated the time, around 8 a.m. When she reached the county town, it was almost time for work at the court. She thought about it and decided to go to the county court first. When she arrived, it was exactly the start of the workday, but since few people seek legal help these days, the county court looked quite relaxed. This was convenient for Zhou Lian, as she could submit her materials without waiting. A middle-aged woman wearing a Lenin-style outfit and glasses received her documents and said, "We have received your materials and filed your case. Soon, someone will deliver a copy of the complaint to the defendant. Next, we wait for the defendant's response. To make things easier for both sides, we will hold court in the defendant's village. Once the date is set, the court will notify you. That's roughly the process. Please wait for the notice." "Okay, thank you, comrade." Leaving the court, Zhou Lian felt she had completed her first task of the day. Besides the lawsuit, she also needed to buy a sewing machine and buttons. Since she didn't have a ticket for a sewing machine, she planned to visit the black market first. At the black market entrance, the guard was still Huang Hu. "You're here." Huang Hu greeted her with a smile. "Need me to take you to see the boss?" "No need," Zhou Lian declined his offer. "I'll look around first and go by myself." Today, she also planned to meet Xie He, as she had a gift she had delayed giving for a long time. Since it was ready, she thought it was best to give it early. Her reason for not seeing Xie He immediately was because she had her own considerations. When she entered the black market trading area, Zhou Lian headed straight to the ticket seller's booth and asked straightforwardly, "Do you have sewing machine tickets here?" This is Zhou Lian's goal. If there are no sewing machine tickets here, she will have to trouble Xie He later. If there are tickets, she won't need to bother Xie He.
Yes.
The ticket seller saw Zhou Lian and was happy. He knew this person was his main customer. Previously, he sold a lot of train tickets to her. 150 each, do you want one? The ticket seller asked excitedly. Zhou Lian replied, "Point 130. That's a 20 discount?" The seller looked a bit reluctant. "If you want to sell, then sell. If not, I'm not in a hurry." 135? The seller bargained. "Just 130. If you agree, I'll buy some meat tickets too," Zhou Lian said. After speaking, She saw the seller grit his teeth and then seemed to make a decision. All right, 130. If you want, how much meat tickets do you need? 10 Jean, Zhou Lian replied. Okay. The seller first took out the sewing machine ticket he had held for a while, then counted out 10 Jean of meat tickets for Zhou Lian. 1 Jean of meat tickets costs 2 Mao. Zhou Lian paid him 132 yuan and then left to go to the place where Xie he usually entertains guests. Today, Xie he was wearing a qipao with a shawl. Her hair was styled in a way Zhou Lian had never seen before, curled as if she was a star from the Republican era. Zhou Lian was impressed. Not only was Zhou Lian impressed, but today's Xie he also thought Zhou Lian looked good. At first glance, she didn't notice anything special. But upon closer look, Xie he realized Zhou Lian was wearing a beautiful white shirt today. Xie he usually didn't like white shirts, finding them plain, but today's white shirt made her see their beauty. She realized that simple clothes could also look so nice. Just as Xie he was about to ask where Zhou Lian's white shirt came from, she heard Zhou Lian say, I brought your gift today. Xie he was distracted by this, and then saw Zhou Lian take a bamboo tube out of her bag. Xie he? She stared in disbelief at the bamboo tube in Zhou Lian's hand and asked, Is this the gift you brought me? Zhou Lian nodded, sat across from Xie he, and pushed the bamboo tube filled with aloe vera gel toward her. Xie he. She never expected that the rare gift Zhou Lian had given her was a bamboo tube. She felt a bit like she had been tricked. But Zhou Lian didn't seem like someone who would lie. With some doubt, Xie he took the bamboo tube and examined it. She found it could be opened from the top. She removed the lid and saw a clear substance inside, which smelled pleasantly fresh. What is this? Xie he asked with a puzzled look. Aloe vera gel, for applying on the face. Xie he, I know aloe vera, but I've never heard of this gel before. After that, she sniffed again and thought the smell suggested it was a good product. It's good for whitening and moisturizing. You should try it later.
All right.
Xie he put the aloe vera gel back on top and gently set it aside.
You've passed this time.
Hearing this, Zhou Lian felt like one less thing was bothering him. By the way, I took 10 pieces of cloth you gave me and asked someone to help me take them outside to buy. They also promised to look for cattle and sheep. If all goes well, I should have news in 10 days. Xie he told Zhou Lian about her work progress. I understand. Zhou Lian smiled slightly. Thanks. Cattle and sheep were for her after all. Not a big deal. Xie he waved her hand and, after saying that, saw Zhou Lian stand up at the door. Are you leaving? So soon? I have other things to do. After getting the sewing machine ticket, she still needed to pick up the sewing machine. Then I'll see you off. Xie he accompanied Zhou Lian to the door. After watching his figure disappear, she suddenly remembered she forgot to ask about his clothes. She also wanted to get a shirt like Zhou Lian's. Never mind, I'll ask about it later. After saying this, Xie he adjusted her shawl and headed back inside. After leaving the black market, Zhou Lian rode his bike to near the department store. He spent 5 cents to store his bicycle not far from the department store before heading to the county town's department store. This was the first time in 2 months of her crossing over that she had visited a department store. Although it was called a department store, it wasn't very big. It was just a 3-story building covering about 100 square meters, quite different from modern shopping malls. Zhou Lian looked around and noticed a seldom-used alley behind the store that led directly to the opposite side. Only then did he go inside the department store. On the first floor of the department store, there are mainly food and daily necessities. Most of the items are pots, bowls, cups, kettles, and similar items. On the second floor, Zhou Lian briefly looked around. It mainly sells fabrics. The needles, threads, and sewing machines she needs are all on this floor. There are also ready-made clothes and shoes for sale. The third floor of the department store is much emptier compared to the crowded lower 2 floors. Zhou Lian saw watches, radios, and electric fans being sold there. After a quick look around the department store in the county town, Zhou Lian went to the second floor. At a counter selling needles and threads, she spent 10 yuan to buy many threads and buttons. After buying buttons and threads, Zhou Lian moved to the next counter. Next to the needle and thread shop was a sewing machine store, and further along was a ready-made clothing shop. Sewing machines these days look a bit bulky, with simple styles that mostly differ only in color. Soon, Zhou Lian chose a beige sewing machine. "Miss, I want this one," she said to the saleswoman sitting on a chair. "One sewing machine ticket, 172.5 yuan. The saleswoman slowly stood up and told her the price. Zhou Lian handed over the sewing machine ticket and counted out 173 yuan. "Here's your change, 5 mao," the saleswoman said after counting the money. Zhou Lian didn't take the money immediately. Instead, she asked, "Miss, could you help me carry the sewing machine outside to the alley? I can't move it alone. My partner said he'd come soon, but he's not here yet. I want to buy it now and wait outside for him. You can keep the 5 mao as a tip for helping." "Sure." Just helping to carry it a little, and she'd earn 5 mao, which is half a day's wages for her. The saleswoman was happy to help. "Are you buying the sewing machine for your wedding?" the saleswoman asked while taking the money. "Yes," Zhou Lian replied without much explanation. Nowadays, watches, bicycles, and sewing machines are considered the 3 main items for marriage. Most people buying these are taking them home to get married. "Then I wish you a happy wedding," the saleswoman said. "Thanks for your good wishes." While talking to her, Zhou Lian always felt like someone was watching her. But when she looked around, she saw everyone busy with their own things, and it seemed no one was paying attention to her. Zhou Lian thought it was just her imagination. She and the saleswoman together carried the somewhat heavy sewing machine from the second floor back down to the first floor. When they reached the entrance of the department store, the saleswoman said to Zhou Lian, "Why aren't you waiting at the door?" The saleswoman found it a bit strange, but only asked casually. Zhou Lian thought to herself that there was no one in the alley, so she could receive the space inside. But she obviously couldn't say that. Zhou Lian lied easily, saying, "My husband's workplace is nearby, and he's taking the opposite road. I thought I'd wait here, so he wouldn't have to walk so far." "You're really caring for your man," the saleswoman said casually, then helped Zhou Lian lift the sewing machine into the alley. Halfway through the alley, Zhou Lian looked exhausted and said, "Sister, I can't go on. Let's leave it here. My husband can come and get it later." This was just the right place to store things in the space. Although they had only reached the middle of the alley and not the end, any chance to save effort was welcome. The saleswoman didn't mind. "Well, girl, I have to go back to work now." "Okay, sister.
Goodbye."
After the saleswoman left, Zhou Lian looked around, saw no one, and was about to put the items into the space when she heard hurried footsteps approaching. Zhou Lian frowned, feeling an inexplicable sense that the footsteps were directed at her. Remembering her previous feeling of being watched inside the department store, she began to wonder what the person's purpose might be if they were indeed after her. Comrade, a young woman, slightly out of breath from running, turned into the alley and appeared in Zhou Lian's view. Seeing it was a girl, Zhou Lian relaxed her tense body and asked calmly, "Do you need something?" After asking, she looked at the approaching person, her gaze flickering slightly. She recognized her. It's the saleswoman who sells ready-made clothes next to the sewing machine seller. When Zhou Lian was shopping in the department store, she had noticed her. In this small town, she thought no one knew more about what people needed in ready-made clothes than the saleswoman. "Comrade, I want to ask where you bought that outfit." Qianwen looked eagerly at Zhou Lian's clothes. Since Zhou Lian arrived at the second floor of the department store, Qianwen had been paying attention to her. In this town, she had never seen such a white shirt before. Zhou Lian looked at her top, which was the one she made yesterday with Zhang Ro.
"This is homemade by my family."
"Is there something you want to ask?" Hearing this, Qianwen was surprised. She originally thought that the clothes were bought by this person from out of town. She now urgently needed a beautiful, eye-catching outfit. Qianwen had actually wanted to spend money to buy the clothes on Zhou Lian's body. Even though she wasn't sure if the other person would sell such nice clothes, she still wanted to try. She didn't expect that the clothes were made by the other person's family. That made things much easier. Qianwen smiled at Zhou Lian and said, "I really like this dress. Can you help me make one? I can pay you 2 yuan for your work." When she said this last part, Her voice unconsciously became softer. Paying someone to make clothes was a private transaction. After waiting a while, Qianwen didn't get a response from Zhou Lian and became a bit anxious. She said, "My name is Qianwen. I work at the clothing counter of the department store. I really like your dress. Comrade, can you make one for me? If you need help with anything in the future, I will definitely help. Please, please." Zhou Lian. It would be easy to get everything done. She was originally thinking about how to get to know the sales clerks at the clothing counter. Now, the opportunity was right in front of her. But the attitude of this sales clerk seemed a bit unusually eager. "Comrade Qianwen, don't worry. Making a dress is a small matter," Zhou Lian said to her. "Have you agreed?" Qianwen's eyes were fixed on Zhou Lian, her expression a mix of surprise and disbelief, as if she couldn't believe it was so simple to get things done. Zhou Lian nodded and smiled, saying, "I agree." Thank you. Qianwen was so excited that she grabbed Zhou Lian's hand. Zhou Lian gently patted her wrist to comfort her. "I will make the dress for you, but you're so anxious. Is something bothering you? For future cooperation, it's best to know as much as possible." But Zhou Lian didn't expect that just by asking this, the other person's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Qianwen's feelings were a mix of sadness and gratitude. No one had cared about her for a long time, even though she only asked gently. The person in front of her was just a stranger she had met once, yet she knew she cared. But after so long, even her own father hadn't asked her how she was. It shows that sometimes, even blood relatives can be less caring than a stranger. "Hey, don't cry." Zhou Lian looked at the other person's red eyes, feeling a bit nervous. She didn't expect that asking one more question would make the other person cry. "Don't cry. I won't ask anymore, okay?" Zhou Lian handed over her usual handkerchief, but unexpectedly, Qianwen cried even harder. Zhou Lian. She promised herself she wouldn't ask again next time. Only after Qianwen soaked the entire handkerchief did she stop crying. Facing Zhou Lian's caring gaze, Qianwen felt a bit shy and clenched the damp handkerchief she had just cried on, quietly saying, "This has nothing to do with you. I just suddenly felt a little sad." Zhou Lian. This time, she didn't dare ask why she was sad, worried she might make her cry again. She could only say flatly, "Don't be sad anymore." After nodding, Qianwen looked at Zhou Lian and asked, "Do you know why I want to have clothes made by you?" Zhou Lian honestly shook her head no. She was too upset from crying to be curious. But now Zhou Lian decided not to ask further, and Qianwen spoke up on her own. "My mom passed away when I was very young. My dad, claiming he needed someone to take care of me, quickly found a stepmother for me, who also brought a daughter along."
And then?
Seeing that Qianwen wanted to talk, Zhou Lian continued to ask. But she guessed that Qianwen's worries were probably related to the stepmother's daughter. "This girl is a year older than me. From the moment she arrived, she took away my dad's love for me. Even now, my dad still wants me to compete fairly with her for the arranged marriage my mom set up for me when I was a child." "That sounds like a very frustrating story," Zhou Lian said with a slight frown. "Yes." Qianwen looked at Zhou Lian with a bitter smile. "It's funny, really. My mom arranged the marriage, but now I have to compete with the stepmother's daughter. It's ridiculous." Zhou Lian felt that the story was a bit melodramatic, but it was truly upsetting. Your mom's arranged marriage, by right, shouldn't involve the stepmother's daughter, right? Is there some story behind this? Qianwen nodded sadly and said, "The marriage contract says I am the daughter of the Qian family. Recently, my stepmother said that she was grateful to my dad for raising her daughter, so she wanted her daughter to take the Qian surname." Hearing this, Zhou Lian sniffed and said, "I smell a conspiracy." "Exactly." Qianwen clenched her fist and said bitterly, "I also think it's deliberate. They changed it at just the wrong time. But can a simple name change really replace you?" Zhou Lian still felt that it didn't quite make sense. The Zhang family is very well off. Zhang's father is a manager at a big company in the city. The stepmother said that families like theirs might not look down on us small folks, but once we get involved with such a family, it would definitely bring us benefits. Qianwen paused then continued, The stepmother said that boys from families like Zhang's might not be interested in me. To not miss this chance for our family, she asked me to compete with her daughter. My stepmother's daughter is prettier than me. After hearing this, Zhou Lian exclaimed, "Wow. This was almost the same as snatching something openly. It was so frustrating." Qianwan noticed Zhou Lian's angry face, and her own anger suddenly faded a bit. She thought, maybe that's why someone is angry for you. In half a month, the groom's family will come over. Since the stepmother's daughter is prettier than me, I thought I'd try my best elsewhere to beat her. Today, I saw your nice clothes, so I came after you. Honestly, I didn't have high hopes. After all, Zhou Lian didn't seem to be short of money. Most young women care more about pretty clothes than money. I didn't expect much, but doing nothing and just accepting it, isn't that frustrating? Zhou Lian put herself in her shoes and could understand Qianwan's feelings. Exactly. Qianwan looked at Zhou Lian and smiled. I can't just watch her take my things without doing anything. Zhou Lian thought that Qianwan's personality suited her well. So she said, "How about I make you a better dress? I promise you'll look beautiful in half a month." Having bought countless clothes in modern times, Zhou Lian knew what kind of clothes suited someone like Qianwan. Qianwan was a bit tempted, but because she cared a lot about the upcoming meeting, she hesitated. She wasn't sure if Zhou Lian's idea of a more suitable dress really would be that fitting. Zhou Lian understood her. So she said, "The clothes I'm wearing are designed by myself. If you're worried, I can prepare a similar one for you."
How about that?
This way, Qianwan had no worries. She immediately agreed, grabbing Zhou Lian's hand and gratefully said, "Thank you so much." "No need to thank me," Zhou Lian replied with a smile. For her, it was just a small effort. And honestly, Qianwan's story was really quite frustrating. However, because Qianwan is a good person, Zhou Lian is willing to talk to her more. "Although I enjoy the feeling of outshining your stepsister with your looks, you should know that if a man chooses you this time because you're pretty, he might choose someone else next time for the same reason." "I understand," Qianwan said with a bitter smile. "But I can't do anything about it. He's probably the best condition I can get. If I miss my chance with him, I don't know what kind of stepmother my family will introduce me to." She looked a bit embarrassed and said to Zhou Lian, "You should be able to tell from what I said that my dad is very selfish. He only cares about his own benefits and will do anything to get what he wants. I know a girl whose stepmother married her to a workshop supervisor who is known to be rough, just so her son could get a job without going to the countryside. I don't want to stay at home and be sold, so I might as well get married early. Your idea is good, but sometimes trying to escape one danger might lead you into another." "That's not worth it," Zhou Lian said. She had seen such examples before, and she didn't want Qianwan to end up like that. "I know, but I feel like I don't have any better options," Qianwan replied. "Why not?" Zhou Lian looked at her. "If I'm unhappy with this marriage, I won't marry him. If I don't want to be sold, I should make a fuss when they try to sell me. I can ask the police for help. If the situation gets serious, even those who don't want to interfere will have to step in. No one should suffer unfairly." Qianwan's eyes lit up. She thought her friend's plan made sense. "But after doing that, I'm afraid I won't be able to live peacefully in that house," she said with a frown. "Then find a way to move out and buy your own house," Zhou Lian suggested. "But houses are too expensive." When she was suffering at home, Qianwan had thought many times about moving out. But after she looked into the prices, she gave up. Her monthly salary was only 30 yuan, half of which she had to give to her family for living expenses. The remaining half, she would need 2.5 years to save enough for a small house. But she couldn't possibly not spend money each month. Girls need to spend on many things. "There's no difficulty in the world, only people who are determined," Zhou Lian said. Her idea was that when problems arise, you should solve them instead of just feeling stuck and not taking action. If you don't take action, you will never get what you want. "How should I do it?" Qianwan looked at the person in front of her with bright eyes, feeling that coming out today to meet her was the best decision she had ever made. Zhou Lian. Actually, she was just trying to comfort Qianwan with these words. Thinking about it, earlier she had wanted Qianwan to help her watch for clothes to buy or even sell clothes, and it seemed like that might actually happen soon. Is this what they call a happy coincidence? But she didn't have any clothes right now, so Zhou thought she should talk to Qianwan about it next time. Let's first handle the current matter. I'll go back and make clothes for you, Zhou said. Okay. Qianwan responded and was about to leave. I'll go back and bring you some fabric. What kind of cloth do you need for the clothes you mentioned? Zhou held her back.
No need for that now.
I don't have any fabric at the moment. When I finish making the clothes, you can come and see if you're satisfied before giving me anything. Having stood here for so long, Zhou decided it was time to leave.
All right.
I mostly work here, so if I'm not around when you come, you can find me here, Qianwan said, giving her an address. Then she worried Zhou might forget, so she added, I'll write it down for you. No need. I remember it, Zhou replied. She usually doesn't forget important things. Okay. Having said everything she needed to, Zhou waved to Qianwan. Hurry back to work. Qianwan had already taken a few steps back but quickly turned around and said to Zhou, You haven't told me your name yet.
My name is Zhou.
Nice to meet you, Zhou said with a slight smile, tilting her head. Qianwan hesitated and asked, Can we be friends? After asking, she felt a little nervous. She thought Zhou was easy to talk to and really wanted to be friends with her. That would be my honor, Zhou smiled. Hearing this, Qianwan felt happy. She thought not everyone in the world was full of trouble and bad things. There were still people and moments that made her happy. Go back now. Zhou waved her hand. After Qianwan left, Zhou waited a little longer, making sure no one was coming, then packed up her sewing machine. She left the alley and went to get her bicycle, then headed straight to the meat factory. She wanted to buy some meat to make meat sandwiches. This time buying meat at the meat processing plant was different from previous experiences. At first, she thought no one was at the plant's entrance. But seeing the unsold meat still displayed there, she thought the staff might be delayed by something, so Zhou decided to wait a little while. She waited at least 10 minutes, but no one came. Unable to wait any longer, she looked inside through the door. She saw 2 staff members chatting happily. They looked so excited, clearly immersed in their conversation. Wanting to buy meat quickly, Zhou decided to interrupt them. Is anyone here? I want to buy meat. After she said that, she saw the 2 people glance her way, then slowly come out from inside. What do you want? One of them, walking lazily in front, asked casually, no longer excited from their chat. 10 jin of pork belly. She handed over the money and the ticket. 10 jin of pork belly, total of 8 pieces and 7 slices. The person in front took the money and began cutting the meat. The person behind looked at Zhou money and ticket, then started chatting with the first person again. Buying 10 jin of pork belly at once. Big spender. How many families can come up with so much meat ticket money these days? That girl must come from a well-off family, Zhou thought. She didn't have a background, but her ears weren't deaf. Was it really okay to gossip openly in front of others? The person behind asked Zhou, Hey, girl, what's your last name? Zhou smiled and replied, My last name is Zhou. After she said that, she saw the person turn back and continued chatting in front of her. Have you heard of any big family in the county with the last name Zhou? Maybe it's someone from higher up. My relatives told me that a big person will visit our county in a few days. Oh, I see. The person behind them looked at Zhou and asked, Are you married, girl? If not, I know a good young man. Zhou interrupted with a smile and made up a story. Yes, I'm married. The meat is for my wedding banquet. Weddings are busy, and I was grateful that your colleagues bought me some pig head meat and pig intestines without tickets, or the feast wouldn't go smoothly. She was married now, so she didn't have much curiosity about the meat anymore. Where did you get married? Zhou paused, feeling it was really gossip-worthy. Cherry Village. After hearing Zhou say this, the person stopped talking to her and instead addressed the person who had cut meat for Zhou. Is she lying? Someone from the countryside like her can ride a bicycle? Besides, where does she get so many meat tickets? People from the countryside don't get meat tickets. They have to wait for their collective to slaughter animals and share the meat, at most twice a year. Zhou Lian. She didn't like the tone of superiority the other person used, as if rural people were lower than them. First, thank you for saying I look good. Second, I, a country girl, can ride a bicycle so other country folks can too. Finally, remember to thank the rural people when you eat meat, because these pigs were raised by them. After saying this, Zhou Lian took the packed meat and rode away on her bike. Right now, she just wanted her pigs and her space to grow quickly so she wouldn't have to go out to buy pork. She could eat as much as she wanted without attracting attention for buying 10 pounds of meat. The meat factory had a small discussion about the visitors, but in court it was a big topic. Do you think the higher-ups will come to check on our work? I don't know. Apparently, this time they mainly want to inspect the textile factory. Since our work isn't related to textiles, maybe they won't come here? That's not certain. We know our leaders sometimes do surprise inspections. Yeah, so we should get ready. Getting ready is necessary, but honestly, we don't have much to prepare. Everyone knows our work is pretty easy, there's not much to do. Especially us in the civil court compared to the criminal court, we're pretty dull. This can't go on. Even if the leaders understand we don't have much work, it still looks bad if we have nothing prepared. So, what should we do? I have a friend in the civil court of Chongxian County. Their leaders once came specifically to check their court's work. Guess what they did? How did they do it? Tell me quickly. They got everyone around them to find cases to work on. We could do the same. Each person should have at least one case to handle. I don't need to look for cases then. The woman who had received Zhou Lian that morning smiled and shook the materials in her hand. I've got it now. Everyone else looked on with envy. Keep working faster to finish this case. If the boss comes, they can see we're working.
Got it.
The woman replied, I'll send a copy of the complaint to the defendant right now. And so, the cases of the Zhou family and the Zhang family were sped up by hand. Of course, Zhou Lian didn't know about what was happening. Today was busy, and by the time she got home, it was almost noon. As soon as she entered the yard, she heard Xiao Zhou crying softly. When she saw her return, she tried to run over with her legs dragging, which made Zhou Lian feel soft-hearted. She quickly stepped forward, picked up Xiao Zhou, gave her a gentle pat, and then filled her water bowl with some spiritual spring water, specially prepared for Xiao Zhou. Now, Zhou Lian could more or less produce some spiritual spring water herself, so she shared a little with Xiao Zhou to help her recover quickly, so she wouldn't have to drag her legs in the future. After placing Xiao Zhou down and making her drink water obediently, Zhou Lian went inside to take out the new sewing machine she bought, placing it beside her desk. Once the sewing machine was set up, she put away the needles, threads, and buttons she had bought, then headed to the kitchen. The first thing she did in the kitchen was to put the soaked green beans into the pot, add water, ice sugar, and some spiritual spring water to make green bean soup. While preparing the green bean soup, she also lit the fire for the small stove she had bought earlier. She cut 2 jean of pork belly, blanched it, and prepared to make braised pork for the meat sandwiches. After cooking the pork, Zhou Lian started washing and kneading the dough for her cold noodles. After more than an hour of busy work, Zhou Xuan rode back on his tricycle. Today, her second brother didn't eat at the factory again. He was thinking of coming back to build a firewood shed, which had already delayed him for some time. However, Zhou Xuan was planning to build the shed, but as soon as he entered the house, he was drawn to the kitchen. What are you cooking? It smells so good. Meat sandwiches and cold noodles, Zhou Lian replied. That doesn't seem like our local food. Where did you learn to make this, little sister? Zhou Lian. In modern times, there's everything. She forgot about regional specialties. I saw it in the newspaper. It looked really delicious, so I wanted to try making it. After saying that, Zhou Lian handed a meat sandwich to Zhou Xuan, trying to stop him from talking with food. Zhou Xuan took a big bite of his little sister's snack and said vaguely, "It's really tasty. Once everything is ready, can my second brother help me deliver it to Mom and Dad? Sending it over is better than calling them over to eat, and it saves the busy people some walking."
Sure.
Zhou Xuan agreed and sat down to help his little sister start a fire. But after sitting down, he noticed that his sister's firewood was good quality, so he wouldn't need to use his own for a while. Little sister, is there anything I can help you with? While eating the delicious meat-filled bread, Zhou Xuan always wanted to do something for his sister. Zhou Lianen was naturally not polite to her older brother. After hearing this, she immediately said, I bought a sewing machine, but I just need a table. Can you make one for me? The sooner, the better. Although she could cut fabric on the bed, a table would be more convenient. Zhou Xuan was a bit surprised. Little sister, how did you buy the sewing machine so quickly? He had thought that when she went to buy the sewing machine, he would help carry it back because it seemed quite heavy. Who knew she could manage completely on her own? Whenever I get the chance, I buy it. The earlier, the better to enjoy it, Zhou Lianen said with a smile. Zhou Xuan thought to himself, his little sister acted as if buying a sewing machine was a small matter, such a big thing, and she bought it without hesitation. He had no way to hide his feelings in front of her, so almost everything he thought was written on his face. Zhou Lianen caught a quick glance and understood what her second brother was thinking, then said, as long as it's not killing or breaking the law, and if it's not morally wrong, do whatever you want. Zhou Lianen didn't expect her casual remark to seem like she was awakening her second brother. Zhou Xuan looked surprised for 2 seconds, then excitedly said, You're right, little sister. Zhou Lianen asked cautiously, second brother, are you planning to do something? Secret, Zhou Xuan said with a raised chin. Zhou Lianen replied, all right, if you don't tell me, I won't ask. But you better remember my big table. Okay, I'll make a big table for you this afternoon, Zhou Xuan promised, thinking he could take his time with the firewood and everything else. Good. After Zhou Lianen finished preparing the cold noodles and other things, she packed them up to send to her mother with her second brother. Just like last time, her second brother would also eat there. After sending Zhou Xuan off, Zhou Lianen didn't start eating right away. She took a basket filled with 3 meat sandwiches and a portion of cold noodles and delivered them to the neighbor. The neighbor, Zhang Ruru, had just come back not long ago. She is a woman and physically, she is a bit weaker than a man. When working the same hours as a man, she earns fewer than 10 work points. But every day after work, Zhang Ruru stays a little longer and works a bit more, so she can earn enough work points daily. These points are used to buy food, and any extra points can be exchanged for money. Zhang Ruru plans to earn more money this year, hoping that after saving for a few years, she can buy her own house. Ruru, don't work so hard. I made extra lunch today, so I brought you some food along with the aroma of meat sandwiches. Zhou Lian arrived. Hearing the smell, Zhang Ruru instinctively swallowed her saliva but still said, I just ate at your place yesterday. I didn't make this to eat every day, I just wanted you to try it. It's not something I make every day. Zhang Ruru felt helpless and had to take the food from Zhou Lian. She thought she couldn't refuse her. Eat quickly. The meat sandwich won't taste good if it gets soft. I'll go back now. She didn't need to cook herself. After eating, Zhang Ruru felt a bit tired and took a short nap. However, it seemed like she slept for quite a while. When she woke up again, it seemed that the work time had already passed. Realizing this, Zhang Ruru hurriedly put on her shoes and ran out to go to work. Today, her workplace was a bit far away, across a river. When she approached the river, she saw from afar something splashing in the water. Zhang Ruru frowned and stopped, looking around to confirm it was a person. After getting closer, she saw that 2 children were struggling in the water. It seemed they had been in the water for a while. They looked exhausted, and the splashes they made weren't as big as she had seen from afar. Help! Help! Their shouts were weak and breathless. Zhang Ruru's anxiety grew even more. She couldn't swim. She looked around desperately. There was no one nearby to help, not even any tools she could use. But she couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Finally, Zhang Ruru clenched her teeth and ran into the water. As she ran, she shouted a few times, "Help! Someone's fallen into the water." By the time she finished shouting, one of her feet had already stepped into the water. Zhang Ruru thought that soon she could take advantage of her remaining strength to push the 2 children toward the shore. This way, regardless of what happens, their chances of survival would be higher. As for herself, she decided to leave it to fate. Anyway, her life was already like that, Saving 2 children with endless potential was not a bad thing. Dying to save others, she figured her mother probably wouldn't blame her too much after she was gone. With this mindset, Zhang Ruru struggled to get closer to the 2 children in the water. Once near, she recognized that they were from the Zhou family. She hadn't seen clearly the splash of water when the children had splashed out earlier. After eating the cold noodles and meat sandwich her younger sister sent with her second brother, and drinking a big bowl of cool, sweet mung bean soup, Zhou Guan felt full of strength. After finishing the chores assigned to him today with his second brother, he had wanted to help his parents repair the firewood house a bit longer, but they sent him away. Go back and help your little sister fix the firewood house. Because his second brother came to deliver food, everyone in the Zhou family knew that their little sister/daughter was trying to make sure their second brother had a good place to stay by rebuilding a small firewood house. This time, they only built a roof. No need for Uncle Chung and the others to help. The 2 brothers could do it themselves. Brother, let's first carry the materials to my master's place, and then take some for making a table. When we get there, remind me not to forget. Zhou Xuan said a lot, but he didn't hear his older brother answer. Curious, he looked over and saw his older brother looking uneasy. Big brother, what's wrong? Zhou Xuan asked worriedly. Second brother, did you hear any sounds just now? Zhou Guan stared intently at his second brother, as if afraid of missing something. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan thought for a moment and said, No, I didn't hear anything. Brother, did you hear something? I think I just heard someone shouting for help, saying someone fell into the water. Hearing this, Zhou Xuan's face immediately became serious. The river isn't far from here. Just to be safe, let's go check. Even if his older brother was mistaken, there was no harm in going to see. While thinking this, Zhou Xuan saw his older brother running toward the riverbank.
Zhou Xuan.
He hadn't seen his older brother run that fast in a long time. However, he still ran after them with his legs raised. Zhou Guan, who was running ahead, felt nervous, because he kept thinking he heard a sound that sounded like Zhang Ruru. When Zhou Guan approached the riverbank, he saw 3 figures struggling in the water. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly, he immediately recognized who was in the water. 2 small figures near the shore were his children, and the larger figure about to sink was someone he had liked for many years. At that moment, even though Zhou Guan's mind was buzzing and he couldn't think clearly, his legs instinctively moved toward the river. When Zhou Xuan ran over, he saw the dangerous scene in the water. First, his pupils shrank, then he quickly followed his older brother and ran over. He was a step behind his brother. Seeing his brother jump into the water a few steps ahead, he first pushed the 2 children toward him, then without looking back, swam toward the person in the middle of the river. Seeing that his brother had saved the person, Zhou Xuan quickly jumped into the water and pulled out his nephew and niece. Just after returning from his mother's house, Lin Xiangmei, who was hurriedly sent by her mother-in-law to work, saw the scene of the brothers jumping into the river. She was first shocked, then ran closer to see what was happening. After they saved the person, she finally relaxed and hurried over to find out more. At that moment, Zhou Guan, still in the river, finally reached Zhang Ruru and pulled the person who had sunk into the water out. When Zhang Ruru was pulled out, her eyes were already a bit unfocused. She looked at Zhou Guan's anxious face for a while before reacting. Guan. After calling his name, she closed her eyes. Zhou Guan felt extremely anxious and immediately held her to the table. Zhou Xuan pulled out his nephew and niece. The little nephew was okay. Although he looked pitiful, he was still conscious. The niece was so frightened she almost fainted. Thinking about how he had previously said he would go into the river to bathe when it got a bit hotter, and recalling the first aid knowledge his sister had reminded him of, he immediately used it. While giving first aid to his 5-year-old niece, he saw out of the corner of his eye that his older brother had also saved the person in the water. Seeing that his brother was checking if the person still had a pulse just like before, he quickly said, "Big brother, if she has no pulse, do what I do. Cross your hands and press on her chest." Originally, Zhou Guan, who couldn't find Zhang Ruru's breath, felt his whole body turn cold. When he heard his younger brother say this, he immediately looked over. Seeing his younger brother doing the same thing to his daughter, he knew she was no longer breathing. Feeling confused, he instinctively followed his brother's method, pressing on Zhang Ruru's chest. His mind was in chaos, but he still prayed to heaven that both his daughter and Zhang Ruru would be safe. Cough, cough. She's awake. Xiaowei is awake. Once she wakes up, she should be fine. Hearing his second brother's excited voice, and that waking up meant she was okay, Zhou Guan relaxed a little, but his eyes stayed tightly fixed on Zhang Ruru's face, which was so thin it looked like only his sister's palm. He prayed that Zhang Ruru would wake up just like his daughter. But it seemed as if heaven didn't hear his prayers. Zhou Guan's hands and legs grew weak, yet Zhang Ruru showed no signs of waking. Over on Zhou Xuan's side, little Tsong, who had been quietly waiting nearby, immediately rushed to his sister and silently cried while hugging her. Xiaowei, meanwhile, hugged her brother, and the two of them shed tears together. They made no sound, as if afraid to disturb something. Zhou Xuan watched the scene and thought his two younger siblings were very sensible. But now wasn't the time to marvel at that. He looked toward his older brother, moved closer, and noticed that Zhang Ruru hadn't responded for a long time. Feeling his second brother approaching, Zhou Guan, feeling helpless, asked, "Second brother, she's not waking up. What should I do?" Seeing Zhang Ruru's pale face, Zhou Xuan also felt anxious. But he knew he couldn't panic now. He started recalling what his little sister had told him earlier. Artificial respiration. "Big brother, you need to do artificial respiration for her." "How do I do that?" This was the first time Zhou Guan had heard of the term. "It's when you pinch her nose and then mouth-to-mouth give her air." After saying this, Zhou Xuan saw his older brother hesitate clearly. He understood what was causing the hesitation, probably the usual concerns about gender. He was about to say that saving her was the priority when he saw his older brother close his eyes, as if making a big decision. Then, he saw him grasp Zhang Ruru's nose with one hand and gently lift her chin with the other, preparing to give her air. Then my older brother bent down. Usually, Zhou Xuan would not stand by and watch such things happen. But now, he really didn't want Zhang Ruru to get hurt. Not to mention how Zhang Ruru was with his nephew and niece in the water. What if Zhang Ruru died? What would my older brother do then? Although they hadn't been together before, and my brother never mentioned Zhang Ruru since he got married, living and dying are very different. Zhou Ruru didn't respond after one breath. Zhou Xuan clenched his fists tightly. Lin Xiangmei, who was also watching nearby, widened her eyes. She knew Zhou's eldest was trying to save her, but the way he was doing it. "Oh dear, doing this kind of thing, what will happen if you don't get married?" Hearing Lin Xiangmei's words, Zhou Xuan frowned and said, "Then we will get married. As long as Zhang Ruru wakes up." Anyway, since his older brother had divorced, Zhang Ruru's situation was not much different from being divorced. It might as well be settled once and for all. But was his older brother crying? Zhou Xuan clearly saw a tear fall from his brother's eye, slide down his nose, and finally drop onto Zhang Ruru's face. Seeing this, Zhou Xuan stared closely at Zhang Ruru's face, afraid to miss any sign of her waking up. After 2 attempts to transfer energy, there was still no response. 3 times. Just as Zhou Xuan was sweating with nervousness, the originally silent Zhang Ruru finally woke up and coughed twice. Cough, cough. "She's awake. She's awake." From feeling her breath and seeing her eyes open again, the time felt like a century to Zhou Guan. When he saw Zhang Ruru open her eyes again, he immediately joyfully hugged her tightly, repeating, "You're okay, you're okay." Xiangmei Lin. Watching the scene, she felt a bit suspicious. Why did the atmosphere between these two seem a little unusual? Could there be something going on? Cough, cough. Zhang Ruru frowned uncomfortably in Zhou Guan's arms and pushed him away, saying, I can't breathe." She didn't want to go through that again. At first, when she saw her mother was kind and asked her to come with her. But after a few steps, her mother changed her mind, pinched her ear, and scolded her for not living properly. She told her mother she was having a hard time upstairs, but her mother insisted she go back and live a proper life. Helpless, Zhang Ruru had to return with a glan.
"I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
After Zhou Goen clearly heard Zhang Ruru's words, he quickly apologized and let go of her. He asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Zhang Ruru saw all the worry, panic, and even the redness in Zhou Goen's eyes on his face. She felt uncomfortable inside, and her eyes started to sting with tears. But she held back her tears, avoided eye contact with Zhou Goen, and whispered, "I'm fine." The two younger children from the Zhou family, who had been crying together earlier, saw Zhang Ruru wake up. They relaxed and crawled over to her, with tears in their eyes, saying, "Thank you for saving us. It's not me who saved you." Zhang Ruru knew she hadn't actually saved the two children. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to wait for Dad and Uncle to come." Xiao Hui looked at Zhang Ruru seriously and said, "You should be thanked." Xiao Tsong added, "Thank you for saving me and my sister." Zhang Ruru was surprised that the two children from the Zhou family were so sensible and well-behaved. She smiled and said, "I'm glad you're both okay." She only realized that the two children in the water were from the Zhou family after she looked closer. At that moment, she felt grateful that she woke up late today. If these two well-behaved children had gotten into trouble, the Zhou family would have been very sad. Not to mention, Zhou Lianen had been very kind to her. She didn't want the Zhou family to be upset. "You are our lifesavers, my sister, and I will repay you in the future," Xiao Tsong said seriously, holding his sister's hand tightly while looking at Zhang Ruru. The adults present didn't expect Xiao Tsong to say such words. Zhou Goen watched nearby and couldn't help but pat the heads of the two children. After patting them, he couldn't resist and hugged them in his arms. As he held them, he still felt a bit scared. He almost lost them. Fortunately, he and the second child had gone to check. Otherwise, he would have lived in regret forever. "Let's go home and change clothes first," Zhang Ruru said. Although the weather wasn't cold now, wearing wet clothes was uncomfortable. "Okay. Dad, I have no strength left," Xiao Tsong said in his father's arms. "Dad, I feel the same." Xiao Hui leaned on her father, feeling weak in her legs and arms. Zhou Xuan was the first to react. He quickly grabbed his older brother's children and ran back home, saying, "Big brother, I'll take the two little ones home to change clothes first." Zhou Goen. After a moment of helplessness, Zhou Goen looked at Zhang Ruru and softly said, "Ruru, I'll take you back." "No need." Zhang Ruru refused without hesitation, saying, "I can go back by myself." After speaking, she struggled to get up, preparing to walk away. Zhou Goen stayed silent for a moment, then couldn't hold back and bent down to carry the visibly struggling Zhang Ruru, walking forward with big steps. "What are you doing?" The sudden feeling of being lifted into the air was a bit frightening. Realizing this, Zhang Ruru struggled in Zhou Goen's arms. Zhou Goen sighed helplessly. "Aren't you tired? Rest for a bit." Then he kept walking forward while holding her. Lin Xiangmei. "Is there anyone else watching here?" Soon, the Zhou brothers carried her away. Lin Xiangmei stayed behind with nothing more to see, so she continued to her work site. In the morning, she didn't work at her family's place, and now she needed to find the scorekeeper to mark her work area. Zhang Ruru was a little fond of Zhou Goen's embrace. When she was in school, she had imagined many times what it felt like to be held in Zhou Goen's arms. She wondered if it was warm and comforting. Now, she finally understood what Zhou Goen's embrace was like. But this wasn't her own embrace. Zhang Ruru bit her lip and stubbornly said, "Put me down." "No." Zhou Goen was unusually assertive. "If people see this, won't you lose face?" Although most people had gone to work by now, some hadn't. If others saw Zhou Goen holding her like this, Zhang Ruru could imagine how nasty their comments might be.
"Fine," she said.
Zhang Ruru. She felt Zhou Goen had really changed. He wasn't like this before. But they hadn't seen each other for many years, so it was normal for Zhou Goen to change.
People change.
Lin Xiangmei found the scorekeeper and was assigned to fertilize the cornfield. When she arrived, she saw Zhou's mother working hard. Lin Xiangmei immediately went over and said, "Auntie, stop working. Something has happened to your family." "What happened?"
Hearing that something was wrong with her family, Zhou's mother immediately stopped and looked at Lin Xiangmei with a worried face. Not only Zhou's mother, but others working nearby also looked over when they heard Lin Xiangmei's words. Your grandson and granddaughter fell into the water. Lin Xiangmei finished speaking and saw Zhou's mother drop the scoop she was using to fertilize. I understand this, scared, Mrs. Zhou. I immediately added, Auntie, don't worry. Your grandson and granddaughter are fine.
They were saved.
Hearing this, Mrs. Zhou finally relaxed. Who saved them? Saving someone is a big deal. She needs to go back and thank whoever helped. It's a bit complicated. Lin Xiangmei was organizing her words in her mind when another auntie urged her, Quick, tell us. Seeing the eager look in Mrs. Zhou's eyes, Lin Xiangmei nervously said, It was probably 3 people. The first to notice your grandson and granddaughter in the water was Wang Daqian's wife. This woman shouldn't be able to swim, but she still went into the water to help. Unfortunately, she couldn't save them and almost got into trouble herself. Luckily, your 2 sons passed by and rescued the 2 children and the adult. But it was Wang Daqian's wife who saved them. If it weren't for her, your grandson and granddaughter might not have made it until your son arrived. So, you should thank her. However, when your eldest son pulled Wang Daqian's wife out of the water, she had already lost consciousness. Mrs. Zhou. She felt her head buzzing. Didn't you say she almost died? Isn't that a close call? How come she's not dead? Yes, isn't losing consciousness the same as dying? One auntie asked. Who said that? Lin Xiangmei crossed her arms. I saw Wang Daqian's wife start breathing again with my own eyes. How did she start breathing again after losing consciousness? This piqued everyone's curiosity. More aunties put down their work and moved closer. It was the idea of Zhou's second son. He kept pressing on her chest and even kissed her, but in the end, she woke up. Hearing this, the aunties looked at each other in surprise. Mrs. Zhou couldn't hold back anymore and ran back home. After Mrs. Zhou left, if she's an unmarried girl, her reputation would be ruined, right? Yes, after doing all this, if she doesn't marry, her reputation will be gone. But the key point is, Wang Daqian's wife isn't an unmarried girl. So what should we do? Wang Daqian wanted to harm Zhou's girl, but his wife saved Zhou's children. What does this mean? This is a bit complicated. But didn't Zhou's eldest son get divorced? And Wang Daqian is in jail now. Who knows how many years he'll be inside. Wang Daqian's wife doesn't have any children either. She can't just wait for him to come out. I think after this incident, it might be best to pair the 2 of them up. Now the eldest in the Zhou family also has a wife. Wang Daqian's wife no longer has to live a lonely life. Given the Zhou family's reputation, they can accept a wife like Zhang Qiali, and for someone as good as Wang Daqian's wife, they treat her even better. When both are good people, isn't that a good thing? Yes, they both had bad luck with their previous partners. Maybe after this, things will get better. What are you talking about? There's no such thing as random matchmaking, Annie disagreed. But they hugged underwater, touched each other, and even kissed. Can we pretend nothing happened? We should think of a way to solve this problem. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Say it. Do you remember when Zhang Qiali was taken away and the Zhou family said she could marry into their family because she was shamelessly stealing her cousin's man? Yes, I remember. In today's world, Zhang Qiali is the first to do such a thing. What's wrong? Yesterday, Zhang Qiali's mother came. Do you know what Wang Daqian's wife calls Zhang Qiali's mother? What's her name? Tell me quickly.
Grandma.
So, Wang Daqian's wife is actually Zhang Qiali's cousin? That's just my guess.
Wow.
What a surprise. Lin Xiangmei didn't expect she could find out such an identity secret. She sighed. Fate. Her village chief Suyid came to check on things and saw a group of women gathered together. He immediately shouted, What are you doing? Slacking off. Once he arrived, the women who had finished eating the melons quickly returned to their workstations and started working again. When Zhou's mother ran home, her 2 youngest children had already changed into clean clothes. Except for their hair still being wet, there was no sign they had been in the water. Why did you two run to the river? Didn't I tell you not to go near the river? At first, Zhou's mother kept her serious tone, but as she spoke the last words, her eyes turned red. She quickly pulled her two children into her arms and cried, "What if something had happened to you?" "Grandma, don't cry." Xiao Tsong hugged his grandma to comfort her. "Grandma, we won't dare to go again." Xiao Hui also hugged her grandma and said. Zhou's mother sniffed and continued asking, "You still haven't told me why you went to the river?" She wouldn't be at ease until she knew why the children went to the river. "Grandma, Xiaohong told me that all their clothes are washed by her mom. They never let Dad do it because he's tired from working hard." Grandma rolled her eyes and said, "Her mom not only works but also washes clothes. Isn't that tiring?" "Grandma, I don't want Dad to be so tired. I'm 5 years old now, a big kid, and I can help wash clothes. But I haven't done it before. The clothes got washed away by the water. I tried to bring them back, but I fell in. My little brother pushed me, so he fell in too. Grandma, you can hit me. It's all my fault." Xiaohui started crying and leaned on her grandma's shoulder. The child is so obedient and well-meaning. Grandma Zhou couldn't bear to hit a child who was already scared. "You're still young, you don't need to wash clothes. In the future, you can't go to the river. Remember what Grandma told you, okay?" Hiccup. Xiaohui hiccuped and said, "I understand, Grandma. You and your brother were scared. Grandma will ask your little uncle to make you some brown sugar eggs. Each of you can have 2 eggs."
"Thank you, Grandma."
Only then did Grandma Zhou call Zhou Xuan to the kitchen. "Second brother, did your older brother really kiss Ruru?"
"Yes."
In Zhou Xuan's mind, although artificial respiration is used to save lives, it also involves kissing. "Second brother, what do you think about them being together? If they are, Mom will definitely take good care of that girl. If they can be together, that's the best. Then I'll go talk to that girl." Grandma Zhou's eyes lit up. "You stay home and make brown sugar eggs for Xiaohui and Xiaotsong. I'll go make some for Ruru. She fell into the water and has no one to take care of her." "Okay." Zhou Xuan agreed. His cooking skills are still unknown, but after some time of observing, he can make brown sugar eggs. So, Grandma Zhou took the remaining brown sugar, a basket of eggs, grabbed some money from the room, and headed towards the back mountain. 20 minutes ago, the back mountain. Zhang Ruru was inside the yard gate, and Zhou Goen was outside. "Go back now. Ruru, I have something to tell you." "You should go change your clothes first," Zhou Goen said, staring at Zhang Ruru. "I have nothing to say to you." Zhang Ruru probably knew what Zhou Goen wanted to say, but she didn't want to hear it. She felt she was no longer worthy of him. "Go back now." After Zhang Ruru finished speaking, she took the opportunity to close the door, while Zhou Goen was still stunned. Zhou Goen knocked on the door. "Ruru, let's be together." Zhang Ruru closed her eyes painfully, not wanting to hear it, but ultimately, he said it. She once really wanted to be with Zhou Goen, but they had no fate. Now, maybe because of what happened today, the barriers between them could be broken. But Zhang Ruru couldn't get past her own feelings. She had been with Wang Daqian before. Thinking of that man, Zhang Ruru always felt dirty. Because of her past, she didn't want to be with Zhou Goen anymore. "I don't want to. Go back. Don't come here again. Today, no matter who falls into the water, I will go in to save them. Don't make me regret my decision today." After saying that, Zhang Ruru ran into the house. Outside, Zhou Goen clenched his fists painfully. He knew Zhang Ruru meant that if he kept bothering her, she would regret going in to save someone today. Zhou Goen stood there for a while. Then, like a walking zombie, he turned and left. Zhou's mother carried some things and met her son, who looked very sad. "What's wrong?" Zhou's mother asked. Zhou Goen shook his head. His mother looked worried. "What happened? Tell me clearly. I still want to go find Ruru to propose. Do you think the 200 yuan bride price is enough?" "Stop." Zhou Goen held his mother back. "Mom, she doesn't want to." Earlier, at the door, he had also gathered his courage to say that, but he was rejected. Now Zhou Goen felt it was better that Zhang Ruru didn't agree. He felt disgusted with himself. In the past, he thought he would only love Ruru in this life, but now,
Zhou's mother. She thought something great was about to happen to the Zhou family today. But after calming down, she realized that her eldest son's situation was really not good. If her son didn't wake up and she had to find someone else for her daughter, she wouldn't consider her son's condition. A girl with 2 kids who would want to marry her and become a stepmother. Being a stepmother was very hard. Then, what do you think? Zhou's mother sighed and looked at her eldest son. Should we try to fight for it? There was no choice. Her son liked her. If only she could truly marry Zhang Ruru. As a mother-in-law, I would definitely treat her well and do my best not to let her suffer. After all, she is the person his son likes the most. No need, Mom. Zhou Guan truly feels he doesn't deserve it anymore.
Sigh.
Zhou's mother sighs deeply. Go back now. I'll go send some food to that girl. No matter what happened before, she saved Xiao Hui and Xiao Kong. She's a great benefactor of our family. After saying this, Zhou's mother quickly walks toward the back mountain. When she reaches the back mountain, Zhou's mother hesitates a bit. She is grateful to Zhang Ruru, but fears she might not handle it well. In the end, Zhou's mother decides she should still send something. But she will cook red sugar eggs at her daughter's house and then deliver them to Zhang Ruru so she can eat them directly. When Zhou's mother enters, Zhou Lian is drawing a clothing design. The design is for Qianwan. Seeing Zhou's mother, Zhou Lian looks surprised. Mom, why are you free to come here at this time? Usually, Zhou's mother should be working now. Something happened at home. Mom needs to borrow your kitchen. With that, Zhou's mother heads toward the kitchen, and Zhou Lian quickly follows. Mom, what happened at home? Seeing Zhou's mother adding water to the pot, Zhou Lian starts to light the fire and asks. Zhou's mother explains what she heard from Lin Xiangmei. Luckily, it's nothing serious. Just listening, Zhou Lian can imagine how dangerous it was at the time. Zhou's mother also talks about how her eldest son was rejected. Zhou Lian. She inexplicably feels like her older brother and Ruru are the kind of protagonists in a tragic love story. Deep down, Zhou Lian naturally hopes her older brother and Ruru will be together. But such things depend more on the wishes of the two involved. Actually, Mom also knows that making Ruru be with your older brother would be a bit unfair to her. After all, she's coming directly to be a stepmother, and everyone knows stepmothers are hard to get along with. Zhou's mother sighs again as she adds red sugar to the pot. What does Big Brother think? Zhou Lian asks Zhou's mother to confirm. I think your older brother has thought about it. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't have mentioned Ruru. Hearing this, Zhou's mother sighs again, but after being rejected once, he pulled back again. Knowing her older brother's feelings, Zhou Lian thought she could now find out what Ruru thought. If both of them liked each other, she wouldn't mind helping them along. As for becoming a stepmother, that was indeed a concern. But it wasn't a complete obstacle. It depended on what they both wanted more. Recently, I've been learning how to make clothes with Ruru. I'll ask her what she thinks later, Zhou Lian told her mother. That sounds good. Her mother cracked 3 eggs into the pot. One more than usual because Zhang Ruru was an adult and probably had a bigger appetite than the 2 children. While waiting, her mother heard her daughter say, Forget it. I'll ask her this afternoon. The sooner I find out, the sooner it's done. Mom, when you go back later, tell my second brother not to come here this afternoon. She wanted to create a chance to be alone with Zhang Ruru, so they could talk more easily.
Okay.
After making a big bowl of brown sugar eggs, her mother said, Go ask Ruru what she thinks. I'm just going to thank her simply this time. Okay. When her mother arrived, Zhang Ruru wasn't surprised. She opened the door politely and welcomed her in. Once inside, her mother handed over the bowl of brown sugar eggs. Thanks to you today, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. You soaked it in water. Eat some to help your health. Auntie, you're too kind. I didn't really save the child. It was your son who did. Child, I know. Without you, the 2 younger ones in the family might have been lost. You must accept this. After saying that, her mother placed the bowl of brown sugar eggs down. She also put down some brown sugar and raw eggs she brought, and finally, she took out 50 yuan. Auntie, I can't accept this. Zhang Ruru quickly said when she saw her mother take the money. You have to take it. Otherwise, our Zhou family wouldn't feel at ease. You need to take good care of yourself. I won't say much more. We're very grateful. Annie knows that for some reasons, you don't want much contact with us.
I won't say anything about that.
But if you don't accept this money, I'll have to come visit every day to repay the kindness.
Zhang Roro was speechless.
In the end, reluctantly, her mother took everything she brought and left. She truly preferred accepting the money over her mother coming every day. Mom Zhou left not long ago, and Zhou Lian came over soon after. Buru, since you fell into the water today, you shouldn't go to work. Okay. Zhang Ruru responded. Although her strength was gradually returning, she still couldn't go to work. Then, after you finish eating, come sit with me. I bought a sewing machine, and Ruru, you can teach me how to use it. Zhou Lian glanced at the bowl, with hardly any red sugar eggs left.
All right.
Since she didn't want to go to work and there was nothing else to do at home, Zhang Ruru agreed. Eat quickly, Ruru. I'll wait for you to finish, then we can go together. Zhou Lian said, sitting down and picking up a book to read. She had little appetite, but seeing Zhou Lian's attitude, she knew she wouldn't leave until she finished eating. So, Zhang Ruru ate quietly. After drinking all the soup, her body, which had been cold from falling into the water, finally warmed up. Let's go. Once Zhang Ruru finished, Zhou Lian pulled her to her place. When she saw a brand new sewing machine in Zhou Lian's room, Zhang Ruru's eyes lit up. Should we try it? How long would it take to make a white shirt with this sewing machine? Zhou Lian suggested.
Okay.
Hearing this, Zhou Lian went to the wardrobe and took out some fabric. I also asked my second brother to make me a big table. Once it's ready, we can cut fabric on the big table. Zhang Ruru imagined what it would be like to have a big table in the room and said, having a table would definitely make things easier. Right now, there's no table, so Ruru, you'll have to keep cutting fabric on the bed.
Got it.
After helping Zhou Lian spread the fabric on the bed, Zhang Ruru asked, who are we making clothes for this time? Make it for my second brother. Do we need his measurements?
Yes.
Actually, it wasn't necessary to be exact. Rough estimates would do. Clothes at this time didn't need to fit perfectly, but having measurements made it easier and reduced the need to think about how much fabric to cut. Just cut accordingly. I'll go get it. Zhou Lian went to the old shed, where her second brother had moved all his belongings, including clothes. She took a set of her second brother's clothes directly, since besides clothes, she would also need to make pants later. Here you go. So, Zhang Ruru took Zhou Xuan's shirt and cut out the appropriate fabric. Once the fabric was ready, she started trying out the sewing machine. Zhang Ruru greeted Zhou Lian and said, come here, I will teach you. Zhou Lian waved her hand and replied, sister, you try it first and get familiar with it. Then you can teach me. I want to sew on the buttons of the shirt you made for me yesterday. That works too. Zhang Ruru thought for a moment. She hadn't used a sewing machine for many years and might be a bit rusty. It was better to get familiar with it before teaching. Soon, Zhang Ruru focused on making clothes. As expected of a sewing machine, Zhou Lian had only sewn on the third button of her shirt when Zhang Ruru had already roughly finished making the white shirt for Zhou Xuan with the sewing machine. Wow, that was quick. Zhou Lian's eyes sparkled. Do you want to try? Zhang Ruru felt happy, recalling her past experience with sewing. Yes. The two of them made another white shirt for Zhou Xuan. Zhou Lian was noticeably slower than Zhang Ruru, but at least she knew how to use the sewing machine, even if it was a bit shaky. They were both excited about trying something new. They even made 2 pairs of black pants for Zhou Xuan. In no time, the 2 sets of clothes for Zhou Xuan were finished. Zhang Ruru also taught Zhou Lian how to sew on buttons with the sewing machine, but it required adjusting the machine and changing buttons meant readjusting it, which was a bit troublesome. After finishing the 2 sets of clothes, both of them felt a bit reluctant to stop. Zhou Lian was thinking about making clothes for her family after she knew their sizes. She took out her design sketches for Qian Wan's clothes, planning to start with Zhang Ruru. Zhou Lian's design was simple: white pants, a black shirt, paired with black socks and small leather shoes. She planned to tie her hair in a low ponytail with no extra decorations,
giving off a naturally cool and elegant look. However, it was clear that Qianwen still loved her French-style white shirt very much. Zhou Lian decided to make one for her together with Zhang Ru. Seeing that making clothes made Zhang Ru feel much more relaxed, Zhou Lian took the opportunity to ask Ru, "What do you think of Zhou Goen?"